Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, the Marketization of the Chinese Economy. Harpal, Brar. Dedicated to Comrade Mao Zedong, the greatest ever Chinese person, under whose leadership of the CPC the Chinese people achieved liberation, ended imperialist domination, unified China, abolished feudalism, expropriated the bourgeoisie, and laid the basis for socialist development through centrally planned industrialization and collectivization of agriculture. Contents. Preface I. Part I, Synopsis of Modern Chinese History. Chapter 1. From the Opium Wars to the Cultural Revolution. Part 2, The Cultural Revolution. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. Chapter 3. The Official Evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. Chapter 4. The Counter-Narrative. 25. Part 3, Marketization of the Economy. Chapter 5. Decollectivization. Chapter 6. Reform and Opening Up. Chapter 7. More on Marketization of the Economy. Part 4, The Dark Side of Reform. Chapter 8. Health and Education. Chapter 9, One-Child Policy. Chapter 10. Growth of Private Wealth. Chapter 11. The Construction Industry and the Property Development Market. Chapter 12. A Mountain of Debt. Chapter 13. Foreign Currency Reserves. Chapter 14. Opposition to Reforms. Part V, Has the West Lost Its Bet on China? Chapter 15. Creating Global Champions. Chapter 16. State and Private Ownership. Chapter 17. Made in China, Belt and Road Initiative, and Trade War. 163. Chapter 18. China-Africa Relations. 169. Part 6, War and Peace. Chapter 19. War and Peace. Contents. Conclusion. Chapter 20. Is China's rise solely attributable to the market? Appendices. 351. I. Some Questions of Political Economy and Theory. 387. The June 4, 1989 Counter-Revolutionary Rebellion 2. 3. In Defense of Zhongcheng. 427. Postscript, Coronavirus and the 2020 Crisis. Preface. I was most reluctant to write on the topic which is the subject matter of this book. And this for the following two main reasons. First, motivated by an instinct of self-preservation, I felt now was not the me to make new enemies since I am already blessed with plenty of them. Second, I felt there was paucity of information about the intense struggles that took place among the top leadership of the CPC. Unlike the ideological and political struggles that took place in the CPSU, during the times of Lenin and Stalin, when one could read chapter and verse of what each side of the divide stood for, in the case of the CPC much was away from the public eye and whatever did appear in public was provided in allegorical form, often verging on obscurity. One constantly had to read between the lines. That, however, did not mean that the controversy between Mao and his supporters, on the one hand, and Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping and their supporters, on the other hand, was unreal and lacking in substance. All the same, I was persuaded, nay coerced, into writing by my close comrades. Thus it can be seen that this work, to use Engels' expression, is by no means the fruit of any inner urge. The chief endeavor of the bourgeoisie of all countries and of its reformist hangers-on, said Stalin, is to kill in the working class faith in its own strength, faith in the possibility and inevitability of its victory, and thus to commodity the right to dispose of all consumer goods produced. Circulation, with its money economy, would have disappeared as being an unnecessary element in the national economy. Precisely for this reason, Stalin was firmly of the view that the disappearance of this essential distinction between agriculture and industry must be a matter of paramount importance. For this is precisely why he was in favor of introducing measures, such as products exchange, which would step by step have the effect of shrinking the sphere of commodity circulation and enlarging the sphere of products exchange. The Marxist-Leninist position is that commodity production and circulation, the existence of the market, is incompatible with communism, and that, therefore, it is the function of socialism to abolish the market. Revisionism, on the contrary, following in the steps of bourgeois economists, believes in market socialism, according to which the continued existence of commodity-money relations under socialism, far from being merely a heritage of capitalism, is but an inherent need of the socialist economy, which requires not only the continuation of the market but also its expansion. A commodity is a product which may be sold to any purchaser, and when its owner sells it he loses ownership of it and the purchaser becomes the owner of the commodity, which he may resell, pledge or allow to rot. Commodities are objects which, within a society composed of private producers, are produced and exchanged against each other by these private producers for their private account. Engels, Anti-Düring. Again, says Engels, what are commodities? Products made in a society of more or less private producers, and therefore in the first place private products. These private products, however, become commodities only when they are made, not for consumption by their producers, but for consumption by others, that is, for social consumption. They enter into social consumption through exchange. S. Direct social production and direct distribution preclude all exchange of commodities, therefore also the transformation of products into commodities, at any rate within the community, and consequently also their transformation into values. Where commodity production exists, the law of value also must exist. Value, like the law of value, is a historical category connected with the existence of commodity production. With the disappearance of commodity production, value and its forms and the law of value also disappear. Under socialism the law of value is strictly limited and does not function as a regulator of production, i.e., as a regulator of the distribution of labor between various branches of production. Almost all forms of revisionist theory subscribe to the commodity character of all products under socialism. By accepting bourgeois theories concerning the eternity of the market, the revisionists contributed mightily towards destroying the faith of the working class in its own strength and thus helped to prolong capitalist slavery. Under socialism, commodity production continues for some time as heritage of capitalism and is finally abolished. That is to say, commodity production, which began as a subsidiary form of production in pre-capitalist societies, acquires the general form of production under capitalism, continues to exist in subsidiary form for some time under socialism before disappearing completely. Thus there is the emergence, growth, predominance, decline, and the disappearance of commodity production. The law of value can be a regulator of production only under capitalism. The economic reforms and the application of bourgeois norms such as profit as the regulator of production, the price reform whereby prices increasingly reflected value, prices of production, increasing emphasis on material incentives and the profitability and independence of individual enterprises, which produce for the market and whose products face each other in the market as commodities, all of these served, over time, to render centralist planning meaningless, both in the former USSR. As from the late 1950s and subsequently in the PRC since the beginning of reforms in the late 1970s. Once commodity production is given full sway, the only economic laws and categories that make sense are the laws and categories of capitalism, the market. Every system of production has laws of its own which are inseparable from it. Once it is assumed that socialism is a system of commodity production, as the reformists, revisionists, do, justification and reason are on the side of the advocates of reforms for the realization of a functioning market. Such a market, however, could not be created overnight, suddenly, as it were. If centralist planning had been abolished all of a sudden, it would have resulted in economic collapse, not a functioning market. To construct such a market in China, however, political and ideological conditions had to be created. And, as a preliminary condition for that, the reformists had to downgrade and somewhat discredit Mao, for he was opposed to putting in place reforms under which profit became the regulator of production. But, unlike the Khrushchevite revisionists in the Soviet Union, who launched a crude and frontal attack on Stalin, the Chinese reformists, while pretending to honor Mao, attacked him and the policies associated with his leadership from the late 1950s, especially during the Cultural Revolution, indirectly and slyly, that is, through their attacks on the so-called Gang of Four, who were Mao's closest associates and followers during those years. The venom with which the Gang of Four, and by extension Mao, were attacked is best explained by the following profound observation of Marx. In the domain of political economy, free scientific inquiry meets not merely the same enemies as in all other domains. The peculiar nature of the material it deals with summons as foes into the field of battle the most violent, mean, and malignant passions of the human breast, the furies of private interest. The English established church, example, will more readily pardon an attack on 38 of its 39 articles than on 1/39 of its income. Nowadays atheism itself is culpa levis, a minor sin compared with criticism of existing property relations. 8. Once the ground had been prepared through a wholesale revision, and a downright distortion of Marxian political economy by the reformists, who employed in the process all the artful dodging, deceit, trickery and sophistry at their command, they got on with the business of the reconstruction of the market through a series of carefully planned, pardon the pun, reforms. While claiming that everything was being done to consolidate and strengthen socialism, the reformists unleashed a propaganda barrage denigrating central planning as bureaucratic, restrictive, and obsolete. And step by step put in place mechanisms which made for a flourishing market. In the same degree, these reforms undermined planning, first through the reduction of the number of plan indices required from enterprises from above, and the emasculation of the remaining indices from being directives, binding on the enterprises, to mere guidelines, which the enterprises could choose to follow or ignore altogether, all in the name of putting a stop to the excessive regulation of the activities of the enterprises. Under this kind of planning from below, the role of the state became confined to laying down economic guidelines and attempting to influence individual enterprises by the use of various economic levers, such as credit supply, interest rates, etc. In such a system, production ceases to be centrally planned on the basis of social need. There could only be one regulator of production, namely, profit and profitability of individual enterprises. Calling such a system an instrument of socialism does not change the essence of the matter one whit. No one should be surprised that an economy run on these lines is increasingly characterized by recurring crises of overproduction. Through the reforms over the last 4 decades, not only has a fully functioning market been created in China, but also this market has become integrated with, and an appendage of, the world market. The law of value has become the regulator of production, and profit has become the supreme criterion of efficiency. Having looked into the Chinese economy, I could only come to one conclusion, namely, that what the Chinese comrades characterize as socialism with Chinese characteristics is merely a euphemism for the marketization of the Chinese economy. Any other conclusion would have been plainly wrong, harmful to the working class movement in China as well as elsewhere, and dishonest. I could not allow diplomatic considerations to give utterance to dishonest and anti-Marxian absurdities, for honesty in politics is the result of strength, hypocrisy the result of weakness. Although the Chinese economy has made considerable progress and the CPC has made a success of operating a market economy, this has come at great cost, dealt with in the relevant pages of this book. This author applauds the rise of China, but it is also his firm and considered view that, had the Chinese leadership not gone down the path of market socialism, had it continued to adhere to the system of Central-East planning, China would have achieved a far greater and more balanced economic development independent of the vagaries, whims, and caprices of imperialism, as well as the ravages of the market. Although China, because of its sheer size, would be in the crosshairs of imperialism whatever its economic system, it would have been much stronger to deal with imperialist threats and challenges had the Chinese leadership not gone down the road of marketization of China's economy. The views expressed in this book are solely mine, and these views are unlikely to please the worshippers of the market. Even some of those who call themselves Maoists are also only too likely to condemn me for some of the pages in this book. That cannot be helped. I wish to put on record my grateful thanks to Ella Rule, chairperson of the CPGB, ML, without whose ideological, political, and moral support, without whose technical skills and tireless assistance, this book would not have materialized. I close this preface with the following words borrowed from Marx. Every opinion based on scientific criticism I welcome. As to the prejudices of the so-called public opinion, to which I have never made concessions, now as aforetime, the maxim of the great Florentine is mine, segui il tuo corso, e lascia dirle gente, do what you have to do and never mind what people say. 10. Harpal, Brar. Dehradun, India. February 29, 2020. 10 Capital Vol I, OPCIT. 8. Part I, Synopsis of Modern Chinese History. Chapter 1. From Opium Wars to the Cultural Revolution. In 1800 China accounted for a third of global GDP, which figure was reduced to a mere 5% by 1949 thanks to China's encounter with colonialism and imperialism. During the early 19th century, the Qing dynasty, 1644–1911, went into rapid decline, leading to large-scale opium smuggling by Britain. The First Opium War, 1839–42, waged by Britain to force opium addiction on the Chinese people, marked the beginning of the century of humiliation, a century which is etched on the collective memory of the Chinese people and remembered with great bitterness towards the colonial powers. China's defeat in the First Opium War was registered in the Treaty of Nanjing, August 29, 1842, which became the symbol of China's utter humiliation. This treaty allowed the continuation of the opium trade, made China pay the costs of the war, ceded Hong Kong to Britain, which was used for decades as a drug-running center, forced the Chinese emperor to deal directly with the British emissaries. Further, it provided that any concession made by the Chinese state in the future to any other Western power would have immediately to be extended to Britain, and it allowed British merchants to operate in 5 leading Chinese ports. The Second Opium War, which started in 1856, ended in the Treaty of Tientsin, June 26, 1858. The Treaty of Nanjing was followed by 26 humiliating treaties consequent upon a succession of Chinese defeats at the hands of every foreign power China fought against. Japan colonized Taiwan after its victory in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894–95, ending with the Treaty of Shimonoseki. Britain added Kowloon to Hong Kong. In 1900 Tsarist Russia captured a large part of Manchuria. Germany seized Shandong, the port city of Qingdao, and the mineral rights of the surrounding province. These treaties opened up the entire Chinese coast and navigable rivers to foreign colonial powers on the latter's terms, which might include imposing their own systems of education, communication, their armed forces, steamship lines, courts, factories, free access and trading rights. In 1900, 8 Western powers acting in concert occupied Beijing. The total impotence of the Qing monarchy in the face of foreign aggression, as well as its complete disregard of the needs of the Chinese people, led to its 1. Overthrow and the establishment of the Provisional Revolutionary Government of the Republic of China under Dr. Sun Yat-sen, with Nanjing as its capital. The new government was bereft of an army as well of the financial resources of the southern provinces, which were largely controlled by the provincial warlords and gentry landlords. Yuan Shikai, the imperial government's prime minister, was in charge of the imperial army and had the support of major Western powers. He negotiated with the Provisional Revolutionary Government and asked for the title of president, in return for promising to persuade the king-emperor, then a 6-year-old child, to abdicate. No sooner than he had assumed the office of president, he disbanded the Kuomintang, KMT, and dismissed the National Assembly. In 1916 he proclaimed himself emperor. After Dr. Sun Yat-sen's death, 1925, China fell into the hands of warlords, with the central government existing only nominally. The failure of the 1911 revolution revealed the weakness of the national bourgeoisie, which was numerically small, economically weak, and intimately connected with the gentry landlord class. It was mainly a commercial and financial bourgeoisie that acted as an intermediary between the Chinese market and the world market. In addition, the proletariat too was numerically weak in 1911, numbering only 1 million in a population of 400 million. Detached as it was from the masses of workers and peasants, the national bourgeoisie was unable to mobilize the great masses of the population and implement meaningful social reforms. The potential of the peasantry could not be realized of its own accord, it required leadership and ideology, which could only be provided by members of other classes to make the Chinese peasants modern historical actors rather than just victims of history. The Chinese people put up resistance and waged a fierce struggle against foreign powers as well as against the corrupt and incompetent imperial authorities and feudal warlords. The important landmarks in the Chinese people's struggle were the Taiping Rebellion, 1850-64, the Boxer Uprising, 1899-1901, and the May 4, 1919 Popular Revolt. But all of these heroic revolts were crushed cruelly by the authorities, usually with the help of colonialist powers. Here follows a brief note on the three important movements that arose in China: Taiping Rebellion, Heavenly Kingdom. The leader of this movement egalitarianism of was Hong Xiuquan, a self-proclaimed disciple of the Christian God, who believed himself to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. The rebellion followed a code of the 2. Primitive Christianity. Its aim was to overthrow the Qing dynasty, a wholesale transformation of the state, in order to upend the moral and social order. With that view in mind, it established the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom as an alternative state based in Tianjin, present-day Nanjing. It gained control over a large part of southern China with a population of about 30 million people. It was the largest conflict since the Qing conquest in 1644 and involved every province of China except Gansu. According to many sources, it was bloodiest war in human history, and the largest conflict of the 19th century. Anywhere between 10 and 30 million people died during it. It was ultimately defeated by the government with the help of Western powers. It was an inspiration to Sun Yat-sen. Some of its survivors were even to join the CPC, which characterized the rebellion as a proto-communist uprising. The Boxer Rebellion. This was an anti-imperialist, anti-foreign, and anti-Christian rebellion, which took place between November 1899 and September 1901, during the last days of the Qing dynasty. It spread throughout North China. Armed with martial arts skills, members of the Boxer Rebellion brought China into a defining conflict in world history. It sought to expel the influence of Western powers. It had popular support among the large masses of poor people in northern China. The leading force in the rebellion was a secret society called the Righteous and Harmonious Fists, largely made up of poor young men. It was labeled the Boxers because of the military exercises its members practiced. They used guerrilla tactics to kill Western diplomats and Christian missionaries, attacked railroads, Christian churches, embassies, and other foreign property. The Boxers combined spirituality and religion with physical and military training. They believed they were fighting a righteous and divinely supported cause and were totally impervious to the bullets and swords of their enemies. By 1900, it had spread to the capital Beijing, forcing many Western diplomats and Christians in the city to seek refuge inside their embassies and churches. The Boxer Rebellion had arisen in response to humiliating military defeats suffered by the Qing dynasty. It ended in 1901 after being crushed by 8 Western powers, i.e., Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria, Italy, the US and Japan, now included in the West. With 20,000 troops at their command, these powers prevailed over the Boxers, ending the conflict with the Treaty of 1901 whereby China agreed to pay an indemnity of $330 million. 3. After the Boxers' defeat, China became a semi-colonial country, Western and Japanese armies were stationed on the outskirts of Beijing, their warships sailed the Yangtze River, the various regions of China were partitioned according to the relative strength of major powers. The Qing treasury was bankrupt, the payment of indemnity and debt servicing absorbing all its revenues, and it became no more than a tax collector for the Western powers. The rebellion weakened the Qing dynasty and eventually led to its demise in 1911. May the Fourth Movement. This was an anti-imperialist movement which grew out of student protests in Beijing on May 4, 1919. At the close of the First World War, the Versailles Conference handed over the territory surrendered by Germany in the Shandong province to Japan, instead of returning it to China. The Beijing demonstrations sparked nationwide protests and spurred an upsurge of Chinese patriotism, a shift towards a mass base and away from traditional intellectual and political elites. Many of the Chinese radical political and social leaders of the following 5 decades emerged from this movement. These included Mao Zedong. No matter what form the above 3 movements took, their essence was anti-feudal and anti-imperialist. They failed because of lack of proper leadership. Although crushed, these movements, especially the May 4th movement, marked a turning point in the radicalization of Chinese intellectuals and the industrial working class, leading to the formation of the Communist Party of China, CPC. No matter how vile its motives, and how brutal its methods, imperialism undermined the old Confucian order. It proved a necessary historical force in breaking apart stagnant and tradition-bound societies seemingly incapable of entering modern history on their own. Imperialist aggression and repression not only produced resistance but at the same time a contempt for the Confucian order which had so demonstrably failed to protect China against imperialist aggression. It led the Chinese intelligentsia to think in new ways and launch an iconoclastic assault against the entire traditional cultural heritage. In the years 1915 to 1919 there arose the New Culture movement in which Chen Duxiu, who became a convert to Marxism in 1919 and who was to become the first leader of the CPC in 1921, played a prominent role. Mao was an avid reader and follower of New Youth, a journal founded by Chen in 1915. In 1922, Japan withdrew its territorial claim to Shandong. 4. The May 4th movement and the disillusionment with Western liberalism marks the true beginning of the Chinese Revolution. Following the Treaty of Versailles, China witnessed mammoth nationwide demonstrations. Students were joined by teachers, workers, and merchant associations. The demonstrations were accompanied by strikes, anti-foreign boycotts, and violent confrontations with the authorities, all of which marked the awakening of a society which had so long remained seemingly inert and dormant. Anti-imperialist sentiments and actions engulfed the whole country. The intellectuals' view of the West underwent a dramatic transformation, characterized by an erosion of faith in advanced Western nations and the latter's ability to bring science and democracy to China. The Great October Socialist Revolution, and the renunciation by the new Soviet government of the old Tsarist imperialist privileges in China, had an electrifying effect on the Chinese intellectuals and the masses of people. Things began to change qualitatively with the appearance on the scene of the Communist Party of China, which was founded in 1921 in Shanghai by a body of 13 delegates, including Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, representing communist groups throughout the country. Chen Duxiu was appointed the first secretary of the party. On the eve of the victorious Chinese Revolution, this is how Mao Zedong delineated the awakening of the Chinese people. From the time of China's defeat in the Opium War of 1840, Chinese progressives went through untold hardships in their quest for truth from the Western countries. Imperialist aggression shattered the fond dreams of the Chinese about learning from the West. It was very odd, why were the teachers always committing aggression against their pupil? The Chinese learned a good deal from the West, but they could not make it work and were never able to realize their ideals. Their repeated struggles, including such a countrywide movement as the Revolution of 1911, all ended in failure. Day by day, conditions in the country got worse, and life was made impossible. Doubts arose, increased, and deepened. World War I shook the whole globe. The Russians made the October Revolution and created the world's first socialist state. Under the leadership of Lenin and Stalin, the revolutionary energy of the great proletariat and laboring people of Russia, hitherto latent and unseen by foreigners, suddenly erupted like a volcano, and the Chinese and all mankind began to see the Russians in a new light. Then, and only then, did the Chinese enter an entirely new era in their thinking and their life. They found Marxism-Leninism, the universally applicable truth, and the face of China began to change. It was through the Russians that the Chinese found Marxism. Before the October Revolution, the Chinese were not only ignorant of Lenin and Stalin. 5. They did not even know of Marx and Engels. The salvos of the October Revolution brought us Marxism-Leninism. The October Revolution helped progressives in China, as throughout the world, to adopt the proletarian world outlook as the instrument for studying a nation's destiny and considering anew their own problems. Follow the path of the Russians, that was their conclusion. 12. In 1924, the CPC joined forces with the KMT, which, under the leadership of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, pursued the policy of 1. An alliance with the Soviet Union, 2. An alliance with the CPC, and 3. Assisting workers and peasants in their anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle. 13. The Soviet Union helped the KMT to build a new modernized army, of which Chiang Kai-shek was the general commander and Zhou Enlai its political commissar. This alliance with the KMT gave the CPC access to the powerful forces of revolution latent within Chinese society. The achievements of this period can be summarized as follows. 1. The CPC, from being an insignificant party of 5,000 to 6,000 members, became a party comprising 50,000 to 60,000 members. 2. Trade unions grew into a tremendous force which included 3 million members. 3. Peasants' organizations expanded with membership running into tens of millions. 4. The CPC gained the possibility of openly organizing for the revolution. 5. The CPC and the Chinese proletariat began to change from being an insignificant actor into the hegemon of the Chinese Revolution. It became the most important factor of the revolution, rallying around itself the masses of Chinese people. 14. The Communists held important positions within the KMT, the national government, and Jiang's army. As we shall see later, the very success of the alliance undermined its durability, for it carried the threat of social and agrarian revolution which frightened the propertied classes. The rise of the urban proletariat during 1925–27, accompanied by the rise of a no less militant peasant movement in the countryside, and the death of President Sun Yat-sen in March 1925, succeeded by Chiang Kai-shek, provided all the elements of the subsequent betrayal by the KMT. In 1926, the KMT-led nationalist government began the Northern Expedition to unify China and rid it of the warlord armies. Organized by the CPC, workers and peasants movements swept through the cities and countryside of the southern provinces of China. This movement threatened the interests of the gentry landlord class, directly affecting the families of many nationalist army officers. As the revolutionary movement reached the Yangtze, the interests of Western powers and Shanghai capitalists also came under threat. They decided to abandon the warlords and reach an understanding with Chiang. On March 21, 1927, the Communists, led by Zhou Enlai, led a workers' uprising and occupied Shanghai. They welcomed Jiang's army to the city. On April 12, the nationalist army began to slaughter communists and workers, murdering tens of thousands of them. The membership of the CPC at the end of this massacre had fallen from 60,000 to just over 10,000. Following the 1927 counter-revolution, the KMT and its government increasingly relied upon the gentry landlord class and comprador sections of the bourgeoisie as its social base, and soon degenerated into a corrupt, bureaucratic capitalist clique. Chiang Kai-shek's actions were a complete betrayal of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's vision, which can be perceived in the letter he wrote on March 11, 1925, the day before his death. Addressing himself to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, he wrote his final testament in these words. While I lie here in a malady against which men are powerless, my thoughts have turned towards you and towards the fate of my party and my country. You are at the head of the Union of Free Republics, that heritage left to the oppressed peoples of the world by the immortal Lenin. With the aid of that heritage, the victims of imperialism will inevitably achieve emancipation from that international regime whose foundations have been rooted for ages in slavery, wars, and injustice. With this object I have instructed the party to be in touch with you. I firmly believe in the continuance of the support which you have hitherto accorded to my country. Taking my leave of you, dear comrades, I want to express the hope that the day will soon come when the USSR will become a friend and an ally in a mighty, free China, and that our two united countries will march hand in hand in the great struggle for the emancipation of the oppressed peoples of the world. These noble sentiments of Dr. Sun's were to be cruelly betrayed by the counter-revolutionary Chiang Kai-shek clique acting in collaboration with imperialism. From Jiang's counter-revolutionary coup and the mass murder of communists, Mao Zedong came to two important conclusions: first, that without a people's army the people have nothing; second, that political power grows from the barrel of a gun. These two lessons taught by the 7. Chiang Kai-shek counter-revolutionaries, Mao Zedong, and the CPC were never to forget during the entire course of the Chinese people's struggle for liberation. The CPC went on to found the People's Liberation Army, PLA, on August 1, 1927, following a bloody uprising against the KMT government in Nanjing, capital of Jiangxi province. The history of the Chinese Revolution is the history of the CPC and the PLA. Modern China, the CPC, and the PLA are synonymous. Under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, and following the path of the October Revolution, the Chinese people, under the leadership of the CPC, went on to score great victories. However, their path was strewn with unbelievable difficulties and hardship. After April 12, 1927, when Chiang Kai-shek broke his alliance with the CPC, launched a counter-revolutionary coup, murdered tens of thousands of communists, forcing the latter out of big towns and to move to Jinggangshan to establish the Chinese Soviet Republic in southern Jiangxi in November 1931, with its capital in Rujin, the CPC came to administer a territory of about 15,000 square kilometers and a population of approximately 30 million people. The Red Army there grew into a formidable force of 300,000, a dress rehearsal for the subsequent decisive Yan'an period in northern Shaanxi province. Membership of the CPC also rose to 300,000. Although Japanese imperialism had begun to conquer China in a big way in 1931, Chiang, instead of confronting the imperial Japanese aggressors, was far more concerned with annihilating the communists. With the aim of annihilating the CPC, he launched on October 15, 1934 his second extermination campaign against the CPC and the People's Liberation Army, PLA. Both these organizations suffered huge losses. The CPC's strength was reduced from 300,000 to 40,000, whereas that of the PLA declined from 300,000 to 30,000. Thus, with the encirclement of its base area, the PLA, under the leadership of the CPC, began the legendary 6,000-mile-long march, an odyssey unequaled in modern history, marked by ceaseless struggle, heroic sacrifice, self-denial, and diligence. Fighting the enemy all the way from the mountains of Jinggangshan in Jiangxi to the plains of Yan'an in Shaanxi province, it crossed dense forests, marshes, grasslands, narrow valleys, steep gorges, and snow-capped mountains along its route. It was led by brilliant commanders like Mao Zedong, Zhu De, and Chen Yi, among others. The PLA has always been close to the people, like fish in water. Of the 80,000 men and 35 women at the beginning of the march, only some 10,000 survived. Among the dead or missing were two of Mao's children and his brother Mao Zedong. 8. In January 1935, during the Long March, at a meeting of the Politburo of the CC, the leading position of Mao in the party and the Red Army was firmly established. Overcoming unbelievable obstacles, defying Jiang's attacks, as well as by the Japanese forces, the PLA succeeded in establishing a base in Yan'an, which became the basis for the subsequent nationwide victory of the Chinese Revolution. By 1937, Japanese imperialism had conquered Shanghai, Nanjing, and Canton, Guangzhou. Following a complicated strategy, the CPC forced Chiang and his Kuomintang, KMT, to conclude an anti-Japanese national united front to resist Japan. This was facilitated by the Xi'an Incident, organized by Generals Zhang Suiliang and Yang Huchun on December 12, 1936, who arrested Chiang and forced him to renew cooperation between the CPC and KMT and form an anti-Japanese united front. Thereafter, the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, the reorganized Red Army, grew rapidly and became the mainstay of the war of resistance against Japan, resulting in the victory of the Chinese people in cooperation with the people of the Soviet Union and other countries of the anti-fascist war. Thus the agrarian war led by the CPC during 1927–37 was followed by the War of Resistance against Japan, 1937–45, which by 1941 had conquered northern, central, and southern coastal regions, leaving only remote mountains to the combined nationalist and CPC forces, in the process committing untold atrocities and massacres. During the War of Resistance, the Chinese people lost about 35 million lives. Direct economic losses of China in today's prices were about $100 billion and indirect losses about $500 billion. With the defeat of Japan in 1945, Chiang and the KMT reverted to type and started yet another campaign of extermination against the PLA. Thus began the final phase of the War of Liberation, culminating in the victory of the Chinese Revolution, while Chiang and his much reduced band of followers fled to Taiwan, claiming to represent China, under the protection of U.S. imperialism. Although at the end of the War of Resistance against Japan the KMT armies were far larger than the PLA, the latter, under the leadership of the CPC, won a surprisingly quick victory. This was notwithstanding the fact that the KMT armies were equipped with far superior weaponry supplied by the US, besides having a navy and air force. The reason for that is that the Japanese invasion had undermined the KMT government as its armies were driven out of major cities which were a source of its financial and political support. Its officials and soldiery were demoralized its compro stance towards Japanese aggression. It had no authority in the countryside. By contrast, the CPC and the PLA, already experienced in guerrilla warfare, 9. Had access to the vast countryside. While the Japanese invaders were able to occupy the cities, they were not possessed of sufficient manpower to control the rural areas, where the PLA bases multiplied quickly during the war years. The increasing growth of the CPC's political and military organizations in many parts of the countryside during the war years proved decisive in the civil war which KMT resumed in 1946. The CPC enjoyed great support among the masses because of its patriotic appeals for national resistance to the Japanese invaders, while KMT credentials were undermined, first by its unwillingness to defend China and then by its obvious inability to do so. Resultantly, Yan'an became not only a revolutionary center but increasingly a symbol of Chinese national resistance to Japanese invaders. 15. The authority of the CPC was further enhanced by the brutal Japanese policies of indiscriminate slaughter. The horrific massacre of 300,000 innocent Chinese people in Nanjing 6, then China's capital, is etched on the memory of the Chinese people, and destruction of villages by the Japanese soldiery accompanied by plunder. The Japanese, thus, made their unintended contribution to the Chinese Revolution their brutalities as well as by expelling the KMT army from much of China, thereby allowing the CPC to organize the peasantry for both national and social revolutionary ends. Even in the midst of the war against Japan, the CPC launched a rectification movement, a movement of Marxist education, which proved to be a tremendous success. In 1945 the CPC held its 7th Congress. On October 1, 1949, the PLA marched triumphantly into Beijing, and Chairman Mao Zedong announced from the rostrum in Tiananmen Square the liberation of China with the words "The Chinese people have stood up, words which electrified the entire progressive humanity and were greeted with joy by the masses throughout the world. In his speech, anticipating the then impending victory, Mao Zedong had stated, "This is a victory for the people of all China, and also a victory for the peoples of the whole world. The whole world, except the imperialists and the reactionaries in various countries, is elated and inspired by this great victory of the Chinese people. The struggle of the Chinese people against their own enemies and the struggles of the peoples of the world against their own enemies have the same meaning." 17. 2017. 16. 15. 8 million KMT troops were wiped out during the War of Liberation. Under the Japanese policy of 3 alls, burn all, kill all, loot all. Mao Zedong, address to the preparatory meeting of the new Political Consultative Conference, June 15, 1949. 17. 10. The following month, commemorating the 28th anniversary of the founding of the CPC in 1921, in his speech on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, Mao cautioned the Chinese people about the difficulties that lay ahead in their march towards socialism and communism. 28 years of our party are a long period in which we have accomplished only one thing: we have won historic victory in the Revolutionary War. This calls for celebration, because it is the people's victory, because it is a victory in a country as large as China. But we have still much work to do. To use the analogy of a journey, our past work is only the first step in a long march of 10,000 li. Remnants of the enemy have yet to be wiped out. The serious task of economic construction lies before us. We shall soon put aside things we know well and be compelled to do things we don't know well. This means difficulties. The imperialists reckon that we will not be able to manage our economy. They are standing by and looking on, awaiting our failure. The victory of the Chinese people came in the same month as the explosion of the atom bomb by the Soviet Union, which broke the monopoly of U.S. imperialism in the field of nuclear weapons, a monopoly which it deployed to intimidate friend and foe alike into doing its bidding. These two events shook imperialism to its foundations. No longer could the imperialists practice their brigandage in the way they used to in the past. At the time of its liberation, life expectancy in China was less than 40 years, a fifth of the land was devoted to opium cultivation, there was hardly any industrial working class outside of Shanghai, Wuhan, and Canton, and agriculture accounted for 85% of China's economy. In other words, China was a pretty benighted place. It was the prediction of imperialism and its ideologues that China could not get on her feet within 100 years at the earliest. From liberation to the Eighth Party Congress. Under the leadership of the CPC, the Chinese people went on to defy these predictions. The accomplishments of the Chinese Revolution can be summed up as follows. 1. It went on to put an end to imperialist domination and all the vices connected with that domination. Within 2 years of coming to power, drug addiction in China was eliminated, through a combination of drastic penalties, amnesty, rehabilitation programs, and a nationwide campaign of education. Prostitution, gambling, and alcoholism were virtually wiped out. People were made secure from robbery and fear of walking on the streets in the evening. In the first 3 years of its existence, the PRC cleared the mainland of bandits and remnants of KMT reactionaries, and confiscated the 11 bureaucratic capitalist enterprises, transforming them into state-owned enterprises. Simultaneously with the above, the PRC undertook the war to resist U.S. aggression, aid Korea and defend China. 2. The CPC unified China, except for Taiwan, which was occupied by U.S. imperialism. Tibet was peacefully liberated. Only the CPC, with a highly disciplined and tightly knit organization with a membership of 5 million in 1949, could have accomplished this task. 3. It freed the Chinese people from the millennial-old feudal exploitation. In 1952, the 20 million landed gentry ceased to exist as a class. While it constituted 4% of the rural population, it owned 30% of cultivable land. Poor and landless peasants benefited greatly from the confiscation and redistribution of nearly half of China's cultivated land through this process of social leveling. The gentry were given small plots so they could make a living through the unaccustomed activity of tilling their own land. Consequent upon this measure, between 1950 to 1952, agricultural production increased at the rate of 15% per annum, better than in 1936, the best of the pre-war years. It was a momentous revolution in rural China. With the landed gentry gone, the CPC declared that the bourgeois democratic stage of the revolution had been completed. 4. It began the process of economic development through planned industrialization and collectivization. Between 1949 to 1952, the economy was restored so as to surpass pre-war levels of production both in industry and in agriculture. In 1952, the State Planning Commission was established and the first five-year plan, 1953-1957, was launched. This plan scored remarkable successes through the efforts of the Chinese people, with the assistance of the Soviet Union and other friendly countries. 1957 was one of the years that saw the best results in economic work since the founding of the People's Republic 18. In the years 1953 to 1957, the CPC organized the collectivization of agriculture. The original land reform had retained four freedoms: freedom to purchase, sell, and rent land, to hire agricultural laborers, to lend money, and to engage in trade on the private market. These were threatening to create wide social differentiation and give rise to an exploiting class of kulaks. Besides, farming on small plots was hardly conducive to productivity. Guided by Lenin's famous dictum that small-scale production gives rise to capitalism and the bourgeoisie constantly, daily, hourly with elemental. 18 CPC, Resolution on CPC History, 1949-81, p.27. 12. Chapter 1 From the Opium War to TIIE Cultural Revolution. Force and on a vast scale, the Politburo of the CPC, at its meeting in October 1954, charted a timetable for the rapid organization of cooperative forms. The formal decision to proceed with this plan was made by the CC at its meeting in May 1955. Inaugurating the campaign, Mao applauded the agrarian successes of the USSR during the 6 years between 1929 and 1934, declaring that the Soviet Union's experience is our model. By the summer of 1956, about 100 million peasant households were organized into 485,000 agricultural production cooperatives, whereby collective ownership replaced private ownership. Virtually all means of production, land, large agricultural tools and implements, and draft animals, were taken out of private ownership into collective ownership. Collectivization made for greater security for the rural population. It was accompanied by expansion of education and health care facilities, and welfare programs for the destitute and the handicapped. By the middle of 1956, collectivization was complete. Members of collective farms worked together and income was shared according to their labor contribution. By 1956, the private sector ceased to exist, with the bourgeoisie, whose enterprises had been taken over by the government, receiving a small dividend. 5. China registered tremendous progress in the fields of education and science, nuclear technology, and man-made satellites. 6. It gave support to liberation movements in several parts of the world. 7. It published valuable revolutionary literature, especially some of the writings of Stalin which the Khrushchevite revisionists in the USSR had suppressed since the late 1950s. In the face of imperialist hostility, and belying imperialism's predictions, China has gone from strength to strength. In our view, China owes its major successes to its Marxist-Leninist foundations, as will become clear in the main text. State ownership of the means of production in the cities, collective ownership of the means of production in countryside, and centralist economic planning, were essential features of the Chinese economic system from the 1950s to almost the end of the 1970s. Imperialism for its part has never given up its dream of regime change in China through peaceful evolution or war. Mao Zedong was well aware of the difficulties that lay ahead as China advanced along the road of completing the tasks of the People's Democratic Revolution and thereafter the socialist transformation. Here is how he put it in his historic speech of June 15, 1949. The imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries, will not resign themselves to defeat in this land of China. They will continue to gang up against the Chinese people in every possible way. For example, they will smuggle their agents into China to sow dissension and make trouble. That is certain, they will never neglect these activities. To take another example, they will incite the Chinese reactionaries, and even throw in their own forces, to blockade China's ports. They will do this as long as it is possible. Furthermore, if they still hanker after adventures, they will send some of their troops to invade and harass China's frontiers. This, too, is not impossible. All this we must take fully into account. Just because we have won victory, we must never relax our vigilance against the frenzied plots for revenge by the imperialists and their running dogs. Whoever relaxes vigilance will disarm himself politically and land himself in a passive position. In view of these circumstances, the people all over the country must unite to smash resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely every plot against the Chinese people by the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries. China must be independent, China must be liberated, China's affairs must be decided and run by the Chinese people themselves, and no further interference, not even the slightest, will be tolerated from any imperialist country. 20. The trade war currently being waged against China by the U.S., the troubles in the South China Sea, the attempts to stir up trouble in the areas occupied by minority nationalities, such as Tibet and Xinjiang, and now the ongoing events in Hong Kong, are proof enough of the truth of what Chairman Mao said. From the Eighth Party Congress to the Cultural Revolution, the Eighth National Congress of the CPC, held in September 1956, declared that the socialist system had been basically established in China. As a result, the principal contradiction within the country was no longer the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie, but between the demand of the people for rapid economic and cultural development and the existing state of the economy and culture, that the chief task was to concentrate on the development of the productive forces. 21. Industrialization of the country, and meet the people's incessantly growing material and cultural needs. That meant that the CPC would no longer focus on class struggle. Under the new policy of promoting production, peasants were to be allowed to have bigger plots and sell their output on the open market, diverting peasants' labor away from collective work. All this went against Mao's policy of class struggle. The Eighth Congress stressed the need to uphold democratic centralism and collective leadership, oppose the personality cult, promote democracy within the party and strengthen the party's ties with the masses, a barely disguised attempt to accuse Mao of cultivating a cult of the personality. This Congress, among other things, approved the Second Five-Year Plan, removed references to Mao Zedong thought from its constitution, re-established the post of General Secretary, abolished in 1937, and appointed Deng Xiaoping to it. Following the Eighth Party Congress, Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping became the first-line leaders in charge of the daily work of the party in domestic affairs. Liu was the second highest in the party and became the chairman of the PRC in 1959. Deng, the party general secretary, ranked after Mao, Liu, and Zhou Enlai, with Mao basically retreating from domestic affairs. It was Liu and Deng who were in charge of the Great Leap Forward movement. More on this later. The Eighth Party Congress had been presided over by Liu Shaoqai and the main reports had been delivered by Liu and Deng Xiaoping. After the Congress, Mao no longer exercised the supreme authority over the party that he once had. But he was hardly powerless. His prestige as a theoretician and thinker, as well as someone who had led the party so successfully for over 2 decades, and his personal charisma, guaranteed that he would continue to influence the party, sometimes speaking directly to the people, which he was increasingly to do after this Congress. This takes us to the 100 Flowers movement. Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 thoughts contend. In February 1957, Mao launched the 100 Flowers Bloom campaign. As to what caused him to launch this movement, inviting intellectuals to criticize party work, no one is really sure. There are three conjectures: first, that it was to gain the cooperation of the intelligentsia for the industrialization of the country at a time when the demand for experts greatly exceeded their availability; second, that it was meant to be the means of rectifying the CPC through mass criticism; and third, and this is cynical, that Mao was simply trying to get those sections of the intelligentsia who were opposed to communism to come out so that they could be suppressed. Under this, as soon as the campaign was launched, it brought out not healthy and constructive criticism but downright attacks on Marxism and on the CPC. Here are examples of what some of the intelligentsia were saying. Marxism is out of date. What a dull thing is this socialism, that the CP members are secret agents worse than Japanese agents during the occupation. Some of them sharply criticized collectivization. This being the case, within 1 month of its launch, the movement had to be suppressed. Mao quite rightly characterized some of these critics as enemies of socialism and counter-revolutionaries, placing himself at the head of the campaign to suppress these elements in the latter half of 1957. Instead of producing fragrant flowers, the 100 Flowers campaign had given birth to poisonous weeds which needed stamping out. The suppression of the blossoming and contending campaign was followed by the anti-rightist campaign, officially sanctioned by the Central Committee of the party in September 1957, which led to a purge of the rightists in the party itself. As a result, socio-economic policies advocated by Mao gained the upper hand in the higher bodies of the party. So, early in October, the CC formally approved Mao's 12-year program for agriculture, thus settling the debate over economic policy that had raged over the previous 2 years. The approval of this policy meant the diversion of some resources from the second 5-year plan. This led to the Great Leap Forward, GLF. The Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1959, campaign. 750,000 agricultural cooperatives were merged into 24,000 people's communes, comprising on average 5,000 households. Material incentives were now denounced as a right deviation and moral incentives were promoted. Believing that socialism had been achieved, Mao thought it was time to move on to the higher stage of development. Under the GLF, a decisive role was reserved for consciousness over technique. It was insisted that social revolution must precede mechanization. Further, it aimed to narrow, if not abolish altogether, the difference between mental and manual labor, between industry and agriculture. Education had to be combined with productive labor, operate manufacturing facilities, and were to have a people's militia. By the end of 1959, some 220 million people had been recruited into the militia and 30 million had been armed with rifles. Wage differentials were to be drastically narrowed. Communes were to. Part of the GLF was the educational revolution aimed at transforming the school system from a bourgeois haven into a revolutionary environment, with both political consciousness and culture, combining mental and physical labor. University admission. An integral. Policies were 16. Chapter 1 From Tuesday Opium Wars to the Cultural Revolution. Altered to provide greater representation of students from the countryside and from working-class families, politics was to take precedence over academic work. It was an attempt, premature in our view, to create a society modeled on the Paris Commune of 1871. After an initial surge in production and construction, problems arose in quick succession. The communes lacked skilled personnel. Rich peasants, who had been allowed to join the communes, resented the levelling that came from amalgamation with peasants from poorer collectives, and indulged in sabotage. Peasants resented arbitrary work assignments, inefficient management, and iniquities in remuneration. The breakdown of national economic planning led to deficiencies in production and distribution of goods and materials, the lengthening of the working day to meet unrealistic production. Quotas led to physical exhaustion of the population. The realities of communization sat uneasily with the ideal of communal life envisaged when the campaign was launched. On November 28, 1958, the party leadership met at Wuhan. This meeting designed policies to blunt the social and political radicalism of communization. The new policies were approved and implemented over Mao's opposition, marking the beginning of a fierce political struggle which was to come to a climax the following summer. The resolutions passed at the Wuhan meeting characterized the commune as a socialist enterprise, as opposed to a communist one, and stated that the social product be distributed according to work, that communist society presupposed advanced productive forces, and warned against impetuous attempts and utopian dreams, and skipping the necessary historical stages before introducing a communist society. The resolution further called for the restoration of individual ownership of personal property such as houses, furniture, consumer goods, small farm tools, restoration of small family plots for supplementary food production and individual family ownership of small domestic animals and poultry. Mao's decision to step down as head of state was announced at the December 1958 Wuhan meeting, and this position was formally conferred on Liu Shaoqi in April 1959, while Mao remained chairman of the party. He was later to complain that after the Wuhan meeting he was treated like a dead ancestor. By the summer of 1959, most of the communes were a pale image of the original. The difficulties were further exacerbated by bad weather and by the abrogation by Khrushchev of the 1957 agreement under which the Soviet Union was to provide China with modern military technology, including, reportedly, nuclear technology. At the Lushan plenum in August 1959, the then defense minister Peng Dehuai, in his letter of opinion, made sharp criticism of Mao, condemned 17 errors. Communization and absence of planning as petty bourgeois fetishism. Mao agreed with some of Peng's criticisms. Here the story divides into two narratives. According to the CPC resolution already cited, from the end of 1958 to early stage of Lushan meeting of the Political Bureau of the Party Central Committee in July 1959, Comrade Mao Zedong and the Central Committee led the whole party in energetically rectifying the errors which had already been recognized. However, in the later part of the meeting, he erred in initiating criticism of Peng Dehuai and then in launching a party-wide struggle against right opportunism. The resolution passed by the 8th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party concerning the so-called anti-party group of Peng Dehuai, was entirely wrong. Politically the struggle gravely undermined inter-party democracy. Economically, it cut short the process of rectification of left which, among other reasons, caused serious losses to our country and people. 22. The second narrative comes from Minkaili who, relying on some authoritative sources, says that during the Great Leap Forward Mao had done his best to moderate the GLF campaign, that he had emphasized that the people's communes were socialist, not communist, that they were characterized by collective ownership, not all people's ownership, that he had exhorted the Central Committee members to read Stalin's Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, in which Stalin clearly makes a distinction between socialism and communism and emphasizes the reasons for the continuation of commodity production under the then existing conditions. What is more, at the Lushan meeting, after Peng's letter had been discussed, Mao declared that the meeting was over and he was ready to leave Lushan. However, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping feared that Peng's letter might force them to take responsibility for the serious mistakes they had made. Liu in fact accused Peng of preparing a coup d'état. 23. Li continues that several committee leaders insisted that the Peng Dehuai question had to be settled. Mao was in fact forced to give in, but refused to attend the following Central Committee plenum, which removed Peng Dehuai from the position of Minister of Defense. Be that as it may, the communization of agriculture was discontinued, at least in its original form, by the end of 1959. In the early 1960s the people's communes were downsized and reorganized on three economic levels: the commune, the production brigade, and the production team. The last, which 22 pages 28 to 29. 23. The rise of China and the demise of the capitalist world economy, p.49-50. 18. Typically included 20 to 30 households, became the basic unit of work organization. 24. Material incentives were restored. In the summer of 1960, Khrushchev abruptly recalled 1,400 Soviet scientists and industrial specialists working in 250 Chinese enterprises. Thus, a combination of mistakes, extremely adverse weather conditions and the treacherous scrapping of agreements by Khrushchev led Mao Zedong to conclude that the communization movement could carry on no more, and this leads us to the next stage in the continuing struggle between the two sides at the top of the party leadership. The Socialist Education Movement. 25. This was launched by Mao in late 1962 to counter and reverse the economic policies he condemned as revisionist, and to revitalize the collectivist spirit. This was the last attempt by Mao prior to the Cultural Revolution to implement his vision of radical social transformation through existing party and state institutions. The basis for this movement was laid by Mao in his speech to the Central Committee in September 1962, in which he presented his thesis that classes and class struggle necessarily exist in socialist society and the possibility of restoration of reactionary classes existed. On May 20, 1963, the draft resolution of the Central Committee on Some Problems in Current Rural Work concretely set out the purposes and methods of this movement before it was launched across the country. It stressed two concerns: a. the decline of communes and the disintegration of collective farming, b. the increasingly bureaucratic character of the party and widespread corruption in local rural party organizations. The method to implement this campaign was to set the masses in motion through the organization of poor and lower-middle peasant associations. Officials and cadres were to labor in the fields and there were to be ideological re-education campaigns. 26. 24. See Meisner pages 220, 263 to 264. 25. Another name for it is the Four Clean movement. The Four Cleans were to clean up politically, economically, organizationally, and ideologically, to substitute socialist standards for capitalist standards in personal and community life in these four fields. 26. Under this movement, students were sent to the countryside to assist in the campaign to check spontaneous tendencies towards capitalism in the villages, increase in private plots, excessive sideline occupations, rural free markets, and re-emergence of rich peasants. They were instructed to assist poor families in class struggle through the organization of poor and lower-middle peasant associations. 19. Revolution that he finally gave up all hope of reforming the CPC from within. And this leads us to the Cultural Revolution, which is the subject of the next chapter. 21. Part 2, The Cultural Revolution. 23. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, to give it its proper name, was aimed at preventing capitalist restoration in China, its targets being capitalist roaders within the party, the government, the army, and cultural institutions. Mao Zedong and his supporters believed that Marxist-Leninists no longer exercised leadership in these organizations. Instead, the party persons taking the capitalist road had entrenched themselves in the Central Committee, which followed a revisionist political and organizational line, with its agents firmly established in all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, in addition to all the departments at the center. And further, as all other efforts and forms of struggle in the past had not produced a solution to this problem, the capitalist roaders could only be forced out of their entrenched positions by undertaking a great cultural revolution. This revolution would be tantamount to the overthrow of one class by another, a revolution that would have to be repeated periodically to settle the question of which class would win, the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. The May 16, 1966 circular of the Central Committee, which served as the programmatic document of the Cultural Revolution, contained these theses, as did the political report to the 9th Congress of the CPC in April 1969. These propositions were given theoretical expression as the theory of continued struggle under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In other words, as the danger of restoration lay primarily in the party, the task of averting that fate could not be left to the party. It could only be accomplished through mass mobilization, a revolution from below, and that political organs to emerge from this mass struggle were not to be temporary but permanent, serving as organs of government in the cities and the countryside. Armed with this thesis that the main enemy of socialism in China was constituted by those people in authority within the party who were taking the capitalist road, Mao was able to prevail on the party to launch the Cultural Revolution. Strange as though it might seem, it was a call to rebel against the party made in the name of the party. 25. By 1957, private property in the means of production had by and large been abolished and agriculture had been collectivist. Mao's view was that, though the economic base had been transformed, the superstructure had not been. Without a revolution in the superstructure, including such areas as culture, customs, habits, and ideology, the economic base could not be consolidated, making way for a peaceful transition back to capitalism. The national bourgeoisie, which drew interest on government bonds issued to them in exchange for their enterprises, bourgeois intellectuals, most of whom came from the bourgeois or landlord class, the peasant masses, as petty proprietors and carriers of bourgeois ideology despite collectivization, new managerial and administrative strata, who attained privileged positions after the revolution, all these forces presented danger to the socialist system. And above all these forces, and most importantly, argued Mao, were the conscious revisionists, those leading communists who revised the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism, accepted Khrushchevite theories 28 and endeavored to drag China down the road systematized by the Soviet revisionist economist Yevgeny Grigorievich Lieberman. Mao identified Liu Shaoqi as the leading figure, who formed a bourgeois headquarters inside the CPC and mobilized, organized, and led all other conscious or unconscious bourgeois forces throughout China, the party people in authority taking the capitalist road, behind whom stood the remnants of landlord elements numbering close to 20 million. Some of these were to form violent, ultra-left Red Guards during the Cultural Revolution, behind whom stood the remnants of their erstwhile retainers, underground gangs and other lumpen elements in the cities. All these elements were backed by imperialism. Not to be ignored were the contacts between the Khrushchevites and their Chinese revisionist counterparts. People identified as capitalist roaders held key positions in the party, the government, the PLA, in industry, agriculture, education, and in the cultural sphere. William Hinton, a passionate supporter of the Maoist line of thinking, in his essay on the Cultural Revolution entitled Turning Point in China, says that, according to CIA estimates, the capitalist roaders at the time of the launch of the Cultural Revolution made up 2/3 of the political bureau of the Central Committee and about 1/2 of the Central Committee. They held all the regional bureaus, held 3/4 of provincial governorships, and headed 3/4 of the provincial party committees 29. In addition, Liu Shaoqi was president of the Republic, as well as head of the organization department of the CPC, which put him in a position to place key supporters in party posts all over the country. Deng Xiaoping, number 2 person taking the capitalist road, was the general secretary of the CPC. Others included the chief of staff of the army, Luo Zhuiqing, the head of the propaganda department, Liu Tingyi, the mayors of Beijing, Peng Chen, and Shanghai, Xiao Tiaichu, the president of Beijing University, Liu Ping, all of whom formed part of Liu Shaoqi's headquarters. So was Wu Han, vice mayor of Beijing and author of the play Haizhui 30, dismissed from office, of which more later. Differences between Mao and his supporters, the one hand, and Liu Shaoqi and his supporters on the other, had been simmering for nearly 10 years prior to the launch of the Cultural Revolution over issues ranging from agriculture and industry to areas of foreign policy, education, and culture. 31. They all came to a head in 1966, as by then the party leadership had become divided into two sharply contrasting, perhaps irreconcilable, factions. A. Defense Minister Peng Dehui attacked Mao's radical policies in his July 14, 1959 letter of opinion. The plenary session of the CC held in August 1959 condemned Peng's views and dismissed him from all posts. In 1961, Wu Han, a historian and vice-mayor of Beijing, wrote the play Hai Jui Dismissed from Office, centered around the dismissal of Peng Dihui 32. Behind Wu stood Peng Chen, a member of the political bureau of the CC. The implication of the play was that Peng Dihui had been dismissed by the new emperor, Mao. This play was one of a series on the same theme, all of which won critical acclaim in the official press, were staged in publicly financed theater groups and were published in leading cultural magazines. On November 10, 1965, Yao Wenyuan, who was later to become one of the so-called Gang of Four, wrote a critical article in a Shanghai newspaper, on the new historical play Hai Jui Dismissed from Office. Peng Chen and the Beijing Committee forbade the Beijing press to reprint the article and prevented the circulation of its reprints in the capital. All the same, the article was reprinted in Beijing in Liberation Army Daily, starting a nationwide debate which prepared the ground for the subsequent dismissal of the Beijing Party Committee. This debate soon spread to China's most prestigious universities, Beijing University, Peita, and Tsinghua University. Education, educational policy, and institutions of learning became a central focus because of the role they play in molding the consciousness of the youth, the successor to the older generation of revolutionaries. The Cultural Revolution, as the name implies, was aimed at training revolutionary successors through reform of the curriculum, introducing new methods for the integration of study, work, research, design, and production, so as to transform Chinese education in such a way as to make it capable of producing cadres both read and expert, possessed of the necessary expertise and socialist consciousness. Should institutions of higher learning be the exclusive privilege of the intellectual elite immersed in their specialties divorced from the lives of workers and peasants? On these questions the Maoists and their opponents held distinctly opposing views. The contention between these two lines brought the universities to the fore at the start of the Cultural Revolution. On May 25, 1966, Nye Yuanzi, an academic in the philosophy department, and 6 of her colleagues at the Beijing University, wrote a big character poster criticizing Lu Ping, president of the university and secretary of its party committee, for diverting the struggle against Wu Han's play into an academic debate. Serious problem in the country, cited in Victor Ney, The Cultural Revolution at Peking University. 28. Lu Ping retaliated against Nye and her colleagues by labeling them as renegades and counter-revolutionaries and by mobilizing the students against them. However, on June 2, 1966, Nye's poster was published in the People's Daily, the organ of the CC of the CPC, and broadcast on Beijing radio. This could not fail to give a boost to the student movement in Beijing and all over the country rallying to Nye's call. 33. All revolutionary intellectuals, now is the time to go into battle. Let us unite, holding high the banner of Mao Zedong's thought, unite round the party's Central Committee and Chairman Mao and break down all the various controls and plots of the revisionists, resolutely, thoroughly, totally, and completely wipe out all ghosts and monsters and Khrushchev-type counter-revolutionary revisionists, and carry the socialist revolution through to the end. Shortly after midnight on June 1, the students at Peita were told by Wu Ti, the second secretary of the newly reorganized Beijing Municipal Committee, that Peng Chen had been dismissed and that the new committee had decided to dismiss Lu Ping. This announcement met with an enthusiastic response from the student body in the following days. To counter these developments, Liu Shaokai sent work teams to suppress and direct the movement. The gates of the university were closed, students were sent back to their classrooms and dormitories, there to study Liu Shaokai's How to be a Good Communist and carry the revolution through to the end by exposing reactionaries in their ranks. The time that work teams stayed on the campus came to be known as the 50 days, June-July, of White Terror. Ultimately the rebels exposed them and they were withdrawn when Mao, who had been away on a 6-month tour of the provinces, returned to Beijing. Following the disbandment of the work teams, on July 26, the Beijing municipality formally apologized to the rebels and reinstated those who had been expelled for criticizing the work teams. The rebels delivered trenchant criticism of the old educational system for inculcating a bourgeois and revisionist mentality, one-sidedly emphasizing academic achievement, and fostering elitist, technocratic attitudes, divorced from reality and calculated to help develop a privileged stratum. 33 quoted in Hinton Turning Point in China p.47. 29. Some of the rebel groups during this period took the name Red Guards. It was from their ranks that a Red Guard movement on a national scale arose when Mao met their representatives, put on a red armband 34, see later, and exhorted them to repudiate and overthrow the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes and replace them with the new ideas, culture, customs, habits of the proletariat, to struggle against and overthrow those persons in authority taking the capitalist road, to criticize and repudiate the reactionary bourgeois academic authorities and ideology of the bourgeoisie and all the exploiting classes, and to transform education, literature, and all other parts of the superstructure that were not in correspondence with the socialist economic base, and thus facilitate the consolidation of the socialist system. 35. 2 points need to be stressed in this context. First, there was no single Red Guard organization, only a plethora of diverse groups, each one adopting the name Red Guard. 36. Second, not all of its units and members were rebels by any means. While all were nominally committed to defending Mao's line, in practice they often took opposite sides. Mao's opponents were quick to respond by sponsoring counter-organizations to protect, sometimes violently, the status quo and prevent the overthrow of established authority. These formations took a variety of names, almost each one with the words Red Guards as part of their name. Other Red Guard formations, such as the Beijing Red Guards Revolutionary Headquarters, the Red Rebel Regiment of Harbin Military Institute, and the Qingkong Mountain Corps at Tsinghua University, were radical units which established nationwide liaison centers. Some of them later spawned ultra-left splinter factions which were rightist in essence, though in 1966 they directed their attacks on those party persons taking the capitalist road. Both sides used identical language, both based their arguments, at least on the face of it, on Mao Zedong thought and claimed to support Mao. All this sowed much confusion, making it very difficult for the rank and file persons to distinguish right from wrong, true rebels from false rebels, and real defense of Mao from fake defense. The loyalist, those who defended the existing party structure, Red Guards were led often by the sons and daughters of the very officials who were the target of criticism. Organized opposition during the Cultural Revolution tended to move first and fast at each turning point in the struggle. Being in power and experienced, they possessed the ability to create a movement around themselves. A conscious and well-organized opposition had existed in the years preceding the Cultural Revolution, centered around Liu Shaokai. During the Cultural Revolution, whenever it was defeated it tried to create as much chaos as possible, often through ultra-left attacks on the new organs of power set up by the masses, in order to discredit Mao's line. Soon the struggle was to spread beyond the campuses. Struggle at Tsinghua. But first we must deal with, albeit very briefly, the struggle which took place at the Tsinghua University. 37. This is important for it sheds light on the old education system, how this system began to be transformed, and how the right and left political lines developed, especially how the ultra-left line emerged, was for a while dominant, and was finally defeated. Tsinghua University is one of the most renowned schools of learning for science and engineering. The struggle at Tsinghua, at its peak, was to 37. What follows is a truncated, almost mutilated, summary of the events at Tsinghua. Anyone desirous of finding a detailed account is advised to read William Hinton's book 100-Day War. The Cultural Revolution at Tsinghua University. This summary is drawn from Hinton's book. 31. Witness machine guns, rifles, Molotov cocktails, and homemade cannon pressed into service by contending student factions against the classroom bastions of their opponents. During the course of violent fighting, more than one building was doused with gasoline and set on fire. The struggle which started at Beijing University soon spread to Tsinghua, where early debates on the Cultural Revolution had been suppressed even more effectively than at Paida. But here at Tsinghua, the rebel students had a much bigger target than Lu Ping, namely, Chang Nanchang, who was president of Tsinghua and head of its party committee. He was also concurrently the Minister of Higher Education and a member of the CC of the CPC. Following the publicity attracted by Nai Yuan's poster at PITA, a group of students at Tsinghua, among them Kui Tafu, launched an open offensive against their own communist leadership. The target of the rebels was the concept of expertise in command, the encouragement of students to strive for fame and prosperity as brilliant scientists and engineers without whose genius China could make no advance. Practice was sacrificed at the altar of theoretical training. This ran counter to Mao's concept of education to enable everyone to become a toiler with socialist consciousness and culture. Mao insisted that the period of study be shortened, as well as being combined with participation in production and class struggle. Mao's line was not fully implemented at Tsinghua in part because the communists involved there, such as Chang Nanchang, Minister of Higher Education, and Lu Tingyi, head of the propaganda department of the CPC and the man responsible for educational policy, were skeptical about Mao's line. As the activities on campus reached fever pitch, the work teams began arriving and the same process, as at PITA, was repeated at Tsinghua. The rebels, with Kui Tafu in the lead, put up stiff resistance against the work teams. The latter made Kui a target for destruction. But Kui's self-confidence, verging on arrogance, was to transform him into a pivotal force of the rebellion at Tsinghua and, eventually, into its target. Looking at the Communist Party cadres, he saw in them nothing but capitalist roaders, while he viewed the teachers at the university as nothing other than bourgeois academics. From this stance it was but a small step to regarding himself as the core, making it impossible to unite with anyone in the struggle against revisionism. 32. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. However, before his inevitable fall, Kui became a hero, not just at Tsinghua, but throughout China. To counter him, Liu Shaokai sent his wife, Wang Guangmei, in person. She operated anonymously under the name of Ho Pu, Little Ho, often arriving at night and leaving at night, wearing a cloak over her head and shoulders, while Liu Shaokai's daughter, Liu Tao, operated openly among loyalist students who supported the work teams. Liu Shaokai too visited the campus more than once, wearing a mask to avoid being recognized. Tsinghua assumed the importance that it did during the Cultural Revolution because, in addition to being concerned with the superstructure, it was the premier institution for the study and development of science and engineering, and thus occupied pride of place in the period of socialist construction. Its importance is underlined by the fact that its president, Chang Nanchang, was also China's Minister of Higher Education. Liu Shaokai's daughter was a student there. It attracted the attention of the contending parties in the struggle between the two camps in the CPC, the Maoists and the followers of Liu Shaokai. Like PITA, Tsinghua witnessed 50 days of white terror, June 10 to July 31, 1966, as the work teams moved in to suppress the rebels, especially Kui, who was at time the most militant of them. The month of August 1966 witnessed the crystallization of the two factions, the 828s, formed on August 8, which later morphed into the Tsinghua Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards, who fought against the old administration and the work teams, and the 829s, formed on August 9, who were loyalists and later became the Tsinghua Red Guards. Only after the October 6 big rally in Tiananmen 38 did the rebels begin to gain ascendancy over the loyalists. Without Mao's support at crucial times, the rebels could have easily been defeated. The majority of the campus population of 40,000 stayed aloof from both sides. When, towards the end, factionalism assumed the proportions of armed struggle, no more than a few hundred people participated, with thousands leaving the premises, to return only following the restoration of order. The 828 did not include Kui, so on September 24 he set up his own group. On December 19, at the initiative of Zhang Qing, Chang Qing, all the left groups at the campus formed an alliance and merged into a single united Qingkangshan regiment. This took place at a grand rally on that day, the high point of the rebel movement at Tsinghua. The loyalists were thoroughly routed. After this, the struggle turned directly at Liu Shaokai. At a big rally on December 25, the President of the Republic was named as a capitalist roader, making it only too clear that the chief party person taking the capitalist road was no other than Liu Shaokai. There developed a nationwide movement that attracted almost the entire university and middle school population, and then spread to the working population in factories and on land. But the other side was far from passive. No sooner did the rebels organize Red Guard groups to challenge those in authority, than the latter organized loyal Red Guards in the name of upholding the revolution. Both sides rushed into Beijing to contact student organizations to their liking, and to take back to their localities the spirit of the struggle in the capital. 11 million people visited Beijing during the 3 months following the million-strong rally. At Tsinghua, the struggle for the exposure of Liu Shaokai and his line took the form of confrontation with Liu's wife, Wang Guangmei. On April 10, 1967, she was brought before a mass meeting of 500,000 people, where her treatment by the rebels was calculated to humiliate her personally. This merely served to undermine the struggle against her ideological stance. The chairman and chief organizer of this gathering was Kui, the leader of the most prestigious and famous Red Guard detachment in the country, the Qingkangshan United Regiment 40. If not already, this meeting made Kui a household name. After this high point in the movement for repudiation of capitalist roaders, frictions arose inside the regiment which eroded the unity, the purpose, and the achievements of the rebel students. While in January 1967 the regiment had helped workers, students, and revolutionary cadres to seize power in China's largest city and industrial center Shanghai and co-sponsored the famous Seize Power proclamation of the rebels that shook the country on January 6, back in Tsinghua the regiment did not do so well. It was unable to set up a legitimate university administration because the Beijing Municipal Committee and the CC of the CPC would only recognize as legitimate a revolutionary committee based on the 3-in-1 combination, to include representatives of mass organizations, of the armed forces and of old revolutionary cadres. By April 1967, when the necessary conditions to form such a committee had matured, the Qingkangshan regiment had split. This split was over the question of which old cadres could be trusted and called revolutionary. Whereas Kui and his hardcore group rejected most of the old cadres, the former loyalists, the old 8 to 9s, wanted to rehabilitate most of the old cadres. About a year following the split, an armed struggle broke out between the regiment and its opponents calling themselves the Fours, after the April 14 split. Each group used Mao's pronouncements to denounce its opponents. Each side, it emerged later, brought into its ranks very questionable people, class enemies, former Kuomintang officials, wreckers, and counter-revolutionaries, along with many good revolutionaries. The leaders on the Central Cultural Revolution Group, most concerned with student affairs, only fanned the flames of the fire. Men like Chi Penyu, then a hero for the rebels, encouraged factionalism. The two factions fought each other as Heaven, named after its center in the Aeronautical Institute, and Earth, based in the Geological Institute, factions throughout 1967. For Tsinghua students, the really big events in 1967 occurred on the main streets of Beijing and other big cities in China. The most important of these were the actions in Beijing, a. The pull-out Liu campaign between July 18 and August 5, b. The sit-in and sacking of the British mission on August 22, and c. A nationwide campaign to pull a handful out of the army, which overshadowed all other actions. 35. The Wuhan incident, see later, which broke out on July 20 served as a trigger for a far-reaching attack on the commanders of military regiments throughout the country. These three movements were interconnected and their thrust was defiance of the central leadership, with those defying having the support of Wang Li, Kuangfeng, and Chi Penyu of the Central Cultural Revolution Group. It would appear that their goal was to smash the power of the group round Mao and to break the unity of the PLA. In other words, their plan was to seize power from Mao in the guise of protecting him and his line. Doubtless these actions were used in a provocation against the PLA at a time when the army had become the chief pillar of Mao's strategy for ending factional fighting. On Wang Li's urging, KUAI went into action and authorized a raid on the home of HSU Shangchen, one of the PLA's 10 marshals and a vice-chairman of the military commission, with a long and brilliant military record that went back to 1935 when he commanded the 1st Regiment of the North China Workers' and Peasants' Army. On hearing of this raid, the CC sent troops to recover documents stolen in the raid, ordering KUAI to return everything and copy nothing. But Kwei's people had already copied sensitive documents before the soldiers recovered them. They later went on to use the sensitive information gained in their communications, thus exposing vital military secrets. KUAI's men were involved in violent disruptive actions at several military regional headquarters, drawing criticism from the CC, while Wang Li, Kuangfeng, and Qi Penyu praised the rebels' actions and characterized them as correct. Shortly after, all 3 of them were exposed as May 16 conspirators and disappeared from the scene. KUAI was sharply criticized by the CC for his provocative ultra-left attempts at seizing power. In September 1967, after the intensity of attacks on PLA headquarters had subsided and the Foreign Ministry had returned to Zhou Enlai's control, a powerful movement in favor of big alliances and an end to factionalism spread throughout the country. Tsinghua University could hardly ignore Mao's injunction that there was no reason for the working class to split into 2 irreconcilable camps. So, the Fours and KUAI's regiment agreed on the formation of an alliance. But factionalism continued to simmer under the surface, often breaking out into the open, putting paid to the formation of the alliance. 36. KUAI's conduct and escalation of factional struggle in April 1968 at Tsinghua was a reflection of the activity of the ultra-left in the CC of the CPC. KUAI went to the extent of advocating armed struggle as an instrument for the settlement of factional disputes with his opponents. Violent fighting, which lasted through July, escalated from fists, sticks, and through cold weapons like swords, spears to hot weapons like revolvers, hand grenades, and rockets. Hinton makes the point, which would be funny if it were not so tragic, that a complaint about the education in pre-cultural revolution Tsinghua was that it was theory divorced from practice, with its graduates being incapable of designing or producing anything useful. But, as the warfare on the campus developed, students on both sides showed remarkable capacity for creative engineering, at least in the field of weapons of destruction. Obviously their technical education had not been entirely wasted. They passed this test with good, even excellent, marks and tragic results. Between April 23, 1968 and July 27, when the propaganda teams brought the fighting to an end, 10 students had been killed. Throughout this period, as the student movement grew, overthrew the work teams, split, united, split again, and finally resorted to armed struggle, the leading professors and higher cadres of Tsinghua remained under suspension, with no voice either in running the university or in the development or disintegration of the mass movement. They were merely targets, regarded as capitalist rotors, not motive forces of the Cultural Revolution. On July 27, at 10 a.m., a large crowd of workers, a smattering of PLA soldiers, and peasants, appeared before the campus gates, demanding the cessation of all violent confrontations. Use reason, not violence, lay down your arms and form a big alliance, said one worker. When peace finally returned to Tsinghua in the early hours of July 28, 5 workers lay dead, 731 suffered serious injuries, 143 had been taken prisoner, many of whom had been beaten. Yet no group of workers had counterattacked, no students had been harmed. Indeed, an extraordinary and unprecedented show of discipline by thousands of ordinary workers in the course of 24 hours of extreme provocation. KUAI and his supporters did everything to provoke the propaganda team into using violence so they could present themselves as innocent victims of repression and perhaps salvage something politically from an increasingly disastrous situation. However, it was clear to all observers that the invaders. 37. Socialism with Chinese characteristics. The propaganda team had carried out Mao's line of nonviolence and forming a big alliance, whereas the defenders had wildly violated it. Kui negotiated a ceasefire agreement, while he sent some of his fighters to attack the propaganda camp. Kui was responsible for the violence more than anyone else. In the small hours of July 28, Mao met Kui, Nai Yuanzi, and 3 other student leaders. He bluntly told Kui that he was swollen in the head, that he had resorted to armed struggle, and had divorced himself from workers, peasants, the local population, and from the majority of his peers. And, that if he persisted in his ways, he would be surrounded and wiped out, that if they did not pay heed to the workers' propaganda team, they would be subjected to military occupation. When Kui tried to wriggle out by suggesting that the workers' propaganda team was manipulated by a sinister hand, Mao retorted, "If you are looking for a sinister hand, I am that sinister hand. I sent the team. You will have to blame me." While it took the propaganda team a mere 24 hours to suppress the violence, it took more than 3 weeks to persuade the students to form a big alliance. Most of the workers withdrew on July 28, but several hundred, that included delegates from each participating plant, stayed behind and continued to work. Still the regiment continued to regard the force as counter-revolutionary, while the force considered the regiment as Kui's bandits, each one considering the other as KMT. In the end, bowing to mass pressure, the 2 factions agreed to merge under the name of Tsinghua University Qingkangshan Big Alliance Committee, with Kui as chairman and Shenju Huai as vice chairman. On August 17 the first bulletin in the name of this committee was issued. But it was an alliance of convenience. Both sides continued to strive for one-sided victory rather than unity on revolutionary principles. By January 1969 it was possible to form a revolutionary committee of mass representatives, cadres, and PLA personnel. This committee then led the entire university. It went on to lead a party rectification movement, which took an entire year, and only in January 1970 was the new party committee of Tsinghua established and began the work of transforming the educational. 38. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. System and remolding the intellectuals. The idea was not to reject old experts but to remold their outlook so as to serve the working class. As staff members returned to their posts, they plunged into the educational revolution that the propaganda team, now a permanent feature of university life, was leading, and found their lives taking on a new meaning. The propaganda team helped organize liaison with local factories, and organized educational transformation groups in each factory that had established a permanent relationship with Tsinghua. In the area of admissions policy, it was taken for granted that workers, peasants, and soldiers should be the core of every student body. Students went to work and study, workers came to teach and study, thus establishing a link between education and production. Emphasis was placed on serving workers, peasants, and soldiers, not on personal ambition. In addition to the 3 great revolutionary movements, a. Class struggle, b. Struggle for production, c. Scientific experimentation. Research was to be done by 3-in-1 teams: workers, technicians, scientists, and cadres. This method bore fruit on the front of geology and proteins. As to the first, these teams produced a geological survey of Tibet and the Himalayan mountains, concerning the past, present, and future of the Himalayan range, why and how it continues to rise out of the sea, and what it meant for Tibet and Asia. The second front dealt with proteins and produced a synthesis of insulin. The project involved over 600 high-level scientists and thousands of less advanced personnel. As a result, starting from a rather backward base, China then became a world leader in this field. To conclude the Tsinghua story, in March 1971 Kui was the target, as part of a nationwide drive to expose and repudiate the May 16 group, which allegedly had the support of Wang Li, Kuang Feng, and Qi Penyu of the Central Cultural Revolution Group, some elements of the PLA, and some other prominent people. Kui apparently had consulted and followed the above three, in opposition to the advice of Mao himself. He had insisted on a violent solution to the Tsinghua problem even after the disaster of July 27, 1968, when workers were shot at and killed. 39. Kui, with his characteristic arrogance, had begun to believe that he was one of the 5 Big Red Guard leaders and was therefore untouchable. But he was mistaken, his time had finally come to face reality. The struggle spread beyond the campuses into the streets, workshops, and communes of China, with encouragement from Mao. This was countered instantly on a national scale by Mao's opponents, all in the name of Mao. This pattern was repeated in Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin, Guangzhou, Canton, and Wuhan. Mass demonstrations, numbering hundreds of thousands, brought onto the streets by both sides, were commonplace in China's big cities. The conservative Scarlet Guard was established on December 6, 1966 in Shanghai. The Loyalists used strikes, disruptions, and traveling delegations as a stick against the CC in Beijing, to lay the blame for economic disruption on the leaders of the Cultural Revolution Group and on local rebels. Work disruption and use of violence were clearly in violation of Mao's instructions, as well as of the 16 Articles, which emphasized that, a. the cultural revolution and production be carried on without hampering each other, and, b. contradictions among the people were to be resolved by reasoning, not by coercion or force, and that even rightists were to be given the chance to turn over a new leaf. In the face of the tactics of the conservatives, in Shanghai the rebel general headquarters took power in plant after plant to keep production going. It sent propagandists to Scarlet Guard strongholds to win over their rank and file. On January 6, 1967, a 1 million-strong rally was staged under the leadership of Chang Chuntiao, where Mayor Chseo and his associates were ousted from power. The rebels, primarily workers, took responsibility for China's largest city and main industrial center. The response of the Loyalists was to grant huge wage increases, bonuses, holiday pay and travel leave to gain popularity and deplete public funds. Along with these measures, they moved to seize power by themselves before rebels could organize and challenge them. New administrations with revolutionary names sprang up in quick succession in widely scattered places. Tremendous mass struggles took place in lots of places between January 1967 and the spring of 1968. Fake seizures of power resulting in the establishment of new revolutionary committees which then went on to suppress the activity of the rebels, even using armed force in some places. 40. Facing this situation, Mao and Lin Biao instructed the PLA to support the revolutionary left. With the difficulty of determining which organizations represented the left, mistakes were made, with the result that the conservatives secured the support of the PLA in some places. In consequence, the PLA itself became a target for rebel groups. The dangerous situation then prevailing is illustrated by the July 1967 Wuhan incident, which threatened to plunge the entire struggle into an internecine armed conflict. Chen Zitao, the governor of Hunan, under attack from rebel students and some organizations of steel workers from Wuhan mills, had helped organize another workers' organization, the Million Heroes. Chen called on the Million Heroes to suppress the rebels while simultaneously ordering local garrison troops under his command to break up rebel demonstrations and arrest rebel leaders. Serious armed fights ensued between the two sides. On hearing of these occurrences, the Cultural Revolution Committee in Beijing dispatched 2 of its members, Xiefuzi, Xi Fuqi, and Wang Li to Hopei to investigate and solve the problem. Having looked into the matter, these 2 emissaries criticized Chen's use of troops against the rebels and advised him to effect an alliance between the Million Heroes and the organizers of the rebels. Instead of accepting this advice, however, Chen arrested them. When Zhou Enlai flew down to Hopei in an attempt to resolve the issue, the Million Heroes and some troop contingents prevented Chu's plane from landing. Only when, having landed at another field, Zhou drove overland accompanied by a large force loyal to the Cultural Revolution Committee to confront Chen. Did the latter release Wang Li and Xie? Later, only after the arrival of naval units and parachute troops at strategic locations, did Chen surrender himself and was taken to Beijing for criticism and re-education. This was apparently the only instance of regular troops in battle array facing each other during the Cultural Revolution. Following this incident, a revolutionary committee was formed and took power in Wuhan and Hopei. Taking power from the existing party organizations was one thing, but wielding and consolidating it was quite another. Various forms of direct popular rule were tried in several places in 1967, but it was the 3-in-1 combination that found Mao's and the Cultural Revolution Committee's favor. These committees were composed of delegates from I. Mass organizations, 2. The old party organization who were revolutionary, and 3. Local PLA units, which supplied the requisite discipline and prestige for authority. 41. However, what made such unity precarious was the factionalism that prevailed. Two dangers from seemingly opposite sides threatened this setup. First, from the ultra-left, who wanted to get rid of all the old cadres. The second tendency was a reaction to the first. In the face of wholesale removal of old cadres and the evident injustice thus meted out to many decent revolutionaries, the demand arose for the restoration of all cadres to positions of power. The Cultural Revolution tended to swing between these two extremes, from overthrow all to restore all. Both these tendencies were harmful and would have left the field open for the conservative elements to take effective control, for they were the best organized, better experienced in governance and propaganda work. Both these tendencies tried to smother the rebellion. Before they were overthrown, the capitalist roaders attempted to crush the rebellion. After they were overthrown, they suddenly became advocates of complete and absolute rebellion. Mao's policy, on the other hand, was to mobilize the left, win over the middle, and isolate the die-hard reactionaries. In other words, his policy was to unite all those forces that could be united, comprising 95% of the masses and 95% of the cadres, to overwhelm the handful of party persons in authority taking the capitalist road. This policy aimed at educating and accepting back those cadres who had made mistakes, or temporarily followed reactionary leadership or suppressed the masses. The problem was how to differentiate die-hard reactionaries from those simply mistaken. That became clear only in the course of protracted struggle, even then not to a sufficient degree. The complexity of the then prevailing situation is illustrated by the case of Wang Li of the famous Wuhan incident of 1967, who returned after his release to a hero's welcome in Beijing. With his prestige at an all-time high, he joined a group of extremists who seized the foreign ministry on August 7, removed Chen Yi, the foreign minister, and put in his place Yao Tangshan, former Chinese charge d'affaires in Jakarta. They then went on to send instructions to Chinese diplomats around the world in a ridiculous attempt to export the Cultural Revolution. Their aim was to convert Chinese diplomatic missions into arenas of political agitation against the host governments. Under Wang Li's influence, Chinese sailors in Italian ports engaged in physical fights with local dockers who refused to wear Mao badges. 42. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. In Beijing, British diplomats were roughed up and the British Chancery was torched in retaliation for the arrest of Chinese journalists in Hong Kong. Top-secret documents were stolen and their contents made public through wall posters. These outrageous actions harmed and isolated China, with some Asian countries closing Chinese embassies and consulates. Wang Li and Yao's sway in the Chinese Foreign Ministry lasted for just 2 weeks, enough to lay bare the ultra-left recklessness of their political orientation. On closer examination, it was revealed that Wang Li had close ties with the capitalist roaders. He was expelled from the Cultural Revolution Committee and detained. Soon the extremists were ousted from the Foreign Ministry building, which was handed over to cadres answerable to Premier Zhou Enlai. Shortly after these happenings, Jiang Qing made an important speech in which she sharply criticized some Red Guard groups for anarchist ultra-left tendencies, in particular for seizing arms from PLA depots and attacking army units they regarded as conservative. Whereas in April the soldiers had been instructed to help the left without arms, in September they were authorized to defend themselves and their equipment, with arms if under attack. It transpired a little later that the above extreme events, the seizure of the foreign ministry, the spate of attacks on PLA units, etc., were all inspired by a clandestine counter-revolutionary organization known as May 16, which had the ultimate aim of seizing state power in China so as to defeat Mao. Precisely for this reason, they made the PLA a main target of attack, and launched armed struggle in province after province. As it was the PLA that prevented the country from falling apart during the turbulent years, the repeated attack on this force and the relentless efforts to turn political struggle into armed conflict were tantamount to an attack on Mao and his line. Apart from Wang Li, it included two other members of the Central Cultural Revolution Committee, namely Kung Feng and Chi Penyu. Some important military officers were also implicated in this conspiracy. The activities of this ultra-left conspiratorial group constituted a counter-attack by bourgeois elements once the right-wing capitalist roaders were vanquished. It assumed the garb of the left while its essence was right-wing. As established party committees and administrations were overthrown in quick succession, in the complicated, even chaotic, situation, the army was often left as the only cohesive social force. It had to pacify serious fighting, attempt to bring contending factions together, arrange to keep production 43 and transport functioning, maintain a minimum of social order, support the left and suppress counter-revolutionaries, all at once. Cadres of the PLA, trusted by both sides, often formed the nucleus around which new 3-in-1 revolutionary committees were set up all over China following the overthrow of the old party and state apparatus. Party committees broken up and dissolved in 1966 and 1967 by attacks from below were reconstituted in 1968, 1969, and 1970 once the revolutionary committees had been set up. Though permitted, after at least September 5, 1967, to defend themselves from attack, the soldiers participated in the struggle mostly unarmed, with thousands being killed or injured in trying to persuade opposing factions to resolve their disputes through dialogue rather than violence. Despite Mao's statement of September 1967, in which he called for the formation of grand alliances at every level, intensified factional fighting continued unabated. It only ended when Mao arranged for teams of workers and peasants to move into the schools and took over the direction of school affairs. Only after that was organizational unity effectively accomplished and functional revolutionary committees set up, which led the students and cadres in attempting all-round reform of the schools, the curricula, and teaching methods. The role of the PLA in the circumstances has been seized upon by Western experts to characterize it as an army takeover and claim that it replaced Communist Party rule with military rule. They forget that the PLA has always been an army of the Communist Party, all of whose leading officers, and a goodly portion of its rank and file, have been members of the party. From its founding, it has been led by the Communist Party, and its cadres have played a crucial political role. In the words of Mao written back in 1927, the Red Army fights not merely for the sake of fighting but in order to conduct propaganda among the masses, organize them, arm them and help them to establish revolutionary political power. Without these objectives, fighting loses its meaning and the Red Army loses the reason for its existence. 41. Right from its inception the PLA has been the source of political cadres who assumed leading positions in government. Nearly all of the civilian cadres of the People's Republic of China were earlier PLA commanders or political officers. And this was just as true of those who were targets in the Cultural Revolution for being capitalist roaders as of those who were Maoists. To replace Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Chen, etc. with cadres from the PLA cannot be. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. Interpreted as a military takeover since those replaced were all originally military personnel. What happened was the replacement of revisionists by those following a revolutionary line. During the Cultural Revolution, Cadre schools for improving the style of work as well as sharpening ideological work were opened. These were named May 7 Cadre schools. Combined with conferences, study classes, research material that clarified the two lines in the struggle, and many other measures, they stimulated a nationwide educational campaign that attracted large numbers of ordinary people to debate and contend. Since the opposition, too, was likewise drawing in people to debate and contend, it brought considerable clarity on the question of which side stood for carrying the revolution through to the end and which for reversing it. This campaign was greatly augmented by the mass publication and distribution of Mao's writings. This gave everyone the chance to know what Mao actually stood for. Gradually the revolutionary committees were formed, at higher as well as lower levels, in schools, factories, and communes. All the same, a factional struggle, especially in schools, continued notwithstanding Mao's September 7 call for grand alliances that emphasized that there was no basis for opposing factions among the workers and that there was no contradiction important enough to lead to organizational splits and never-ending jockeying for power. But the opposing Red Guard factions, the rebels and loyalists, found it difficult to forgive each other and strive for unity. For instance, in one of Beijing's foreign language institutes, one faction of students barricaded itself inside the administration building while the other laid siege to it and was attempting to break in with a view to killing those inside. Such struggles, while motivated, partly at least, by bourgeois or petty bourgeois desire for power and position, were exacerbated by counter-revolutionary elements who had joined various factions as activists and advanced struggle to the end as a means of disruption. Only the intervention, at Mao's insistence, of teams of workers and peasants brought about organizational unity, resulting in the setting up of revolutionary committees, which led the students in attempts to reform the schools. Likewise, similar worker-peasant committees were organized to resolve problems in urban communities, factories, and communes. By 1969 revolutionary committees had been set up in all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions of China. The period of seizure of power gradually made way for a period of struggle, criticism and 45. Transformation of the superstructure. In workplaces the emphasis was on political consciousness and selflessness against individualism. These measures were backed by study of Mao's writings. In industry, material incentives and bonuses were scrapped. 42. Technical innovation became the business of all participants in industry, not just a few engineers, with research being undertaken by 3-in-1 teams of managers, technicians, and bench workers, all of whom cooperated to increase productivity, practice economy, and achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results in socialist construction. The goal of education under these conditions was to train workers with both socialist consciousness and culture and not intellectual aristocrats divorced from revolutionary politics, production, and the lives of workers and peasants. The period of study was shortened, there was an increase in the student population with worker and peasant backgrounds, and students were required to take part in production and workers to study. Selection through emphasis on examination and theoretical learning divorced from practice was discarded. During the decade 1966 to 76, primary school enrollments in the countryside increased from 116 million to 150 million, while enrollments in secondary schools shot up from 15 million to 58 million. After the events of the Cultural Revolution at Tsinghua, its students, at least for some time, spent as much time in the factories and on construction sites of Greater Beijing as they did in classrooms and laboratories, and professors devoted as much energy to developing liaisons with scores of factories and enterprises with which the university was allied as they did to lecturing and advising students. Admission to the university was open to workers, peasants, and soldiers on an increased scale. None of these developments, however, put an end to the rift between the moderates and the leftists. In the midst of all this came the bombshell of the rift between Lin Biao and Mao, resulting in the former's disappearance and death. A compromise among the political leadership was ratified by the 10th Party Congress in August 1973, with a calculated balance among moderate and surviving leftist elements, largely because of the influence exercised by Mao and Zhou Enlai. The years 1973 to 1975 witnessed the intensification of the struggle between factions, while both sides coexisted at every level of the party. The revolution in education, criticism of Lin Biao and of Confucius, study of the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the four modernizations, the limitation of bourgeois rights, these campaigns were launched by one or another faction only to be instantly exploited by the other side for contrary purposes. The semblance of equilibrium collapsed with the death of Zhou Enlai on January 8, 1976, making untenable the enforced cohabitation in the upper stratum of party and government of leaders who held opposing views and entertained mutual hatred, as for instance was the case with Deng Xiaoping and Zhang Chunqiao. Matters came to a head with the events of April 1976 in Tiananmen Square, when large demonstrations were staged, especially on April 5. Allegedly organized to honor the memory of Zhou Enlai, they were in reality meant to set up advance mass support for an eventual abandonment of the compromise, effected at the 10th Congress in August 1973, whereby power was shared between the two factions. The workers' militia, supported by the Beijing mayor, Wu De, intervened to restore order. The demonstrators came bearing flower wreaths accompanied by flyers carrying verses in memory of Zhou Enlai. These were placed beneath the monument to people's heroes. The verses slipped into open attacks upon the leaders of the left and barely disguised attacks on Mao. The city leaders had these wreaths and handbills removed during the night, and the next day the workers' militia kept people away. After this attempt to eliminate the small group of leftists in the party and government, Mao intervened for the last time, supporting the elevation of Hua Qiaoben, who was named prime minister and vice chairman of the party, while Deng was relieved of all his functions. After this, the left's campaign to continue the Cultural Revolution appeared to assume fresh vigor, but not for long. On September 9, 1976, Mao passed away. Following his death, the last contest between the opposing sides was played out. The moderates held the organs of power at the center and in the regions. They secured the support of the army and the police, possessed. 47. Chapter 2. The Cultural Revolution. Don't split. 3. Be open and above board and do not intrigue and conspire. The anti-Deng terminology, the struggle against the bourgeois right, the need to continue the Cultural Revolution, the emphasis on the continuation of class struggle, were all continued. There are expressions of support for Hua as he had become premier and vice chairman of the party during Mao's time. At the same time, on October 15 there appeared a fierce attack on the Shanghai Revolutionary Committee and its top three leaders, Ma Tianshui, Su Jingxian, and Wang Xiaozhan, a woman, for acting under the influence of Wang Hongwen, a former textile worker. In the Dazabao wall character poster, the four arrested leaders are characterized as the four plagues, the flies, mosquitoes, mice, and sparrows, and the gang of four. The worst treatment is reserved for Mao's wife, Jiang Qing. She is accused of having murdered Mao, and the three of having tormented him during his illness. Wild accusations, without ever an attempt at substantiation, are hurled at the four. Jiang Qing is accused of cultivating bourgeois habits such as drinking wine and dressing elegantly, and of imitating the Tang Empress, Wu Ho, and the Han concubine Lu Ho, who, on the deathbeds of their respective mates, usurped imperial power. For good measure, it is asserted that even Chairman Mao once said that she was ambitious, to whom and when he allegedly made this remark is never explained. Ang Chunqiao is characterized as a KMT agent. In a typical example of the German saying "I hit the sack but the blows are intended for the ass," the attacks on the four are aimed at the 18 previous years of Mao. The four are accused of being power-hungry and of addiction to pleasures. Just to fool the masses, the attacks on the four are accompanied by continued criticism of Deng Xiaoping. No one speaks against the Cultural Revolution, the illusion being fostered for the benefit of the unknowing that some sort of new cultural revolution is underway. Not a single attempt is made to discuss the substance of issues, just a cunning campaign to sully and destroy people's faith in all those things which are encompassed in the term cultural revolution. With Mao out of the way, several wall posters referred to him as a poor old man manipulated by the four evil ones. B. 49. In May 1977, Deng's supporters brought him back. He returned to work, taking up the power that he had won in April 1973 and lost again in 1976, with the difference that this time he did not have to share it with the radical opposition. Then followed the purge, reaching all the way to Chairman Hua, who was methodically and very skillfully maneuvered into increasing isolation. In this way, the ground was prepared for a more or less open attack on Mao. Following the 11th Congress of the CPC, 1978, a sufficient number of Deng's supporters had been elevated to the CC and the Politburo to give him control of both these bodies. Hua was sidelined, and the party embarked upon the task of socialist modernization. It was enjoined to combine adjustment by the market with adjustment by the plan. Deng asserted that the main contradiction in China was between the advanced socialist system and backward productive forces. Certainly the revolution in China, just as the October Revolution in Russia, had brought into existence the most advanced political system. Certainly the productive forces were backward and needed to be brought up to the standard of the newly established relations of production. It must, however, be remembered that relations of production are the principal mainspring impelling the productive forces forward. If relations of production lag behind and run counter to the further development of productive forces, they begin to lose their role of principal mainspring of the productive forces, and become a brake on them. 46. As will be made clear, through their program of reform and opening up, Deng and his followers dragged the relations of production backward and created obstacles in the path of the development of productive forces. To get rid of its backwardness, China needed to continue with the kind of development of socialist industrialization, which was characterized by the first five-year plan, with emphasis on heavy industry, and engineering at its core, not marketization of the economy and reliance on foreign capital. It needed collectivization of agriculture on the basis of modern machine. 45. Deng had been brought back and elevated to the CC and the PB in 1973 after an absence of 7 years. In January 1975, at the second plenary session of the CC, he was made a member of the Standing Committee of the Politburo. In 1976, following the Scheneesman incident, he was thrown out again, only to re-emerge in 1977, and by 1978 he had become the paramount leader of China. 46. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, p.63. 50. Technique, not decollectivization and distribution of small plots of land to peasants. China would have achieved far greater, sustained and consistent development of its productive forces had it not gone down the route of market socialism. What is more, its economy would be independent, instead of being integrated into the world capitalist economy and subject to the vagaries of the world market, anarchy of production, and imperialist sanctions and tariff wars. Further, it would have been free from the recurring crises of overproduction and the scourge of unemployment. The third plenary session of 11cc in December 1978 criticized Hua's policy of 2 whatevers. 47, elected additional members to the party's leading organs, while the sixth plenary session of the 11th cc, 27 to 29 June 1981, removed Hua from the position of chairman of the CC and chairman of its military commission. In his place Hu Yaobang was appointed chairman of the CC, while Deng Xiaoping was made the chairman of the military commission of the CC. From then onwards until his death on February 19, 1997, Deng was in the driving seat to put into effect his reform and opening up. 48 agenda with the attendant penetration of the Chinese economy by the market and vast-scale privatization of state enterprises, as well as decollectivization of agriculture, all under the euphemism of socialism with Chinese characteristics, i.e., market socialism. 15 months earlier, at the February 1980 CC meeting, the 4 men who had helped in the elimination of the Gang of Four, or at the very least endorsed their banishment, but whose loyalty to Deng and his agenda was in doubt, were removed from the Politburo. At the same meeting, Liu Shaokai, who symbolized the opposition to Mao, and who had been the target of the Cultural Revolution as the #1 person in the party taking the capitalist road, and had been expelled from the party at the 12th plenum of the 8th CC in October 1968, was rehabilitated. 49 Meanwhile, during November-December 1980, a whole 4 years after their arrest, the Gang of Four and Chen Boda, already dead by then, were. We firmly uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made, and we unswervingly adhere to whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave. Keg K Fang, in Chinese. Peng Dehuai, dismissed as defense minister in 1959, who had died in 1974, had already been rehabilitated on December 25, 1978, again as an implied criticism of Mao. 49. 1. 51. Put on trial, parts of which were selectively televised, doubtless to the relish of Deng and his close associates as a satisfactory act of revenge. Clearly Mao was the unnamed accused at this trial. All this paved the way for the Dengist evaluation, inter alia, of the Cultural Revolution in the Resolution on CPC History, 1949-81, passed on June 27, 1981. This evaluation will be the subject of the next chapter. Before that, however, we must briefly explain the reasons for the failure of the Cultural Revolution and the reversal of Mao's policies so soon after his death. Reasons for the failure of the Cultural Revolution. First, there was a contradiction at the heart of the Cultural Revolution. It was a movement, launched in the name of the party, but its aim was to overthrow the existing and entrenched party leadership, at the center as well as in the regions and localities. Since those who were the target of the Cultural Revolution controlled the party, it was not so easy to get rid of them. What is more, they found ways of dodging the blows aimed at them, for example, by setting up committees and organizations pretending to be on the same side as the Maoists. It was characteristic of the Cultural Revolution that both sides acted in the name of Mao, making it difficult for ordinary workers and peasants to distinguish between the two. Second, by their attacks on all authority, the Red Guards were threatening total chaos and not acting in accord with the Maoist goal of achieving unity of more than 95% of the cadres. Lack of discipline, violent factionalism, vandalism, and occasional outright hooliganism, which increasingly came to the fore, convinced Mao and some of his close associates in Beijing to conclude that the Red Guards had become a political liability. They had done their job and had to be disbanded. In late 1967 the students were urged instead to go to the countryside to be re-educated by the poor and lower-middle peasants. Between 1967 and 1976, about 17 million youth were sent to the countryside. The Cultural Revolution was not terminated with the attempts to end the political life of the Red Guards. In 1967 it moved to a new stage, the move to seize power from local, provincial, and regional party authorities. With this, new political actors came to the center of the political stage: workers and soldiers. However, this stage proved to be even more turbulent, with the entire country immersed in turmoil. The Cultural Revolution group had obviously underestimated the spontaneous social and political radicalism of the working class, unleashed by the Cultural Revolution. With the party ceasing to function, the mass movement became divided, and 52. The PLA became the arbiter of the Cultural Revolution's struggles. Soldiers entered factories and communes to ensure that production was maintained. The Wuhan incident, dealt with elsewhere, had clearly demonstrated the inherent dangers which threatened to tear the country apart. In view of this, Mao decided on a policy of moderation. On September 5, 1967, the army was instructed to restore order. Mao realized that the Cultural Revolution, as a movement based on the initiative and spontaneity of the masses, ran the risk of plunging the country into a civil war. The battles continued well into the summer of 1968, with the last of them taking place on the Beijing campuses. Mao summoned the leaders involved in these hostilities and told them to cease their campaigns. Throughout the country, the Red Guards who failed to dissolve themselves were suppressed by the army. By September 1968, 3-in-1 revolutionary committees were set up everywhere under the auspices of the PLA. Military intervention was in accord with the relatively moderate course that Mao was pursuing at this time. In February 1967 he had stated that the slogan "Doubt everything and overthrow everything" was reactionary. He moved to eliminate the more anarchist tendency unleashed the previous year. Draconian punishments were decreed for attacks on government offices, seizure of official files and assaults on state and party officials. An attempt was made to re-establish the functioning of the state apparatus and, to some extent, the legitimacy of the party. Further, an attempt was made to rehabilitate party cadres, the overwhelming majority of whom were characterized as loyal revolutionaries or, at least, amenable to rectification. Cadres were now described as the backbone of the struggle to seize power. The Ninth Party Congress in April 1969 ended with the resurrection of the party, although with a heavy representation by members of the PLA. Factory revolutionary committees gradually came under party control, consequent upon the 1969 decision to rebuild the party, a decision that enjoyed the support of the urban proletariat. In December 1969 the Cultural Revolution Group was disbanded. The 10th Party Congress, in 1973, backed all these measures and expressed the view that the party must exercise leadership in everything, declaring that the victories of the Cultural Revolution had taken place under the leadership of the CPC. 3. In the absence of swift political victory for Mao and his supporters, China could not afford to remain in the throes of political turmoil without undermining its position internationally and its ability to resist any unwelcome foreign intervention. As a result, the Maoists were obliged to retreat from the struggle to gain provincial and local power in favor of domestic political and economic stability. Old cadres were rehabilitated and were in control of the party, the government, and the army. By 1970, 95% of the officials dismissed during the Cultural Revolution had been reinstated. In August 1973, Deng Xiaoping was re-elected to the Central Committee and the Politburo after an absence of 7 years. In January 1975 he was elevated to the Standing Committee of the Politburo and was soon after made Chief of Staff of the PLA. At the Fourth National People's Congress in January 1975, the majority of the 29 ministers appointed to the State Council were pre-Cultural Revolution officials close to Zhou Enlai. 4. The splits within the Maoist camp had the effect of strengthening the reformist camp. Matters had come to a head in late August 1970 at the 9th Central Committee's second plenum at Lushan. At this plenum Mao, on the one hand, and Lin Biao supported by Chen Boda, on the other hand, found themselves on opposing sides. As to what divided them, this has never been satisfactorily explained by either the Maoists or the reformists. The assertion has been made that Lin Biao wanted to seize power and assassinate Chairman Mao and, having failed in that, disappeared and died in an air crash. It is not a very plausible explanation. More likely, the dispute was over matters of foreign policy and the question of restoration of old cadres who had been dismissed during the Cultural Revolution, most of whom Mao wanted to reinstate and, it is believed, Lin opposed. All the same, it weakened the Maoist camp just as in the same degree it strengthened the reformists. At the 10th Party Congress Lin Biao and Chen Boda were expelled from the party as ultra-rightists. In his report to this Congress, Zhou Enlai went to the extent of equating Lin Biao and Liu Shaokai. Lin's name was deleted from the party constitution as Mao's successor. Chen Boda, who had such a long and close association with Mao, was vilified as China's Trotsky. 54. Last, but not least, without the leadership of the party, the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible to maintain. At the beginning of the Cultural Revolution the party structures were paralysed, the spontaneous movement of the masses was not always producing the results desired by Mao. In this instance, the following long extract from William Hinton's book Turning Point in China captures the scene rather well. Obviously the rank and file in mass organizations and the propaganda teams are not having things their own way. Under sharp attack for traditional practices, many students have decided that study is no use, and many teachers have decided that teaching is dangerous. When the old discipline collapses, a new discipline is hard to establish. Some students become insolent, stay away when they please, and do as they like when they come to school. They even refuse to study on the grounds that they do not want to become targets for re-education sometime in the future. Some parents decide that their children are learning nothing and take them out of school. So many teachers have been attacked as bourgeois experts that schools go understaffed. Those teachers who remain are timid, not knowing what to teach and not daring to enforce discipline. Some mumble excerpts from Mao Zedong all day long and beg for other jobs where they might earn better wages or more work points. Some peasants in charge of education spend their time sweeping floors and mending chairs. Some factories send sick workers or unsuccessful apprentices to man the propaganda teams, while here and there the factories that run schools find them supervised by teams from other factories who do not relate to their production tasks. This engenders feuds and factional struggles between students, teachers, propaganda teams, and soldiers from the army units who have joined in. 51 2 pages earlier, Hinton stated that battles waged by the people of China in the Cultural Revolution have not been fought without cost: the temporary dismantling of large sections of the Communist Party at all levels, serious factional fighting in many places, often escalating wildly from fists and sticks to rifles, machine guns, and even tanks, production disrupted over wide areas for weeks at a time. Hinton expresses the hope that these problems are not the primary aspect of the movement, but a secondary difficulty which is bound to be overcome. He stated that these temporary setbacks and dislocations cannot be considered a big price to pay for the consolidation of working class power. 52 Hinton added that the Cultural Revolution had united revolutionaries at a higher level of consciousness, which gave strength to the new unity. Hundreds of millions of people in China are fighting self in order to oppose revisionism. Mass consciousness in China, he said, was on the verge of an extraordinary leap, and that it would be much more difficult for any group to lead China down the capitalist road in the future. Unfortunately, his predictions have been belied by events following the death of Mao. After Mao had disappeared from the scene, there was no one, including the so-called Gang of Four, who were equal to the task, as opposed to the reformist camp led by Deng, who proved to be far more dexterous and resourceful in successfully fighting off the Maoists. The last straw was the collaboration of Hua Qiubeng, who had been appointed vice-chairman of the party as well as premier in 1976 during the movement to criticize Deng Xiaoping, with the reformist camp in arresting and getting rid of the leading Maoists. This laid the basis for the return of Deng Xiaoping to power shortly thereafter and the exercise by him of supreme authority from then on until his death in 1997. This was a period long enough for him to lay the basis for the marketization of the Chinese economy. Now to the official assessment of the Cultural Revolution. Chapter 3. The official evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. Chapter 3. The official evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. The official evaluation of the Cultural Revolution is recorded in the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party since the founding of the People's Republic of China, adopted by the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on June 27, 1981 under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping, who, along with Liu Shaoqi, was the target of the Cultural Revolution and dubbed the number 2 party person, Liu being number 1, taking the capitalist road. What appears below is an adapted summary of this resolution, insofar as it is connected with the Cultural Revolution. The decade of the Cultural Revolution lasted from May 1966 to October 1976, resulting in the heaviest losses suffered by the party, the state, and the people since the founding of the People's Republic. It was initiated and led by Comrade Mao Zedong S4. His reasoning was that many representatives of the bourgeoisie and counter-revolutionary revisionists had wormed their way into the party, the government, the army, and cultural institutions, with the result that Marxist-Leninists no longer exercised leadership in a large number of organizations and departments, that party persons in power taking the capitalist road had established bourgeois headquarters inside the Central Committee, which pursued a revisionist political and organizational line. With agents in all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, as well as in all central departments, and since all forms of struggle used in the past had failed to solve this problem, the power usurped by the capitalist roaders could be recaptured only by carrying out a great cultural revolution, by openly and fully mobilizing the broad masses of the people to expose these sinister phenomena. And that the cultural revolution was in reality a great political revolution which would result in the overthrow by one class of another, a revolution that would have to be repeated. These theses were mainly contained in the May 16 circular, which served as the programmatic 53 published by the CPC as Resolution on CPC History, 1949-81. 54 All the same, it was the CC of the CPC that passed the Resolu launched the Cultural Revolution. Which 57. Document of the Cultural Revolution and in the political report to the 9th National Congress of the party in April 1969. They were incorporated into a general theory, the theory of continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, which assumed a specific meaning. These, says the resolution, were inconsistent with the principles of Marxism-Leninism. Anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist, the Cultural Revolution negated the correct principles, policies, and achievements of the 17 years following the founding of the PRC. It negated much of the work of the CC and the People's Government, including Comrade Mao Zedong's own contribution. It led to confusing the people with the enemy. The capitalist roaders overthrown in the CP were leading party and government cadres at all levels, who formed the core of the socialist cause. The so-called bourgeois headquarters inside the party headed by Liu Shaokai and Deng Xiaoping simply did not exist. Labeling Comrade Liu Shaokai as a renegade, hidden traitor, and scab was nothing but a frame-up by Lin Biao, Jiang Qing and their followers. 55. Likewise, the political conclusion concerning Liu Shaokai by the 12th plenary session of the 8th CC and the disciplinary measures it meted out to him were both utterly wrong, as were the criticisms of the so-called reactionary academic authorities in the Cultural Revolution when many capable and accomplished intellectuals were attacked and persecuted, thus muddling up the distinction between the people and the enemy. Nominally, the Cultural Revolution was conducted by directly relying on the masses. Actually it was divorced from both the party organizations and from the masses. The Cultural Revolution brought inter-party life to a standstill and near paralysis. This situation provided an opportunity to be exploited by opportunists, careerists, and conspirators, many of whom were elevated to key positions. Under socialist conditions, there is no economic or political basis for carrying out a great political revolution in which one class overthrows another. The Cultural Revolution had no constructive program. 56, but could only bring grave disorder, damage, and retrogression in its train. It led to domestic turmoil and brought catastrophe to the party, the state, and the whole people. There were 3 stages to the Cultural Revolution: a. From its initiation on May 16, 1966 to the 9th Party Congress in April 1969. The convening of the enlarged Politburo, PB, meeting of the Central Committee, CC, in May 1966 and the 11th plenary session of the 8th CC in August of the same year marked the launching of the Cultural Revolution on a full scale. These 2 meetings adopted the May 16 circular and the decision of the CC concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. They launched the erroneous struggle against Peng Zhen and the so-called headquarters of Liu Shaokai and Deng Xiaoping. Wrongly reorganizing the central leading organs, they set up the Cultural Revolution Group under the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, giving it a major portion of the power of the CC. 57. In fact, Mao's personal leadership, characterized by left errors, took the place of the collective leadership of the CC, and the cult of Mao was frenziedly pushed to an extreme. Lin Biao, Jiang Qing, Kang Shen, Zhang Chunqiao, and others, acting chiefly in the name of the Cultural Revolution Group, incited people to overthrow everything and wage full-scale civil war. In February 1967, at various meetings, many members of the PB and the Military Commission of the CC sharply criticized the mistakes of the Cultural Revolution. This was labeled the February Adverse Current, and they were attacked and repressed. Zhu De and Chen Yun were also wrongly criticized. The chaos was such that it became necessary to send the PLA to support the left, the workers, and the peasants, and to institute military control and military trainings. The Ninth Congress of the party legitimized the erroneous theories and practices of the Cultural Revolution and thus reinforced the positions of Lin Biao, Jiang Qing, Kang Sheng, and others in the CC. The guidelines of the Ninth Congress wrong ideologically, politically, and organizationally. B. From the 9th Congress to the 10th Congress in August 1973 in 1970-71, the counter-revolutionary Lin Biao clique 59 plotted to capture supreme power and attempted an armed counter-revolutionary coup d'état. Comrades Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai ingeniously thwarted the plot. Supported by the former, the latter took charge of the day-to-day work of the CC and things began to improve in every field. Instead of criticizing the ultra-left, Comrade Mao Zedong erroneously held that the task was still to oppose the ultra-right. The 10th Party Congress perpetuated the left errors of the 9th Congress and made Wang Hongwen a vice-chairman of the party. Jiang Qing, Zhang Chunqiao, Yao Wenyuan, and Wang Hongwen formed a gang of 4 inside the PB of the CC, thus strengthening the influence of the counter-revolutionary Jiang Qing clique. C. From the 10th Congress to October 1976. Early in 1974, Jiang Qing and Co. launched a campaign to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius and directed the spearhead at Zhou Enlai. Though Mao had approved of the launch of this campaign, when he found out that Jiang Qing and her associates were using it to seize power, he criticized them severely. 60. In 1975, with Zhou Enlai being seriously ill, Deng Xiaoping, with the support of Mao, took charge of day-to-day work of the CC and the situation took a turn for the better. However, Comrade Mao could not bear to accept systematic correction of the errors of the Cultural Revolution by Comrade Deng Xiaoping and triggered the movement to criticize Deng and counter. 59. A. Up to date, neither the Maoists nor the followers of Deng have given satisfactory explanation about the Lin Biao episode. No one, for example, has even attempted to show why Lin Biao would attempt a coup d'état to usurp power when the 9th Party Congress in 1969 had already designated him as Mao's successor and had so written into the party constitution. 60. There is absolutely no evidence for this assertion anywhere. 60. The right deviationist trend to reverse correct verdicts, thus plunging the country once again into turmoil. In January 1976, Zhou Enlai passed away. His death left the whole party and people in a state of profound grief. In April 1976, a powerful movement of protests signaled by the Socialism incident swept the whole country, a movement to mourn the late premier and oppose the Gang of Four. This was a movement in support of the party's correct leadership as represented by Comrade Deng Xiaoping. 1. But the PB and Comrade Mao wrongly assessed the nature of the Socialism incident and dismissed Comrade Deng from all his posts inside and outside the party. In September 1976, Mao passed away. Early in October 1976, the PB of the CC smashed the Zhang clique and brought the catastrophic Cultural Revolution to an end. Hua Qiaobang, Ye Jianing, Li Xiannian and hers played a vital part in this struggle. Laying chief responsibility for the grave left error of the Cultural Revolution with Mao Zedong, and damning him in terms enumerated above, the resolution incongruously goes on to say. But after all, it was the error of a great proletarian revolutionary, who in his later years failed to make correct analysis of many problems, confused right and wrong and the people with the enemy during the Cultural Revolution. While making serious mistakes, he repeatedly urged the whole party to study works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin conscientiously and imagined that his theory and practice were Marxist and that they were essential for the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Herein lies his tragedy. He led the struggle to smash the counter-revolutionary Lin Biao clique. Made major criticisms and exposures of Jiang Qing 62, Zhang Chunqiao and others, frustrating their sinister ambition to seize supreme 62 Socialism with Chinese characteristics. Leadership. All this was crucial to the subsequent and relatively painless overthrow of the Gang of Four by our party. He pursued a correct foreign policy, outlined the correct theory of the three worlds 63. The Fourth National People's Congress determined the composition of the State Council, with Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping as the core of its leadership. China's socialist system stayed intact, and socialist economic construction carried on 64, the country remained united and exerted a significant influence on international affairs. All these important facts are inseparable from the great role played by Comrade Mao Zedong. For these reasons, particularly for his vital contributions to the cause of the revolution over the years, the Chinese people have always regarded Comrade Mao Zedong as their respected and beloved great leader and teacher. Although over the subsequent years, all progress came to be attributed to Deng's reforms and opening up since 1979, the resolution goes on to list the following achievements during the period of the Cultural Revolution. Some progress was made in our economy despite tremendous losses. Grain output increased relatively speedily. Significant achievements were scored in industry, communications, and capital construction and in science and technology. New railways were built and Changjiang Bridge at Nanjing was completed, a number of large enterprises using advanced technology went into operation, hydrogen bomb tests were successfully undertaken and man-made satellites successfully launched and retrieved, and new hybrid strains of long-grained rice were developed and popularized. Adding, needless to say, none of these successes can be attributed in any way to the Cultural Revolution, without which we would have scored far greater achievements for our cause. In an attempt to explain the complex social and historical causes underlying the Cultural Revolution, the resolution goes on to list the following. 1. We substantially broadened the scope of class struggle and all ideological differences inside the party were treated as reflections of class struggle in society, all in the name of the purity of Marxism. 2. As Comrade Mao Zedong reached the peak of his prestige, he began to get arrogant, divorced himself from practice and from the masses, acted more and more arbitrarily and subjectively, and increasingly put himself above the CC of the party, thus undermining the principle of collective leadership and democratic centralism in the political life of the party and the country. The Central Committee of the party should be held partly responsible for this development. The evil ideological and political influence of centuries of feudal autocracy played its part, and for various reasons we failed to institutionalize and legalize inter-party democracy. This meant that conditions were present for the over-concentration of party power in individuals and for the development of arbitrary individual rule and the personality cult in the party, which made it hard for the party to prevent the initiation of the Cultural Revolution or check its developmentos. A great turning point in history. In October 1976 the Zhongqing clique was overthrown. In the 2 years from October 1976 to December 1978 when the third plenary session of the 11th CC was convened, notable results were achieved in exposing and repudiating the crimes of the Zhongqing clique. But the demands for correction of errors met with serious resistance because of the leftist errors in the guiding ideology that Comrade Hua Qiabang continued to commit. On Mao Zedong's proposal, Hua had become the first vice-chairman of the CC and concurrently premier of the State Council during the movement to criticize Deng Xiaoping in 1976. Although he helped in the overthrow of the Zhongqing clique, he promoted the erroneous two whatevers policy. We firmly uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made, and we unswervingly adhere to whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave. He took a long time to rectify the errors, suppressed discussions on the criterion of truth, obstructed the work of rehabilitating veteran cadres and redressing injustices left over from the past, including the case of the Scheneesman incident of 1976, and fostered a personality cult around himself while continuing the personality cult of the past. As a result, the 11th Congress of August 1977 reaffirmed the erroneous theories, policies, and slogans of the Cultural Revolution instead of correcting them. Clearly, under his leadership it was impossible to correct left errors within the party and to restore the party's fine traditions. The third plenary session of the 11th CC, in December 1978, marked a crucial turning point of far-reaching significance in the history of the CPC since the founding of the PRC. It resolutely criticized the erroneous two-whatevers policy, decided on the principle of emancipating the mind, seeking truth from facts, discarded the slogan "Take class struggle" as the key link, which had become unsuitable to a socialist society, made the decision to shift the focus of work to socialist modernization, strengthening socialist democracy and the socialist legal system, corrected unjust decisions concerning some prominent leaders. And it elected additional members to the party's leading organs. A. The Socialist Road. C. The leadership of the Communist Party, and as a result of these decisions, a large number of cadres and other people have freed themselves from the spiritual shackles of the personality cult and the dogmatism that prevailed in the past. The party reiterated the fundamental principles of B. The people's democratic dictatorship, i.e., the dictatorship of the proletariat. D. Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought it reaffirmed that, although the exploiters had been eliminated as classes, class struggle continues to exist within certain limits. 64. Soon, the right to speak out, air views and hold debates in a big way and write big character posters, which actually stood in the way of promoting socialist democracy, was deleted from the Constitution. The 10 principal members of the Lin Biao and Zhongqing cliques were publicly tried in accordance with the law. According to the official evaluation, since the third plenary session of 11th CC, the party has mapped out the correct path for socialist modernization suited to China's conditions. The party formulated the principle of readjusting, restructuring, consolidating, and improving the economy in a decisive effort to correct shortcomings and mistakes over the previous 2 years in economic work and to eliminate the influence of left errors that had persisted in this field. The party indicated that economic construction must be carried out in the light of China's conditions and in conformity with economic and natural laws. A formulation which leaves room for a variety of interpretations, is unscientific and, frankly, opportunistic. The resolution stated that construction work must be carried out, within the limits of our resources, and further that active efforts must be made to promote economic and technical cooperation with other countries on the basis of independence and self-reliance. In pursuit of these policies, reforms in the system of economic management, including extension of the decision-making powers of enterprises, transference of financial management responsibilities to the various levels, were carried out in conjunction with economic readjustment. The purchase prices of farm and sideline products were raised, and family plots restored and appropriately extended. The resolution on party history states that, after careful consideration, the party rehabilitated Liu Shaokai and other leaders of the party who had been wronged and their historical contributions to the party and the people in protracted revolutionary struggle were affirmed. Large numbers of unjust, false, and wrong cases were re-examined and their verdicts reversed. Cases in which people had been wrongly labeled bourgeoisites were also corrected. Ominously, it is stated that former businessmen and industrialists, having undergone remolding, are now working people, that the status of former landlords and rich peasants who have become working people through remolding, has been redefined. It is further stated that these 65 measures have appropriately removed many contradictions inside the party and among the people. Affirming the 4 principles, the resolution states, any word or deed which deviates from these 4 principles is wrong, any word or deed which denies or undermines these 4 principles cannot be tolerated. 66. Socialism alone can save China. 9. This is an unalterable conclusion drawn by our people from their own experience over a century, and constitutes our fundamental historical experience since the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, during which time China achieved successes which were absolutely impossible in old China. This is a preliminary and at the same time convincing manifestation of the superiority of the socialist system. The fact that we have been able to overcome all kinds of difficulties through our own efforts testifies to its own vitality. Without the Chinese Communist Party there would have been no new China. Likewise, Without the Chinese Communist Party there would be no modern socialist China. The Chinese Communist Party, it goes on, is a proletarian party armed with Marxism-Leninism, and its ultimate historical mission is to realize communism. The resolution also calls for a diligent study of Marxist theories, strengthening and improving ideological work and education of the people and youth in Marxist world outlook and communist morality. Further, it calls for the integration of intellectuals and workers and the combination of mental and physical labor, and issues a call for countering the influence of decadent bourgeois ideology. Comrade Mao Zedong's historical role and Mao Zedong thought, a great Marxist and a great proletarian revolutionary, strategist and theorist. It is true that he made gross mistakes during the Cultural Revolution, but, if we judge his activities as a whole, his contributions to the Chinese Revolution far outweigh his mistakes. His merits are primary and his errors secondary. 67. He taught that the enemy must be despised strategically but taken seriously tactically. Drawing an arbitrary distinction between Mao Zedong thought and Mao's mistakes, the resolution says that a distinction must be made between Mao Zedong thought, which must be treasured, and his mistakes in later years, which must be discarded. Socialism and socialism alone can save China. Without the Chinese Communist Party there would have been no new China. After the socialist transformation was fundamentally completed, the principal contradiction our country has had to resolve is that between the growing material and cultural needs of the people and the backwardness of social production, hence the policy of socialist modernization. The state economy and the collective economy are the basic forms of the Chinese economy. It is necessary to have planned economy and at the same time give play to the supplementary, regulatory, role of the market on the basis of public ownership. We must try to promote commodity production and exchange on a socialist basis. 68. Class struggle no longer constitutes the principal contradiction after the exploiters have been eliminated as classes, but will continue to exist within certain limits for a long time to come and may even grow acute under certain conditions. It is necessary to oppose both the view that the scope of class struggle must be enlarged and the view that it has died out. 69. For freedom of religion, we do not demand that religious believers renounce their beliefs, but that they must not engage in propaganda against Marxism-Leninism and that they must not interfere with politics and education in their religious activities. 5. We must firmly eradicate such gross fallacies as the denigration of education, science, and culture, and discrimination against intellectuals, fallacies which had long existed and found extreme expression during the Cultural Revolution. We must strive to raise the status and expand the role of education, science, and culture in our drive for modernization. Together with workers and peasants, the intellectuals are a force to rely on in the cause of socialism, and it is impossible to carry out socialist construction without culture and the intellectuals. Strengthen and improve ideological and political work and educate people and youth in the Marxist world outlook and communist morality. Or counter the influence of decadent bourgeois ideology. The 6th plenary session of the 11th CC in Beijing from 27 to 29 June 1981. Zhao Ziyang, Vice Chairman. Hua Qiabang, Vice Chairman. Deng Xiaoping, Chairman of the Military Commission of the CC. The plenary session unanimously approved Comrade Hua Qiabang's request to resign his post as Chairman of the CC and Chairman of its Military Commission. The following were appointed. Hu Yaobang, Chairman of CC. The resolution passed confirmed the correct path for building a modern and powerful socialist country, a path gradually established since the third plenary session. Thus it can be seen that this eclectic resolution, apart from distortions of the 10-year period of the Cultural Revolution, distortions which will be dealt with in the next chapter, has everything for everybody. For the revolutionaries it promises the continuation of socialism and the improvement of the economy through the supplementary role of the market, whereas for the capitalist roaders it opens the way for the marketization of the Chinese economy through reforms and opening up. As the passage of time has clearly shown, it is the latter part which has played the dominant role in Chinese development since then. Mao against Mao, 70% correct, 30% wrong. Before going any further, we must make a brief comment on the assessment made by Deng Xiaoping and his supporters of Mao's historical role, according to which he was 70% correct and 30% wrong. Chinese people from all walks of life, except the capitalist roaders, entertain feelings of warmth and admiration towards Mao. Even people who themselves, or whose close family members, suffered during the Cultural Revolution, express admiration for Mao's leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people. For instance, Wei Qiuyu, the artist, whose father was killed during the Cultural Revolution, painted 268 sets of 4 stamps commemorating the 100th anniversary of Mao's birth. This extraordinary warmth towards Mao serves as a cover for covert criticism of the leadership that succeeded Mao. As against the mindset of get rich quick, personal enrichment and corruption, Mao stands for simple living and incorruptibility. These are 2 opposing policies, outlooks, and ideologies demarcating the line between Mao and the advocates of market socialism. This poses a serious problem for the practitioners of market socialism. On the one hand, they are obliged to wrap themselves up as Mao's rightful heirs, in order to legitimize their own authority, but at the same time they have to blunt his criticism of their policies, which are at the very heart of the marketization of the Chinese economy. This task is made especially difficult in view of the history of purges of Deng and his associates during the time of Mao. To resolve this conundrum, Deng and his followers came up with a solution whereby they shower praise on Mao for his earlier revolutionary leadership while damning him for his revolutionary activities following the triumph of the Chinese Revolution. This solution is expressed in the numerical formula of Mao being 70% right and 30% wrong. This formula served as the basis for the speech by Jiang Zemin, then the General Secretary of the CPC, for celebrating the 100th anniversary of Mao's birth. In his speech, Jiang recounted Mao's historic contributions and pledged to realize the country's modernization goals envisaged by Deng Xiaoping. During his hour-long speech, Jiang hailed Chairman Mao as a great Marxist, a proletarian revolutionary, strategist and theoretician, and a great patriot and national hero. Jiang said Mao's chief contribution that brought about fundamental changes in the history of the Chinese people was his integration of Marxism-Leninism with China's specific conditions, adding that Mao Zedong thought would remain a theoretical treasure house for the Chinese communists, a spiritual pillar of the Chinese nation and a guide for building China into a socialist and modernized country. And here comes Shchedrin's but. Jiang said but Mao made mistakes in his final years, but these were secondary to his accomplishments. He went on to say that after Mao's death, Deng and the Central Party authorities developed the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Jiang then went on to quote Deng as saying that China is finishing what Mao 69 put forward but failed to accomplish, and also correcting the great leader's mistake 70. The truth is just the contrary. The later Mao is merely a continuation of the earlier Mao. Notwithstanding its temporary success, this formula cannot succeed in the final analysis, for the essence of the vision of society advocated by Mao is clearly opposed to the ideology of market socialism and the dying away of class struggle put forward by Deng and his followers. The reformists were evidently keen to emphasize the dying away of class struggle as a means of lulling their opponents and the masses to sleep while they, the reformists, merrily got on with the job of marketization of the economy. It would not be inappropriate at this juncture to reproduce the following observations of Stalin on the question of class struggle under socialism. The abolition of classes is not achieved by the subsiding of class struggle but by its intensification. We must bear in mind that the growth of the power of the Soviet state will intensify the resistance of the last remnants of the dying classes. It is precisely because they are dying and their days are numbered that they will go on from one form of attack to another, sharper forms of attack. They will appeal to the backward sections of the population and try to mobilize them against the Soviet government. There is no mischief and slander that these have-beens will not resort to against the Soviet government and around which they will not try to mobilize the backward elements. This may provide grounds for a revival of the activities of the defeated groups of old counter-revolutionary parties, the socialist revolutionaries, the Mensheviks and the bourgeois nationalists in the center and in the border regions, it may also provide grounds for a revival of the activities of the fragments of counter-revolutionary opposition elements, the Trotskyists and right deviationists. 71. And further, we must smash and cast aside the rotten theory that with every advance we make the class struggle here must subside. The more successes we achieve, the tamer will the class enemy become. This is not only a rotten theory but a dangerous one, for it lulls our people, leads them into a trap, and enables the class enemy to recuperate for the struggle against the Soviet government. On the contrary, the further forward we advance, the greater the successes we achieve, the greater will be the fury of the remnants of the defeated exploiting classes, the more ready will they be to resort to sharper forms of struggle, the more they will seek to harm the Soviet state, and the more they will clutch at the most desperate means of struggle as the last resort of the doomed. It must be borne in mind that the remnants of the defeated classes in the USSR do not stand alone. They have the direct support of our enemies beyond the frontiers of the USSR. It would be a mistake to think that the sphere of the class struggle is limited to the frontiers of the USSR. One end of the class struggle operates within the frontiers of the USSR, but its other end stretches across the frontiers of the bourgeois states surrounding us. The remnants of the defeated classes cannot but be aware of this. And precisely because they are aware of it, they will continue their desperate sorties. This is what history teaches us. This is what Leninism teaches us. Considering the importance of this debate on these two visions, it is well worth looking at the three great accomplishments under Mao's leadership which constitute the 70% with which market socialist leaders in China are comfortable and happy to associate themselves. These three accomplishments achieved by the Chinese people under the leadership of the CPC led by Mao are 72. First, an end to imperialist domination of China, an end which enabled the Chinese people, in the immortal words of Mao, to stand up. Second, freedom from feudal exploitation by ending the centuries of domination of the countryside by feudal landlords. Third, beginning the process of economic development and thus bringing to an end the depths of poverty of the pre-liberation days through collectivization and industrialization, which would supply the peasantry with the goods it needed, while laying the foundation for modern urban growth. 72. Stalin, defects in party work and measures for liquidating Trotskyite and other double dealers, pages 29-30. 71. Without question, the successes of the Chinese Revolution in these three areas are world historic. Made as they were under Mao's leadership, these achievements are more than enough to establish him as a truly great liberator of the Chinese people, which alike explains the warmth of feelings displayed by the Chinese people towards him, and the attempts by the reformers to connect their policies with his legacy. On the other hand, while Mao advocated self-reliance, the reformers depend heavily on foreign investment and technology. While in the transformation of social relations in China Mao stressed the development of state and collective ownership and labor, and a certain degree of egalitarianism, the reformers based their policies on unleashing individualistic initiatives and market forces, positively abetting some to get rich first. While Mao advocated putting politics in command, that is, the belief that only through collective initiative and efforts of the masses, guided by revolutionary politics, could solid growth be achieved hand in hand with the building of a socialist society, the reformers, on the other hand, placed overwhelming emphasis on market forces to enhance rapid expansion, considering ideology and politics as irritant nuisances which only served to stand in the way of, and disrupt, economic development. The policies pursued by Mao, far from being aberrations, were a continuation of the policies he pursued throughout his life. This negative 30%, namely the policies pursued by him during the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, was merely an application of the stance he took throughout his life, namely, that it is right to rebel against wrong policies, wrong ideas, and injustice. Here is a small quotation from a speech Mao made at the rally of people of all walks of life in Yan'an held to celebrate Stalin's 60th birthday. In the last analysis, all truths of Marxism can be summed up in one sentence: to rebel is justified. According to this principle, stand up and resist, struggle, build socialism. Continuing class struggle and the right to rebel remain central to Mao's thinking and practice. In the light of this, the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution cannot be explained away as mere aberrations. While asserting that only socialism could save China and only socialism could develop China, and that China cannot go back to capitalism, that it must build socialism, while emphasizing that the essence of socialism was to aerate and boost productive forces, to eliminate exploitation and polarization, and to achieve common prosperity, central to Deng's 72. Chapter 3. The official evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. Thinking is development, which he maintained would help resolve all other problems. Rapid development overrides all other social values in his scheme of things. It is this thesis which became the launchpad for criticizing the later Mao for, according to it, the upheavals of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution retarded economic advance. 73. In their zeal, the reformists completely forget the two opposing basic laws of capitalism and socialism. For the attention of the reader, we restate these basic laws here in the words of J.V. Stalin in his immortal work Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. The main features and requirements of the basic economic law of modern capitalism might be formulated roughly in this way: the securing of the maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruin and impoverishment of the majority of the population of a given country, through the enslavement and systematic robbery of the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and, lastly, through wars and militarization of the national economy, which are utilized for the obtaining of the highest profits. 74. In other words, the securing of the maximum profit is the driving force of monopoly capitalism. And now to the basic law of socialism. The essential features and requirements of the basic law of socialism might be formulated roughly in this way: the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society through the continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques. 75. In his controversy with Yaroshenko, Stalin reminds him that men produce not for production's sake but in order to satisfy their needs. Yaroshenko forgets that production divorced from the satisfaction of the needs of society withers and dies. In order to drive his point home, Stalin reproduces the following words of Marx, who says: "The direct aim of capitalist production is not the production of goods, but the production of surplus value, or of profit in its developed form, not the product but the surplus product." From this standpoint, labor itself is productive only insofar as it creates profit or surplus product for capital. Consequently, the sum total of applied productive labor is of interest to capital only to the extent that through it or in relation to it, the sum total of surplus labor increases. Only to that extent is what is called necessary labor time necessary. To the extent that it does not produce this result, it is superfluous and has to be discontinued. It is the constant aim of capitalist production to produce the maximum surplus value or surplus product with the minimum of capital advanced. Insofar as this result is not attained by overworking the laborer, it is a tendency of capital to seek to produce a given product with the least expenditure, economizing labor power and costs. The laborers themselves figure in this conception as what they actually are in capitalist production, only means of production, not an aim in themselves and not the aim of production. 76. Thus it is clear that the sole aim of capitalist production is the making of profit. Consumption only enters into this calculation insofar as it is needed to ensure the making of profit. Outside of this, consumption means nothing to capitalism. Man and his needs disappear from its field of vision. 77. By way of contrast, man and his needs are central to socialist production. Correctly criticizing Yaroshenko for emphasizing expansion of production for the sake of expansion of production, Stalin says, "Man and his requirements disappear from Comrade Yaroshenko's field of vision." 46. It is therefore not surprising that, with the disappearance of man as the aim of socialist production, every vestige of Marxism disappears from Comrade Yaroshenko's conception. And so, What Comrade Yaroshenko arrives at is not the primacy of production over consumption, but something like the primacy of bourgeois ideology over Marxist ideology. 78. It would perhaps not be inappropriate at this stage to state, albeit briefly, the fundamental principles of socialism. These are, the socialist ownership of the land, forests, factories, works and other instruments and means of production, the abolition of exploitation and of exploiting classes, the abolition of poverty for the majority and of luxury for the minority, the abolition of unemployment, work as an obligation and an honorable duty for every able-bodied citizen, in accordance with the formula, he who does not work, nor shall he eat, the right to work, i.e., the right of every citizen to receive guaranteed employment, the right to rest and leisure, the right to education, etc. 79. Every Marxist-Leninist should keep these principles in mind in judging whether the reformists in China have been faithful to the principles of socialism. Deng, however, directed his fire against left deviations because of their assertion that reform and opening up to the outside world was the equivalent of introducing and developing capitalism and thus laid the ground for peaceful development towards capitalism. To resolve the glaring antinomy of using capitalism to build socialism, Deng had to insist on the absurdity that the market and planning were neutral, neither being inherently capitalist or socialist. According to him, they could be mixed without changing the nature of the social system, though, it must be emphasized, he was hardly neutral himself in this regard, for he asserted that practice had proven that to apply the planned economy only served to slow the development of productive forces, an absurdity which is given the lie by the successes not only of the planned economy of the Soviet Union during the period of Stalin, but also by the brilliant successes of the first five-year plan in China. Therefore, for Deng, the motor for liberating the productive forces was reform and opening up, not a centrally planned economy with its emphasis on building heavy industry, let alone class struggle. It is not possible to use capitalism to build socialism without at the same time unleashing class forces whose chief interest lies in further encroachments of the market. The road along the market is further accelerated by the overwhelming concern for growth at the cost of all other considerations. The market has its own momentum, its predominance brings forth increasing polarization, as decisions are guided by the profit motive and the goal of individual enrichment, rather than the overwhelming needs of society. Without a watchful eye on the growth of the bourgeois class, and an active struggle against it, all attempts at building socialism in the end turn into their opposite, as the collapse of the once great and glorious Soviet Union clearly demonstrates. In other words, the whole enterprise stands in real danger of ending up as an exercise in using socialism to build capitalism. Although the Great Leap Forward has had more than its fair share of critics, both in the centers of imperialism as well as among the reformers, the fact remains that during this period the Chinese people, through their collective labor in massive projects, changed the very face of rural China, with the opening up of new lands, the construction of irrigation systems, and the construction of such communal facilities as schools and health clinics. Without these accomplishments, even the reformers would not have been able to implement their policies. It is this achievement collectivization that reformers as well as Western analysts refuse to acknowledge in their zeal to do down the Great Leap Forward. Anna Louise Strong has this to say on China's communes during the most difficult period. The communes were essential for the prevention of mass starvation during the 3 hard years, 1960–62, when the effects of large-scale natural calamities were exacerbated by the sudden withdrawal of Soviet aid. 80. This is not the kind of narrative that is propagated by the critics of Mao. The commune organization persisted for 2 decades before collapsing in the face of the onslaught of the reforms of the Deng era. The main charge that the reformers leveled against it was that it was an instrument through which the state intervened directly and inappropriately in the affairs of agriculture, thus depriving farmers of the incentive and authority needed to develop their local economies. The truth is that the accomplishments of the communes in the field of developing the rural infrastructure made possible the increase in agricultural growth that temporarily followed their dissolution. What is more, such infrastructural development could only have materialized through large and collective institutions. The Great Leap Forward was undermined by a mix of mistakes, weather conditions of severe drought in some areas and major flooding in others, and the withdrawal of Soviet technicians. Nevertheless, the Great Leap Forward transformed the rural economy and class relations in the countryside, leaving a legacy of accomplishments which can be gleaned from production statistics during these years. This record does not substantiate the assertions of the reformist leaders and analysts that this was a period characterized by stagnation. Contrary to the claims of the critics, the most rapid rates of growth occurred during times of most radical transformation and turmoil. The sustained growth, and radical transformation of class relations accompanying it, came in the conditions of U.S. embargo and rupture with the Soviet Union. This economic progress was reflected in increased longevity, much reduced infant mortality, a precipitous drop in illiteracy, and an improved health service for the masses. Through these measures, hundreds of millions of Chinese were to live longer and healthier lives, besides tens of millions of those who survived but could not have done so but for the social facilities in the field of health. According to the New York Times of June 17, 1991, plague, tuberculosis and other diseases still exist at the margins of Chinese society, but by channeling funds towards prevention of disease and basic care, the government has saved tens of millions of lives. 81. Robert Weil observed in 1996 that it was politically safe and, perhaps even fashionable these days in U.S. academia or mainstream media, and even on much of the left, to celebrate the death of Maoism. But the silent terror of poverty and poor health that kills millions every year throughout most of the Third World is a more diffuse and less sexy target for attack. To fight the forces that keep these conditions in place, and that are still very much alive and ever more powerful today, requires the dedication to values and methods which are closer to those struggled for by Mao than to the dominant global forms of developmentalism. This becomes more apparent every day in China, when marketization reforms threaten to revive the worst aspects of Third Worldism, impoverishment, and the increasing barbarity of social relations. He added, the gap in the number of girls which appeared after the death of Mao not only persists today, but if anything seems to be growing more extreme. According to recent population figures, several million little girls are missing. He went on to say that WLY released data from China's 1990 census support previous suspicions that 5% of all infant girls born in China are unaccounted for. It is not clear what happened to them. By way of contrast, during the years of Mao, the expansion of the economy was accompanied by impressive advances in the longevity and quality of life, stability and security of employment, provision of housing, health and education facilities, and security of women and children, which for the masses of women and children had been beyond their wildest dreams hitherto. All of these gains cannot be separated from the struggle of the masses during the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, during which they won the right to be treated with respect and receive the facilities normally reserved for the well-off sections of society. These achievements raised a quarter of the global population to conditions of existence well beyond those experienced by people in poor countries, even to levels rarely found outside of the richest countries. Thus any summary which only emphasizes the costs of the Maoist era without at the same time referring to the human advances experienced by the great mass of the people of China in those days leaves a distorted picture, especially as regards the lives lost or gained. It also renders virtually inexplicable why the Chinese returned over and over again to the leadership of Mao, despite the upheavals of his later campaigns. 82 While the reforms and the marketization of vast swathes of the Chinese economy, wrote Robert Weil, have brought in their train loss of guaranteed jobs, health care facilities, free education, free housing, and security in old age, those on the receiving end of these developments, he continued, realize fully without being told by socialist theoreticians that marketization of the economy is incompatible with socialism, or the claim by the reformers that they are building on Mao's legacy. He added, what is often left out of account by the critics of Mao is that his struggles against capitalist roaders deprived the latter of the opportunity of implementing their policies earlier still with all their consequences. It is precisely for these reasons that 4 decades after his death, as well as 4 decades following the implementation of reforms, hand in hand with fierce criticisms of Mao, he continues to be loved by the Chinese masses, even by large numbers of academics and professionals, including those living abroad. When Li Zisui, claiming to be Mao's personal physician, published his abominably scandalous The Private Life of Chairman Mao, in which he portrays Mao as a sexual pervert, Chinese academics and professionals living in the United States expressed their feelings on this execrable piece of writing in an open letter thus: Mao Zedong is a great Chinese and world histo figure. The Chinese people are proud of the fact that China produced such a towering figure. He is revered and remembered for his lofty political vision, to which he dedicated his entire life with admirable courage, bold initiative, and selflessness. More important, he showed the Chinese people a bright future. A just and egalitarian society was entirely within reach. Some people revile him today, precisely because there are so many Chinese people who still revere him, miss him, and cherish his vision. 83. There is a contradiction in the stance of the reformists who, on the one hand, maintain that the market is not incompatible with socialism, but on the other hand point to state ownership as proof that the system is still socialist. The system in place at the time of Mao, wrote Robert Weil, allowed conditions of society completely unfamiliar in the vastly more wealthy United States, essentially no unemployment, begging, or homelessness, virtually no crime, no shantytown slums, and even among the very poor, no underclass of social outcasts in desperate and degrading poverty. In view of the foregoing, the formula Mao against Mao has no material foundation and is entirely baseless. Chapter 4. The Counter-Narrative. This chapter draws significantly on Gao Mobo's excellent book, The Battle for China's Past, among other sources. There is a chasm that separates the official and unofficial mainstream positions of the elite intelligentsia in orthodox historiography and opposing views expressed in the e-media. The received wisdom is that development in China is the result of post-Mao reform, hand in hand with the repeated assertions by the elite that the Mao era was a communist-inspired disaster. This assertion is misleading in 4 ways. 1. It deprives the majority of the Chinese the right to speak up. 2. It hides the ugly fact that millions of people became worse off following the reforms. 3. It denies enormous developments during the Mao era that paved the way for later development. 4. It precludes other models of development and forms of human organization. The elite media present Mao as a callous, calculating, inhumane and power-hungry monster, as for example, in the scandalous Mao, The Unknown Story by Yung Chang and John Halliday. This scandalous narrative is in sharp opposition to the considered views of those, such as Chen Boda, who worked closely with Mao. 84. Chang, in Wild Swans, claimed that she was the victim of a brutal regime, but, in fact, as well as being a Red Guard, she was the privileged daughter of Chinese communist elite. Wild Swans was told and read as a story of great personal suffering, but its author grew up with a wet nurse, nanny, paid gardener, and chauffeur provided by the party, protected in a walled compound, educated in a special school for officials' children. Her great fear was losing those privileges and being reduced to the position of a peasant. Before her father was rehabilitated, she got a generous scholarship to study in the UK. Gao, The Battle for China's Past, p.43. 81. Many Chinese expatriates such as Yung Chang dislike Mao because they, or their families, were victims of Mao's theory and practice of class struggle, but the majority of the Chinese workers and peasants have no such reason to dislike Mao. There are 2 facets forming people's understanding of the times of Mao: the external facet, predominance of neoliberalism immediately before and after the collapse of the alternative model of development, i.e., the bloc of East European socialist countries and the USSR, and the temporary triumph of the market, which frame people's understanding and interpretation of our world and ourselves. The internal facet, the death of Mao, marked the ascendancy of the reformists and market socialists, thus necessitating the denunciation of the Cultural Revolution totally and thoroughly. The official version of the CPC on the Cultural Revolution is well received and supported in the West by the media and the scholarly community. These people only emphasize the first two turbulent years of the Cultural Revolution while ignoring the constructive years from 1969, whose positive legacies include a massive infrastructure program, radical education reforms, innovative experimentation in literature and the arts, expansion of healthcare and education in rural areas, and rapid development of rural enterprises, valuable developments in science, such as the development of integrated technologies for controlling insect pests and the advance in earthquake predictability. The Cultural Revolution encouraged grassroots participation in management and inspired the idea of popular democracy. The Chinese were not the brainless masses manipulated by a ruthless dictator as they are caricatured in the bourgeois media, but must be seen as agents of history and subjects of their own lives like any other people. 85. The Cultural Revolution put into practice a program to attempt to industrialize rural areas. By the end of the Cultural Revolution there were 800,000 enterprises scattered in villages and small towns, as well as 90,000 small hydroelectric stations. They employed 25 million workers and produced an estimated 15% of the national industrial output. This development made for the critical preconditions for the rapid growth of township and village enterprises. 86 in the post-Mao reform period. According to Mao, to remain socialist, China needed to change its cultural values and beliefs, hence the name Cultural Revolution, it being recognized that some in the leadership did not approve of collectivization and the confiscation of properties owned by the Chinese nationalist capitalists. Liu Shaokai, for instance, did not even like the idea of agricultural cooperatives in 1951. Further, that those who wanted to restore capitalism were a tiny minority of 1 to 2% within the party, most of whom could be educated out of that mode, only a few could not be changed. Among this small group of die-hard capitalist voters, he stressed that their children should not be stigmatized as being the same as their parents. There is also an alternative view to the official and dominant judgment concerning the reform period. Since the late 1980s, every year approximately 100 to 200 million rural migrant laborers are to be seen looking for jobs in the cities, with teenagers working for 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, to earn about 600 RMB a month, under dangerous and hazardous conditions. Is that liberation as portrayed by the worshippers of the market? According to Kroeber, working conditions for Chinese workers are harsh. Long hours, compulsory overtime, are widespread. Employers have wide latitude to fire workers, dock their pay or impose other arbitrary punishments. He adds, though, that a combination of campaigns and protests by the workers, and tightening labor supply since 2005, have given labor bargaining power and led to considerable improvements in the area of wages and living conditions, as well as safety at work. For instance, coal mine deaths came down from 7,000 in 1997 to 1,000 in 2013. Be it noted in passing that most of these fatalities take place in privately owned mines. The Cultural Revolution, while at times very violent, was not a 10-year calamity for China, and the elite who say this cannot, and do not, speak on behalf of the vast masses of Chinese people. The elite discourse is guided. 58% of all employment in rural industry at the time. At the end of 2005, the number of those employed in TVEs had dramatically risen to 135 million. By the end of 2010 this number had risen to 160 million according to Lardy. The TVEs, China's metal bashers, suppliers of building materials and packaged food, are the backbone of the rural economy. They have been a source of rapid growth of rural employment as well as revenue to finance schools and hospitals. According to Maurice Meisner, rural incomes from the mid-1980s were sustained by the growth of TVEs, derived from the GLF Maoist policy of setting up small local enterprises to use spare resources. Through much of the 1980s, the output of TVEs grew by 35% a year. Most of these enterprises, as a result of the reforms, are now privately owned and no longer collective entities. 1. 83. By the two whatevers, whatever China does is wrong, and whatever the US does is right. The elite discourse, ignoring inconvenient historical facts, portrays events and personalities in the style of a Peking opera, analogous to pure good confronting evil incarnate. Yung Chang and John Halliday's book Mao, The Unknown Story is intellectually scandalous, lacking in serious scholarship. They ignore the real story that gives primacy to the Chinese people and their part in the revolution led by the CPC under Mao's leadership, a revolution in which Chang's parents participated, and from which Chang herself benefited. The real story does not deny, forget, or ignore the fact that, thanks to this revolution, the life expectancy of the majority of the Chinese people increased from 35 in 1949 to 63 by 1975. In 2016 it had reached 76.25 years, or that it was a revolution that brought unity and stability to a people tortured for so long by disunity and instability, that it wiped off the century of humiliation at the hands of colonialism, feudalism, and imperialism. It is a story about a revolution of the people that made possible land reform, raised the status of women, improved popular literacy and healthcare, in a word, a revolution that transformed Chinese society beyond recognition, from its miserable and benighted existence prior to the revolution. Chang and Halliday, despite their shoddy and selective research and scholarship, are popular in imperialist circles because they absurdly equate Mao with Hitler, an equation which is as absurd as it is an insult to the intelligence of the reader, a lie which crosses all bounds of decency and common sense. While the post-reform era is riddled with problems of corruption, crime, unaffordable cost of housing, education and healthcare and urban-rural divide, the Mao era was characterized by social equality, personal safety, better education and health provision. Many prominent Chinese leaders were nationalists rather than communists, with an overwhelming aspiration to make China strong and prosperous. If the market affords a way to achieve it, they go for it. They would embrace any way, black cat or white cat, to achieve that. Post-reform China is wealthier. Doubtless, hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty since the 1980s. The downside of these achievements is that China focuses on export-oriented capital accumulation. It has become the world's manufacturing floor, a sweatshop that produces cheap goods for other, especially rich, countries. Low-cost Chinese imports, according to Morgan Stanley, have saved U.S. consumers $100 billion since 1978. Cumulatively, writes Will Hutton, Americans are $100 billion better off because China's cheap exports have lowered consumer prices. Hu Jintao, The Chinese. 84. Leader at the time, during his visit to the U.S. in January 2011, put the figure as high as $600 billion consequent upon cheap imports from China by the U.S. And China does not really own this factory either. Most enterprises and manufacturing facilities are owned by foreign MNCs who take the lion's share of the profits. 87 In 2005, foreign invested companies accounted for 58% of total exports by value from China, while they controlled a whopping 88% of exports in high-tech categories. 88 To keep this model of development, China often bows to U.S. pressure and bullying. China's bargaining strength in international relations is partly because of her nuclear power and missile capability. And these capacities are the legacy of the Mao era. China's foreign currency reserves of $3 tn, in 2019, are a sign of China's weakness and the obscenity of the global capitalist system. Millions of Chinese migrant workers shed their blood and sweat to subsidize the wasteful consumerism of the citizens of the US and other imperialist countries. As Blecker, 2006, explains. Karl Marx urged the workers of the world to unite. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. China's workers, however, have lost their world. In the Maoist period, they were an exalted, pampered, and yet, paradoxically, extremely radical class. Under China's structural reforms of the past 2 decades, they have fallen fast and hard. Employment security is non-existent and unemployment is rampant. For those fortunate enough to have dodged the axe, wages have not kept pace with those of other sectors or with inflation 89, and poverty, particularly. A Puma shoe factory run by a Taiwanese business employs 30,000 workers in Guangdong. The retail price of a pair in the US is $65 to $110. The average Chinese worker gets $1.09 a pair, while Puma spends $6.78 a pair on advertising. The retail value made by a worker in 1 week equals all the money paid to him or her for a year, for working from 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. The hourly average rate paid to a Chinese worker is 31 cents, while the profit the company making from each Chinese worker is $12.24 an hour. Wages in China are 1/10 of those in the US and Europe, but 1/30 for skilled workers, according to Will Hutton. Chinese enterprise has competed largely on the basis of low wages and disregard for environmental costs for most of the reform period. The workers sleep 12 to a room, with one bathroom for 100 people to share. They are not allowed to talk at work or leave the factory compound without permission. 5 minutes late in arriving incurs a penalty equivalent to 3 hours deduction of pay. It is frequently argued that China has to suffer all this so as to upgrade her industrial and technological sophistication. The growth of China's production and export of electronics and IT goods is cited as an example. But these products, produced in large volumes at low unit costs, are not really high-tech, and China does not really produce them, rather it assembles them from imported parts which make up 85% 92% of the value of exported products. In addition, these products are largely assembled in foreign invested firms. In 2003, for example, the latter accounted for 75% of China's exports of electronic and telecommunications goods and 90% of its export of computer-related goods. Return and rise of the comprador. The concessions offered to multinational companies, MNCs, in the special economic zones, CEZAs, have brought in their wake the rise of compradors. First, the compradors from Hong Kong and Taiwan take orders from, say, Nike, and are slave drivers in China who supply cheap shoes to Nike. Second, a rise of new Chinese compradors who engage in trade with, or who work for, foreign firms. A few Chinese get rich, but the state gets relatively little in the process. Notwithstanding tax concessions granted to the foreign-owned firms, they still use every possible loophole to avoid paying tax. Up to 2005, according to a study by the Chinese Bureau of Statistics, nearly 2/3 of all foreign firms claimed losses through use of legal loopholes to avoid tax. Such tax evasion costs China 30 billion RMB, $3.8 billion, a year in revenue loss. Quite a few rich Chinese use a two-tier system to create their own foreign companies by first transferring funds overseas as investments in suitcase or paper companies and then repatriating them as foreign investment in China. According to Mei Xinyu, a senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation under the Ministry of Commerce, of China's utilized FDI of $72.4 billion in 2005, a third was Chinese investment overseas that came back disguised as foreign capital to take advantage of tax breaks. 93. Many of the prince-sealings have risen to positions of wealth through the use of their political connections to facilitate foreign or local business activities. For example, Zhang Mianheng, son of the former General Secretary of the CPC, with a doctorate from Drexel University in Philadelphia, became a crucial player in Shanghai business and worked his way in several business establishments. Ditto the children of many other leaders, example Zhu Rongji's son, Zhu Yunlei. 90% of billionaires in China are prince-sealings who became rich by acting as intermediaries, by exporting and importing rare commodities, property speculation, land seizures, and banking, by smuggling luxury cars, by contracting for large-scale projects, and using inside information to manipulate the stock in financial markets. Only a minority have risen by virtue of their own business acumen. Many of these business elites hold CPC party membership cards. Business people were welcomed into the party in 2002. According to the latest Huron report, 200 of the richest lawmakers in China have a combined wealth of $500 billion. 100 of these are from the National People's Congress and another 100 from the Chinese People's Political Consultative Congress, which met in parallel sessions in Beijing on 5 March 2017.94. They want their children to be educated in Western ways, with hundreds of thousands of young students being sent to the US, the UK, Australia and other Western countries for education. Many of them hold or seek foreign passports or residency status degrees. Capital flight from China has been considerable. According to a release by the Assistant Minister of the Chinese Ministry of Public Security, 4,000 corrupt officials had fled the country, taking with them a total capital of $50 billion by 2005. Social stratification. Deng's policy of let some get rich first has created a whole business elite class, hand in hand with relative deterioration of the conditions for the masses. Chinese authorities at every level have been competing to lure outside capital by giving preferential treatment to capital and sometimes side with capital in disputes. As for the urban sector and the urban poor, there is increasingly a decrease of social security for urban residents. Now they have to pay for many services that used to be free. Millions of migrant workers, who have lived and worked in urban centers for 3 decades, are not allowed to send their children to state schools in cities unless they can pay a fee that is beyond anybody except the very well-off. Environmental destruction. The reforms have been accompanied by disregard, wittingly or otherwise, for the environment. The following is the testimonial of Pan Yu, Vice Minister of China's State Environment Protection Administration. This spring, the State Environment Administration produced the country's first official estimate of GDP adjusted downward for environmental losses. According to these calculations, it would cost $84 billion to clean up the pollution produced in 2004 or 3% of GDP for that year. But more realistic estimates put environmental damage at 8 to 13% of China's GDP growth each year, which means that China has lost almost everything it has gained since the late 1970s due to pollution. 97% of China's 660 cities face extreme water shortages and as many as 90% have problems with water pollution. 53% of the water in major waterways is unfit for human consumption, as is water in most of China's lakes. Nearly 500 million rural Chinese do not have access to safe drinking water. Until very recently, most of the worst polluted cities in the world were located in China. 98% water in most of China's lakes is undrinkable because of pollution. The average water available per person in China is 2,200 cubic meters, a quarter of the global average. The Water Resources Ministry in its publication China Water Resources 2000, said that of all the water in China's rivers, a total length of 114,000 kilometers, only 28% is of better quality, and 29.8% of lesser quality. About 16.1% of water is dangerous for human beings to touch, and the rest of all river water is too polluted to use for any purpose. In addition, there is depletion of groundwater from overuse, increasing the risk of earthquakes, landslides, and desertification. Air pollution renders China home to some of the most polluted cities in the world. All this is consequent upon high rates of GDP through the export strategy. Environmental ills cause 300,000 deaths a year, 100 and cost $200 billion, equal to 10% of the 2006 GDP, owing to loss of work, medical expenses, and government outlays. White cat, black cat efficiency versus fairness, so long as it catches mice. Seeing the past from the present, a hole in the discursive hegemony. From late 1970s until his death in 1997, Deng was adamant that there should be no debate on whether China was a socialist or a capitalist country, for he believed that such a debate would be an impediment to development, the rationale being that if and when efficiency leads to greater wealth in the country, everyone would be better off, trickle-down theory. Ever since Milton Friedman's first visit to China in 1980, a neoliberal dynasty has exercised discursive hegemony. In this discourse, a generation of Chinese had to be sacrificed, and those to be sacrificed are the 50 million workers who lost their jobs, plus 800 million peasants. One economist from a prestigious management institute argued for the abolition of all welfare measures as an incentive to work enthusiasm, while another proposed an Chapter 4. The counter-narrative. Even larger gap between the rich and the poor as a precondition for the progress of Chinese society. 101. Only after the retirement of Jiang Zemin/Zhu Rongji leadership has there been concern that China might be Latin Americanist. Dissenting voices have now begun to pierce a hole in the hegemonic discourse of efficiency first and nothing else matters. The intellectual consensus has broken down. Now Mao's legacy has started to be looked at a little more seriously. The past can be viewed positively now because the failure of the present is obvious even to some of the political and intellectual elite, such as Professor Liu Qiaoguang 102, who used to be staunch supporters of Deng Xiaoping but now begin to question the capitalist road that Deng took. The household responsibility system rural reform, the household responsibility system that eventually led to the collapse of the collective system was neither conceptually original nor politically innovative. It had been practiced on and off during Mao's time by peasants. 1978, 2 years after Mao's death and the arrest of the Gang of Four, is considered as a watershed year of reform as it was then that the resolution on rural China was passed by the CC of the CPC. But in fact the 1978 resolution explicitly stated that the household responsibility system was not allowed. In a 1979 central government document, the words "not allowed" were changed to "do not," and only in 1980 did the CPC state that the system was sanctioned as a kind of socialist responsibility system. It was not until the mid-1980s that the collective system was finally dismantled. The reason for this rather slow change was the strength of a socialist discourse of public, collective, ownership which was such that it could not be thrown out of the window at the desire of a small group of individuals. To establish the belief that privatization of land is legitimate takes a longer time. The fact that Marxism-Leninism is still used to legitimize the authority of the CPC, means that this ideology serves as a tool of resistance by workers and farmers and a justification of their protests. In addition, the truth and belief values of class struggle, although officially jettisoned by the state and most of the intellectual elite, have not totally disappeared from the vision of the masses. 103 Once upon a time, only socialism can save China became the truth and value system for the bright and intellectual Chinese. Having been dazzled by the riches in the imperialist countries, the elite, political and intellectual, gradually abandoned this socialist truth and value system and a belief in the market became dominant. The belief in using capitalistic means to achieve wealth and prosperity has become widely accepted in China. However, the truth/belief in the values of socialism have not been abandoned completely. A 1993 amendment to the 1982 Chinese constitution adds a clause saying that China is at the primary stage of socialism and it commits the country to building socialism with Chinese characteristics. The 1999 amendments add that China will stay at the primary stage of socialism for a long period of time, a crucial modification to smuggle in the development of private sector to justify China's opening up to Western capitalist influence and penetration. The key to China's success in avoiding ghettos lies in the existing land ownership system, the last refuge for the rural poor. During the Cultural Revolution people were granted 4 big freedoms: speaking out freely, airing views fully, holding great debates, writing big character posters. These 4 freedoms were written into the Chinese constitution during the times of Mao. Deng foresaw that with the then impending economic transformation of the means of production, the relationship between the trade unions and the state would become antagonistic. So in 1980 he ordered the abolition of the 4 big freedoms. Thus in 1982, when the constitution was amended, the 4 freedoms, together with the freedom to strike, were stricken out. Another Maoist-era legacy that has survived is related to labor conditions and regulations in state-owned enterprises, example a right to rest, to holidays, not to do overtime more than 3 hours a day, maternity leave of 90 days, safe work equipment. But these regulations do not apply in private and foreign-owned enterprises. Thus China produces 35% of the world's coal but accounts for 80% of the world's mining accident deaths, with the death ratio 30 times higher than in South Africa, and 100 times higher than that of the US. These accidents happen mostly in privately owned mines. The battle for China's history: there is no shortage of consumer goods anymore. People have more material possessions, more money, more to cat, more and better clothes to wear, and may even travel more for pleasure, yet in rural China people express admiration and even love of Mao everywhere, but hardly any enthusiasm for Deng. Mao's portraits can still be seen in the average rural household, but one can hardly find a portrait of Deng Xiaoping anywhere. During his interviews, Gao found that even those who did make it by getting rich first in rural China preferred Mao as a leader, and they refer to Deng derogatively as Deng Eyes, Deng, the dwarf. 104. Not because they are brainwashed or stupid, but because they appreciate Mao's importance as the foremost Chinese leader who led the Chinese people to unity and stability, because it was during his time that a basic and fundamental industrial, agricultural and scientific foundation was laid for later development. If everyone had a hard life, it was no harder than in pre-1949 China. They understood that they had to tighten their belts, not because they were exploited for the benefit of Mao, his family, or the leadership in general. In their understanding, everything, even the mistakes, was done in the cause of a better society for everyone. What is more, they think the post-Mao authorities are simply reaping the fruit of the hard work done in the past, and many of them for their own personal benefit. They are of the view that even if China had retained its collective system, they would have had the same kind of living standard as they have now. Wang Jinhong, party secretary of Longbao village from 1966 to 2003, who built a huge and comfortable two-story house during the 1980s, insisted that he would have done the same if Maoist policies had continued. According to one research study in Henan province, some rural people actually think they could have done even better, and for everyone, the overwhelming majority being of the view that, in terms of healthcare, agricultural mechanization, irrigation improvement, and technical innovation, reform policies have made the situation worse. Challenging the hegemony, the anti-Maoist narrative and anti-revolutionary history went hand in hand with the collapse of the USSR and the Eastern European bloc of socialist states. But dissent gathered pace since the US bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1997. The assessment of the Cultural Revolution as a 10-year disaster is increasingly questioned in the media. These views have become frequent and louder as the effects of Deng's reforms have revealed themselves and are keenly felt by the population. For over 2 decades it became the accepted wisdom in China that the Cultural Revolution was a 10-year unmitigated disaster, during which the economy was wrecked, and lives of millions of people were ruined. This wisdom is now frequently questioned in the media. Connected with this evaluation is the evaluation of Mao as a man and as a leader. In 2003 there were reportedly 70 million registered internet users in China. As of 2019 there are 830 million internet users. This surge in e-media has greatly facilitated counter-narratives of Mao, the Mao era and the Cultural Revolution. E-media participants have exposed what has gone wrong in post which, they claim, has broken records for bad governance. Mao China 1. The worst healthcare in terms of fairness. 2. The most expensive tertiary education in terms of PPP. 3. The greatest disparity between rural and urban China. 4. The worst environmental sustainability. 5. The country most prone to mining accidents. 6. The highest number of suicides. 105. Mao v. Lu, two-line struggle. The dispute between Lu and Mao is presented by the elite in China and the West as largely a personal struggle. But e-media participants in China have brought the issue of the two-line struggle back to center stage. The gist of this struggle comes down to this: there were opposing lines of thought within the CPC on the course of China's future development, one line advocated by Lu and the other by Mao. And the struggle centered around the question of how to develop the economy, through planning or the market, and prevent the restoration of capitalism in China and by what means. After the triumph of Khrushchevite revisionism in the Soviet Union at the 2014 Congress of the CPSU, the Khrushchevites got on with the pursuit of market socialist policies. They made over the machine and tractor stations to the collective farms and started the process of marketization of the economy. Frankly, under Khrushchevite influence similar measures were taken in China after the completion of the first five-year plan, 1952 to 1957, the period of most scientific, sustained and tremendous growth and industrialization in China's history. However, Liu, Deng and their followers did not want to stop there. They wanted to put into effect profit as the regulator of production, and Mao opposed the imposition of the second edition of market reforms. It may not always be as clear as that from the rhetoric of the two sides, but that is what the dispute was about. Consequent upon the Cultural Revolution, and right up to his death, Mao and his supporters were able to prevent such measures being implemented. Had it not been for Mao's resistance, the marketization of the Chinese economy, which began in 1978, would have taken place much earlier. Mao maintained that only the leaders within the CPC could take China onto a capitalist road, the capitalist roaders. In 1965, Liu made self-criticism in a humiliating climb down, thus delaying the final confrontation by a year. When the Cultural Revolution began, Liu, being in charge of the day-to-day work, sent work teams formed by personnel seconded from various party organs into schools and universities in Beijing. These teams then began to strike against the rebels. Some were put under house arrest and others were paraded in struggle meetings. Mao accused Liu of being the leader of a reactionary line. Liu thus became one of the main targets of the Cultural Revolution. 13 to 15 May 2006, a workshop organized and participated in by high-ranking retired party officials was held. It evaluated and challenged the post-Mao narrative of events. According to this evaluation, Mao did not intend to suppress all of the party officials, but wanted them to go through the experience of learning from the masses before they were allowed back into office. Even at the height of struggle against capitalist roaders, there were always instructions that the PLE who were targets of struggle had to be physically protected and well fed. 95. Most of the so-called armed fighting was not factional fighting among rebels but oppression of rebels by party officials. Most of the important party officials were called to Beijing for protection after a few struggle sessions and many others came back to power with interiors. Mao's Cultural Revolution strategy was forced upon him after all other efforts failed. The enemies of the CCP, the landlords, capitalists, and nationalist officials and officers, were pardoned, but the rebels were still treated as enemies of humanity. 106 The challengers for the post-Mao narrative are increasingly arguing in favor of the Mao era. It is asserted by the reformists that Mao destroyed China's economy. Deng was the architect of this fabrication. E-media's participants have made strenuous efforts to counter this groundless demonization of Mao, the Cultural Revolution and the Mao era. They have shown that from 1965 to 1985 the average annual GDP growth rate in China was 7.49% as compared to 1.34% in the US, 1.6% in the UK, 2.7% in West Germany, 4.7% in Japan, 6.6% in South Korea, 6.1% in Hong Kong, which at that time was still a British colony, and 1.7% in India. Only Singapore, with its growth of 7.6% a year during that time, recorded a slightly higher GDP growth than China. E-media participants argue that the achievements of the 30-year Mao era, which saw the development of a basic industrial and national defense infrastructure, benefited greatly the period of post-Mao reforms. The metaphor they use is that the progress in 30 years of Mao era was like riding a bike up a hill, and once at the top, it was a faster and easier ride downhill for the years of reform since then. Deng Xiaoping, China's great pro-market reformer, did not build contemporary China out of nothing, he built it on foundations left by Mao, says Will Hutton in his book 107. Mr. Hutton further added that during the first five-year plan, China registered an average of 9.2% annual growth, and the plan exceeded expectations for industrialization. By 1978, continues Mr. Hutton, notwithstanding the supposed chaos during the Cultural Revolution, industrial production had miraculously increased by 13 times. Among the vast achievements of the period of Mao's leadership, Mr. Hutton lists the following: a vast build-up of industrial production, b. extension of rail network and irrigation, c. dramatic lowering of illiteracy and innumeracy, d. transformation of the lives of women. Today's China could not have started from nothing in 1978. It built on foundations laid by Mao. 08. There have been 4 modern Chinese inventions: a. hybrid rice crop, b. artificial synthetic crystalline insulin, c. compound artemether malaria cure, d. the laser typesetting and electronic publishing system of Chinese characters. All these were made during Mao's time. In addition, most of China's important industries were built during the same period. Important economic and scientific achievements between 1966 to 76, the hydrogen bomb, the first Chinese transistor computer and later the integrated circuit computer. The first Chinese automatic three-dimensional camera, the first 100,000-ton tanker, the invention of Qingda antibiotics, the successful launch and recovery of a satellite, the first electron railway, the development of Dagong and Zhengli oilfields and the Beijing Yanqing oil refinery. 109 The average annual growth of railways from 1950 to 1978 was 942 kilometers, whereas between 1978 to 95 it was only 353 kilometers. High-tech national defense science, development of Chinese petroleum and electronic industries. Irrigation infrastructure. During the 20 years of the collective period, the irrigated land area increased to 48% of China's arable land, and this 48% produced more than 70% of China's grain. Substantial increases in grain production took place between 1978 and 1984 when the commune system was largely in place, albeit in modified form. In 1985, when the dismantling of the collective system was finally accomplished, nationwide grain production went down dramatically for the first time in years. Some resisted the collectivization. There are still 2,000 villages that have kept the collective system. Between 1965, a year before the Cultural Revolution started, and 1975, a year before it officially ended, grain production increased by a staggering 46.23%. Healthcare achievements during Mao's time, especially during the Cultural Revolution, were the result of 4 important health strategies. 1. Healthcare aimed primarily at serving workers and peasants. 2. Main focus on preventive medicine. 3. Combination of Western and Chinese medicine. 4. Mobilization of the masses to tackle health issues. 3 big mountains in present-day China on the backs of the Chinese people: a. Healthcare, b. Education, c. Housing. Cf. as of old, I. Imperialism, 2. Feudalism, 3. Bureaucratic capitalism. Education and Revolution. In the big picture, analytical discussion of the ideas and practices of education in the Mao era is also circulated in the media. It is argued that education reform under Mao was in fact not something crazy worked up by a fanatical Mao. It is in fact within the tradition of Marxism and the Western radical criticism of education for its elite and urban orientation, its neglect of practical skills, and its separation of school from society and education from work. In China, the criticism started with the May 4th movement, and Cai Yuanpi, the president of Beijing University, for instance, advocated work-study programs. Marx of course envisaged well-developed men in communist society, ideas inspired by the French Revolution to create new men. In the early Soviet period, the first Commissar of Soviet Education, Anatol Lunacharsky, issued a report on education that enunciated 7 basic principles with an emphasis on an early fusion of productive labor and academic institutions, and school as a productive commune. Mao's idea that laboring people ought to be simultaneously intellectuals while the intellectuals should also be laborers was just a natural progression along these lines. Mao's epistemological assumption can clearly be seen in one of his major works on practice, which claimed that true knowledge comes 98. Only from practice, and that productive activity is the fundamental source for learning 110. It goes without saying that to build socialism the cultural and technical standards of the workers must be raised. However, along with the expertise and specialization they acquire in their respective fields, there is one branch of science which Bolsheviks in all branches of science are in duty bound to know, and that is the Marxist-Leninist science of society, of the laws of social development, of the laws of development of the proletarian revolution, of the laws of development of socialist construction, and of the victory of communism. For a man who calls himself a Leninist cannot be considered a real Leninist if he shuts himself up in his speciality, in mathematics, botany, or chemistry, let us say, and sees nothing beyond that speciality. A Leninist cannot be just a specialist in his favorite science, he must also be a political and social worker, keenly interested in the destinies of his country, acquainted with the laws of social development, capable of applying these laws, and striving to be an active participant in the political guidance of the country. This, of course, will be an additional burden on specialists who are Bolsheviks. But it will be a burden more than compensated for by its results. 111. Manufactured truth. One instance, media reports about Xiaogang village that supposedly took the initiative in dismantling the collective farm system, doing so in secret because it was at odds with the political climate in the 1970s. What is not mentioned is how much the state had donated to this village to promote it as the model of the household responsibility system. All the same, it is still poor today, so poor that its leaders are reported to have visited the still collectivist Ninye village to consider the possibility of recollectivization. The official history propagated by the media claims that the dismantling of the collective system by Xiaogang village was so effective that grain output in the village increased from an annual 30,000 jin to 120,000 jin in 1979. What the media do not want to reveal is that 30,000 jin was the yield in 1978 when there was a terrible drought, whereas on average the annual output was 190,000 to 200,000 jin during the collective period. In 1979, the year when the land was divided up, the output actually went down 40% compared to the annual average under the collective system. Some years later the media claimed that in 1997 the village yielded an output of 1,200,000 jin, indicating that this was a tremendous success of post-Mao reform. Again, what the media did not say is that the figures were the total amount of grain yielded in several villages that had been amalgamated and were jointly renamed Xiaogang village. 112. Another aspect in manufacturing the truth about this village is also revealed in the media. In 1978, due to the drought that year, other villages all started to contract responsibility to small teams while still maintaining the collective system. However, the situation in Xiaogang village was so divisive and there was so much internal tension, even among members of the same lineage, that they were not able to form teams. It was under these circumstances that the land was to be carved up among households. The so-called historical act had nothing to do with the villagers' courageous rebellion against the collective system. It had more to do with the village leaders' inability to get the village organized. L13. Will Hutton, who sings the praises of the dismantlement of the commune system and the extension on a vast scale of individual farming, having asserted that productivity rose sharply under the new system, is obliged nevertheless to state, contradictorily, that difficulties lie ahead as the peasant plot is far too small to be the basis of a highly productive agricultural sector in the long run. The legacy of Mao and the media information of this kind can be increasingly seen in the media for three main reasons. The first is that the consequences and problems of the reform policies are now being seen and felt by the majority of the people. There is a backlash against at least some of these reform policies. The second reason is that media has become more user-friendly and more accessible. As a result, the previous monopoly of the media by the political and elite intelligentsia has been broken. The third reason has much to do with the legacy of Maoism. The ideas of Mao and the staging of the Cultural Revolution actually trained and prepared many people, who were young and idealistic at that time, to think and reflect critically about political and social issues. Conclusion from the bottom for a battle that has just begun. 114 The e-media have provided a space for voices that cannot be heard through the conventional media. These voices have challenged the hegemony of the official discourse on the Cultural Revolution and the Mao era. There are a number of websites that are specifically designed to counteract the monopoly of the mainstream conventional media by the Chinese political and intelligentsia elite and their interpretation of history. Chinese Workers Net is a very good example of this phenomenon. Here are a few headlines as illustrations. Whose is thorough democracy? Of course it was Mao's big democracy. Compared with now, the pre-reform welfare was great. Forever remembering. Worship of Mao was not a phenomenon of brainwashing. What have transnational companies brought to us? Regarding workers from rural China and care for work injuries, the collective had the strength to protect us. Memory of an old coal miner, we had the best of times in production and coal mining safety healthcare during my childhood. How did we develop collective enterprises, the economic basis for us being masters? Reappearance of the plague, the snail fever disease spread again. Who is bearing the cost of China's reform? Is private ownership necessarily democratic? How does the elite hegemonize the discourse of reform? Liberated peasants will never forget Mao, stories by Grandma. We would elect Mao again. 115. Part 3, Marketization of the Economy. Chapter 5. Decollectivization. Having emerged triumphant following the 11th Party Congress, Deng Xiaoping and his supporters got on with putting in place the policy of reform and opening up. Since the start of the reform period in 1978, the CPC has decided that the class war is over, that the party represents everyone including entrepreneurs and business leaders, whom it welcomes into the party. This change is encapsulated in Jiang Zemin's 3 represents, i.e., that the party represents a. Advanced productive forces, b. the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people, and c. China's advanced culture. In January 1979, China established diplomatic relations with the U.S., bought 3 American Boeing aircraft, and allowed Coca-Cola to open a bottling plant in Shanghai. In 1980 it set up special economic zones, SEZs, to attract foreign investments, announcing an open-door policy. Deng Xiaoping, the paramount Chinese leader after the death of Mao Zedong, and the architect of China's reform and opening up, declared that it was glorious to be rich. In 1978, apart from 150,000 individual proprietors owning 1% of GDP, the rest of the economy was wholly state-owned and state-run, whereas agriculture was collectivist. In 1980 Deng proposed a factory manager responsibility system, taking the party committee out of the day-to-day affairs. Enterprises were given greater autonomy to decide how much and how to produce, allowed to sell surplus over and above the planned targets and at prices that could be set 20% above or below the planned price. Its effect was, as intended, to reduce the importance of central planning. By the late 1980s, almost all the SOs were entering into long-term planning contracts, negotiating prices and retaining an increasing share of their profits for investment. Managers were able to qualify for bonuses. By 1985, the prices of 40% of farm products, 34% of consumer goods sold in shops and 13% of factory products at the gate were free of government regulation. 105. 106. Further relaxation of prices in 1988, with the consequent steep rise in inflation, was one of the grievances that provoked the Tiananmen incidents of 1989.116. By the early 1990s, Deng felt confident and secure enough to complete the liberalization of prices, with the result that, by 1995, 78% of farm prices, 89% of consumer goods in shops and a whopping 79% of factory gate prices had been deregulated. As China's phased price reform involved a dual system of pricing, one within the plan and one increasingly set by the market, the system gave rise to corruption, with local officials lining their pockets by procuring materials under planned prices and disposing of products at the higher market prices. Decollectivization of agriculture. The first serious reform started in the countryside, where the reformers proceeded to dismantle the collective system soon after consolidating their power in 1979. To begin with, they used higher grain purchase prices to lure the peasants into deserting the collectives and set out on their own under the household responsibility system, HRS, so they could keep the extra cash received from selling their crops. Peasants fell for the bait and exerted themselves to increase production. 17. This led to a substantial increase in agricultural production from 1979 to 1984, by which time the land had by and large been redistributed to individual peasant families and decollectivization completed. By 1983, about 98% of households, nearly 300 million, were operating the household responsibility system, within just 4 years after the process had begun. Originally, the licenses to cultivate under the system were granted for 20 years, but these were subsequently extended to 30 years. 116. There were mainly three factors behind the 1989 events: a. Penetration of bourgeois ideology that accompanied the initiation of reforms, which weakened the influence of Marxism, a state of affairs which was encouraged, not just tolerated, by the authorities; b. Inflation in double digits, which in late 1988 and early 1989 was running at between 20 to 30% per annum; c. Poor employment prospects. Thoughtful members of bourgeois academia, who otherwise applaud enthusiastically the HRS, are obliged to admit that China's prior decades of massive government investment in rural infrastructure, especially irrigation, helped lay the groundwork for jumps in productivity. 117. Decollectivization. Before liberation in 1949, there was dramatic inequality in the Chinese countryside, with the vast mass of the peasantry groaning under the yoke of feudalism, laboring under the harshest of conditions, and eking out a miserable existence in conditions of near starvation, misery, destitution, squalor and degradation. As regards land distribution, 4% of households were feudal landlords owning 30% of the land, while 6% of the households were rich peasants who hired labor and owned 17% of the land. 22% of households were owner-farmer middle peasants, owning 30% of the land. 36% of households were poor peasants, owning 14% of the land. 24% of household were tenant farmers, while 8% of households were agricultural laborers. 118. One of the great achievements of the Chinese Revolution was that, through the confiscation of the land of the feudal lords and its distribution to the vast masses of the peasantry, it pulled feudalism root and branch out of the countryside, liberated the peasantry, and laid the basis for the economic development of the countryside by unleashing the productive forces, having smashed feudal fetters. In the mid-1950s, private ownership of land was abolished and agriculture organized on a collective basis. Between 1978 and 1983, through the adoption of HRS, collectivization was put an end to. By the end of 1982, virtually all collective farms had become a thing of the past. This was a most regressive step with far-reaching effects on Chinese agriculture and the rural population. Chapter 5. In the transitional stage, collectivization of agriculture, based on an all-round development of large-scale industry, capable of reorganizing agriculture on a modern technical basis, is of crucial importance. And this for the reason that the socialist state cannot for long rest on two different foundations, on large and unified socialist industry and the most scattered and backward small commodity peasant economy. The highest form of peasant cooperation is the organization of collective farms, based on social ownership of the means of production and collective labor, which excludes exploitation of man by man. It is not for nothing that collectivization and elimination of the kulaks as a class was characterized in the Soviet Union as a profound revolution, a leap from an old qualitative state to a new qualitative state, equivalent in consequences to the revolution of October 1917. 119. Likewise, the collectivization in China, though lacking the level of mechanization that underpinned Soviet collectivization, with its machine and tractor stations, was all the same a colossal step forward. To undo that achievement, as the reformers did through the decollectivization of Chinese agriculture, was a gigantic step backwards. Although for a short time after decollectivization agricultural production increased, it then began to stagnate for the following significant reasons. First, the agricultural infrastructure constructed during the period of commune soon fell apart as there was scarcely any investment available in agriculture for any kind of repairs, let alone for upgrading the system. Second, with the dismantlement of the communes, labor could no longer be mobilized, as of old, for large agricultural projects. Third, agricultural machinery began to wear out, while individual peasant families were too poor to invest in new machines. 120. Fourth, land had been divided into such small plots that it was no longer possible to use agricultural machinery effectively, forcing peasants to revert to ancient ways of farming that had been prevalent before collectivization, each with simple farm tools. Bourgeois writers, who applauded the household responsibility system if for no other reason than that it marked the decollectivization of agriculture, were nevertheless forced to admit that the typical peasant plot is far too small to be the basis of a highly productive agricultural sector in the long run and complain about the abysmally low levels of agricultural productivity. 121. If the typical small peasant farm cannot be the basis of a highly productive agricultural sector, and we agree that it cannot, there are only two ways out of the dilemma. One way is to scrap the household responsibility system, with its contracting out of small plots to individual families, and to recollectivize the peasantry. The other way is to give ownership, or near ownership, to the small holders so as to allow them to lease, mortgage or sell their plots. The first of these methods alone can create a prosperous and cultured life for the mass of peasantry and move it in the direction of socialism. The second one, on the other hand, cannot but lead to the ruin of the vast masses of the peasantry who, as history bears witness, would be dispossessed of their holdings through the operation of market forces, with the land concentrating in the hands of a tiny minority of rich farmers or agribusinesses. The collective farm system is indisputably superior to the capitalist system of agriculture and to small-scale peasant farming. The great importance of collective farms lies precisely in that they represent the principal basis for the employment of machinery and tractors in agriculture, that they constitute the principal base for remolding the peasant, for changing his mentality in the spirit of socialism. 122. Through decollectivization of agriculture, the reformists in China in the final analysis harmed agriculture by removing the basis for the employment of machinery, let alone stopping dead in its tracks the remolding of the peasantry in the spirit of socialism. But, of course, the reformists did not stop at decollectivization of agriculture. They went on to privatize a vast swathe of Chinese industry, which will be dealt with in the next chapter. Bourgeois ideologists in the imperialist countries, and some intellectuals and capitalist roaders in China, have long argued, and campaigned, in favor of the second course. Such a course has been fiercely opposed by Marxists in China who rightly are of the view that it would exacerbate inequalities in Chinese society and legitimize the theft of state assets. In addition, they correctly viewed privatization of land as a precursor to demands for a pluralist, that is, bourgeois, political system. Regrettably, the Chinese authorities, under the growing influence of the private sector, opted in favor of the almost private ownership of land, and enacted what the officials described as a basic law for the market economy. Introduced in the Chinese parliament on March 8, 2007, it was adopted a week later. Let China Today of May 2007 take up the story. There was thunderous applause in the Great Hall of the People when, at 10 a.m. on March 16, 2007, the property law was adopted by a 2,799 vote majority. Having undergone 7 readings in 13 years, there has been longer deliberation of this civil law than of any other in the history of the NPC legislation. What this law did was to put an official stamp of approval on the de facto privatization that had been going on in large cities since the government started transferring state housing to employees of SOs. While all urban land is technically owned by the state, transferees of houses are granted longer leases than those in the countryside, up to 70 or 80 years. Since the late 1990s, state banks have been issuing mortgages, for the first time since the revolution, and mortgage loans today constitute a large portfolio of the banking system. Land use rights are bought and sold as if the lessees owned the land. A year later, the third plenum of the 17th CC of the CPC, on October 19, 2008, announced the intention to transform the entire rural policy. In what Xinhua called a landmark policy document, the CC agreed to allow small farmers to sell their right to till land. The aim was to consolidate land holdings and encourage uneconomic farmers to seek other employment. Symbolically, the new reform came on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Deng Xiaoping's reforms, which broke up the collective farms and replaced them with individual farming under the household responsibility system. The decision of the CC laid down a policy framework to establish and improve a market for the transfer of land use rights, allowing farmers to transfer their rights by subcontracting, leasing, swapping, or forming a joint stock company. It indicated a string push for commercialization of agriculture. Under the new dispensation, the farmers would not own their land outright, as land in China belongs to the people, but they will be endowed with rights similar to those granted to urban dwellers, to rent, sell or mortgage the plots they lease from local collectives under the household responsibility system. From the very beginning, this law faced stiff opposition. It was first introduced in 2002 and withdrawn, reintroduced in 2006, it failed to pass because of legal objections that it violated the PRC's characterization as a socialist state. In the end, the opposition was overwhelmed through a mixture of minor concessions and sheer attrition. The protagonists of privatization have long conducted a campaign to privatize land, mobilizing in the process millions of aggrieved farmers who have been, during the reform period, the victims of land grabs with little 110 compensation or redress at the hands of property developers and corrupt local officials. According to reliable estimates, between 1992 and 2007, close to 20 million farmers had been driven off their land. 123 disputes over high-handed land seizures, of which there were 170,000 officially registered cases in 2007, were the cause of most of the riots, dubbed mass incidents by the authorities. The extent of the opposition to this law may be gauged from the professions of loyalty to the socialist principles emphasized while passing it. 124. In the 123, according to the Land Ministry in Beijing, there were more than 1 million illegal seizures of land between 1998 and 2005, usually for factories or apartment buildings, and the farmers often received little or no compensation. Jeff Dyer, taking the countryside, why agribusinesses may reap profits and problems for China, Financial Times, April 4, 2007. According to the World Bank, between 1990 and 2010, local governments expropriated land from farmers for RMB 2 less than its market value. Between 1980 and 2003, some 50 to 66 million peasants lost all or part of their farmland and houses, accounting for 13% of China's total cultivable land through local authorities using change of land use as a way of raising cash. See Goodman, p.169, 124. The law, while enshrining public ownership as dominant in China's socialist system, also for the first time attempts to define and protect private property. Effective property of private citizens is not only stipulated by China's constitution, but it is also the general aspiration and urgent demand of the people, said Wang Zhaoqiu, a vice chairman of the National People's Congress, NPC, introducing the bill. The law, he said, would ensure that different economic interests would enjoy the same rights, observing the same rules and bearing the same responsibilities. Those who fiercely opposed this law correctly perceived it as a stalking horse for the wholesale privatization of the economy. It was this opposition which caused the law to be delayed by a year. Initially it was set to be passed by the National People's Congress in 2006. The final wording of the bill, with its lengthy references to the primacy of the socialist system and state ownership, reflected this opposition and was aimed at placating it. The bill also explicitly rejected any change to the collective ownership of rural land, in which the farmers have merely rights of usage limited to contract periods. In an article entitled Equal Protection of Public and Private Properties, staff reporter Lu Rukai wrote apropos this law in the China Daily, certain experts regard the adoption of the property law as representing the final establishment of China's market economy, May 2007. He went on to add the property law is also considered to have revolutionized the whole concept of property. That the interests of the state and collectives take precedence over all else has been impressed on us since childhood, but the property law officially specifies equal protection of both private interests and the interests of the state and collectives. This is its greatest significance, says Lu Min. 2. 111. Words of a gloating bourgeois journalist, but the awkward truth is that a new countryside will not be socialist. Land is the last Maoist taboo. In theory, that taboo stands. In reality, it has fallen 125, with the passing of this law, the reformist camp chalked up a most significant victory. The very bourgeois scribblers who sang the praises of the dismantlement of collectives, the introduction of the household responsibility system, with its contracting out of land to individual families, as ushering in an era of unheard of prosperity in the countryside and an unprecedented increase in agricultural production, now applaud what is in effect the destruction of that system, for the new law will enable the farmers, to link up with other farmers in modern agribusiness cooperatives or to invest the proceeds of land transfers in new businesses. The effect will be to revolutionize Chinese farming and non-farming rural employment as a market in agricultural land opens up for the first time. 126. In other words, the opening up of the market in agricultural land would produce over the coming period, on the one hand, a small class of rich farmers and corporations accumulating in their hands vast tracts of land and, on the other hand, drive uneconomic poor farmers bereft of resources off the land and turn them into landless peasants, with nothing to sell except their labor power to the thriving rich farmers in the countryside, or be forced to seek a living in the towns as migrant laborers. Those who sang the praises of the free small farms under the reforms of 1978 now turn round and assert, the ban on trading land or using it as collateral to raise loans has exerted a huge drag on Chinese agriculture, depriving farmers of incentives and keeping land divided in uneconomic plots averaging a mere 1.5 acres. 127. Not so long ago, the dividing up of land into small plots served as an incentive. Now the same plots have become uneconomic. Deng's reforms, they assert, left China with millions of tiny inefficient producers, around. A postgraduate student at the China University of Political Science and Law. Orthodox education in China indeed stresses that personal interests come second to those of the state and collectives. The property law adopted at the 2007 NPC session, however, clearly stipulates that state, collective, individual and otherwise owned properties are all protected by law. 200 million household farms with an average size of 1.5 acres. As ever, the solution, in the eyes of these free market fundamentalists, is to force the overwhelming majority of the small farmers off their farms and make way for the concentration of land in far fewer hands, and thus create the conditions for large-scale capitalist farming, conducted on modern scientific lines, with access to modern agricultural machinery and credit facilities. This anachronistic system of small farms is unable to supply the network of fast-growing retail outlets, serving the affluent sections of society seeking abundant supplies of higher quality foods in salubrious surroundings. In 2007 there were 16,000 supermarkets and hypermarkets, operated by both Chinese and foreign operators. In addition there were large restaurant chains, with KFC running 2,000 outlets and McDonald's 800. Bourgeois experts now trumpet, as if they have discovered a new America, that a farm requires about 250 acres to be a viable economic proposition for investment in tractors and other farm machinery. With the enactment of the 2007 law, and its extension, with suitable modifications, to the rural areas declaring that a farmer's rights were private property rights, subleasing within the 30-year lease became increasingly common. This subleasing in turn has led to the emergence of private companies that are able to lease large amounts of contiguous land to operate larger-scale agricultural production. 128. Thus it is clear that only large-scale farming offers a solution. The only question is that of ownership. There can only be two kinds of collectivization: 1. Genuine collectivization, such as that practiced in the old Soviet Union and PRC prior to the reforms, or 2. What is common to all capitalist countries, that over a period of time the vast masses of the peasants should be forced by poverty and destitution off the land so that it becomes increasingly concentrated in the hands of a tiny minority of rich capitalist farmers or agribusinesses. The choice between the two forms of collectivization is not simply a technical question. It is primarily a class question. Those who are on the side of the bourgeoisie and capitalism in agriculture are, without doubt, in favor of bourgeois collectivization as it prevails in capitalist countries. It equally goes without saying that those who champion the cause of socialism, of the proletariat and the mass of the peasantry, stand for socialist collectivization, for that alone can bring prosperity and culture to the countryside. The general importance of collectivization. By way of closing this chapter, as well as a critique of the policy of decollectivization of agriculture brought in by the Chinese reformists, we turn to Lenin, who remains, now as in the past, for us a truly inexhaustible source of dialectical creative thought and a theoretical treasure house. Here, briefly, are Lenin's views on the importance of collectivization of agriculture in connection with the question of building the material foundations of socialism in the countryside. From these pronouncements, it will become abundantly clear that the decollectivization of agriculture, even if undertaken in the name of improving socialism, is nothing but a defense of capitalism in agriculture. First, collectivization is of tremendous significance from the point of view of the peasantry, for small-scale peasant farming inevitably leads to ruin, destitution and pauperization of the overwhelming majority of the peasant population. According to Lenin, there is no escape from poverty for the small farm. The small farming system under commodity production cannot save mankind from the poverty and oppression of the masses if we continue as of old on our small farms. Even as free citizens on free land, we shall still be faced with inevitable ruin. Second, only through the medium of collectivization could the working class which held state power secure the durable following of the masses of the peasantry. Only through collectivization could the working class effectively maintain its leadership of the main mass of the peasantry. Only if we succeed in practice in showing the peasants the advantages of common, collective, cooperative, artel collectivization of the soil, only if we succeed in helping the peasant by means of cooperative, artel farming will the working class, which holds state power in its hands, actually prove to the peasants the correctness of its policy and secure the real and durable following of the vast masses of the peasantry. Third, as long as we live in a small peasant country, there is a surer economic basis for capitalism than for communism. And further, 114. Small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously and on a mass scale. Fourth, the collective farms are the medium best suited to remolding the individualist peasantry in the spirit of collectivism, in the spirit of socialism, thereby bringing it closer to the working class. They are the only medium through which the bond between the working class and the peasantry can be strengthened in such a way as to bring the peasantry closer to the working class and thus pave the way for the elimination of classes. In the words of Stalin, whoever does not realize this, or refuses to recognize it, is not a Marxist, not a Leninist, but a peasant philosopher, who looks backward instead of forward. Finally, collective farms are the medium which establishes a bond between the working class and the peasantry that is based on metal, on new technical equipment and on collective labor, and it is precisely such a bond that is required to remold the small tiller. In the words of Lenin, the remaking of the small tiller, the remolding of his whole mentality and habits, is a work of generations. As regards the small tiller, this problem can be solved, his whole mentality can be put on healthy lines, so to speak, only by the material base, by technical means, by introducing tractors and machines in agriculture on a mass scale, by electrification on a mass scale. That is what would remake the small tiller fundamentally and with immense rapidity. In view of the above, it can clearly be seen that those who are opposed to the collectivization of agriculture are the enemies of the peasantry, enemies of the working class and enemies of socialism and communism. Equally, it can clearly be seen that a deep chasm separates this Leninist plan from the reactionary program put forward by the reformists who have decollectivist agriculture in China. So, 115. Chapter 6 Reform and Opening Up. Chapter 6 Reform and Opening Up. A detailed treatment of the speed and extent of the marketization of the Chinese economy, following the policy of reform and opening up, is to be found in Nicholas Lardy's book, Markets Over Mao. One does not have to agree with his thesis, let alone every one of his statements, but it is a well-researched piece of work, giving a graphic account of the encroachment of the Chinese economy by the market. We summarize below Lardy's thesis, as well as his portrayal of the spread of the market in China at the expense of state-owned and collective property, with a few notes and information added from other sources. 29. Lardy's thesis is that the Chinese private sector is now the dominant creator of growth, jobs, trade, and return on assets, that China's economic performance is the product of market forces and China's large and growing private sector, and, further, that the reforms announced at the third plenum of the CC of the CPC in November 2013 are a sure indication that this trend is set to continue. He maintains that China has grown because it has become more capitalist, that, at the end of the Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao leadership decade, 2003-2013, China's growth was even more dependent on private enterprises than when Hu and Wen took the helm. 1978-2013. According to Lardy, in 2013 China's economy was 25 times larger in real terms than in 1978, with its share of global GDP quadrupling from 3% to 12%. Whereas in 1980 the economies of Canada, Italy, France, Germany, the UK, and Japan were larger than that of China, by 2013 China had overtaken them all, sometimes by large margins. For instance, China's economy presently is about 4.5 times the size of Canada's. Along the way it has become the world's largest trading economy and the second largest recipient of FDI. By 2013 the World Bank characterized China as an upper middle income category economy, with per capita income ahead of 55 countries classified as either low income or lower middle income. 129. As will be seen later, this statement was rather premature. 117. Lardy's three main themes. 1. China's rapid economic growth since 1978 is mainly due to the larger role of market forces in resource allocation. 2. It attempts to refute the view that Hu/Wen dramatically increased the role and importance of state-owned enterprises, SOEs, during their decade of leadership. 3. That the major source of China's future growth will be likewise market-driven and not by the state. That the leadership of Xi Jinping and Li Keqiang will further enhance the role of the market, as endorsed by the third plenum of the CC of November 2013-1130. On the eve of the reform, 1978, almost all important prices were set by the State Price Commission. In disregard of the market, all profits were remitted by state enterprises to the Ministry of Finance, and the State Planning Commission determined the main investment priorities which were funded through the state budget. This system was, under the reforms, replaced by one in which the most important source of investment finance was the retained earnings of firms, followed in importance by bank credit. In the second half of the 1990s and the first half of the following decade, bankruptcies, mergers, and privatizations reduced the number of SOEs by 3/4, with the loss of several tens of millions of jobs in the state sector. In 2003 the government created the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commissions, SASAC, with its focus on the largest state-owned group of companies. Notwithstanding contrary assertions, the profits of SASAC enterprises as a share of all non-financial companies' profits in China peaked in 2006-07 and have since fallen sharply. Lardy attempts to refute the notion that SASAC has been able to transform the performance of China's largest and most significant SOEs. 131 Lardy details the dramatic transition in the ownership structure, away from an economy in which almost all economic output was produced by state. 130 As will be seen later, Lardy has expressed his disappointment on this score. 131 Arthur Kroeber presents a different picture in this regard. He says that the aims of China's industrial policy during the Hu-Wen period were, a. to create companies progressively producing goods of greater technological sophistication and higher value and, b. becoming internationally competitive. From being a producer of cheap goods in the 1980s, China has become a country that increasingly exports goods of higher value. And further, he says, the Hu-Wen policy was aimed at consolidating the state sector, carrying out infrastructure development, and helping Chinese companies capture market share from foreign enterprises. Observes that this policy has largely been a success, see pages 56 and 27. 118. Reform and opening up. Owned or collective enterprises to one in which private enterprises produce about 2/3 of total output. As a result, almost all of urban development since 1978 has been in private enterprises. Employment in state and collective enterprises presently accounts for less than 1/5, 20%, of urban employment. For these developments he outlines 3 reasons. 1. State policies provide almost equal treatment to businesses, irrespective of ownership. 2. Private businesses have higher rates of profitability and hence of retained profits, which provide greater funds for expansion. 3. Improved access to bank credit. In 2012 bank lending to private enterprises on average was 2/3 higher than lending to state enterprises. This refutes the assertion often made that voracious credit appetite of state enterprises has squeezed private firms out of access to credit. Further, private entrepreneurs join the Communist Party for reasons of prestige as well as to promote their business interests. Millions of capitalists are now in the party, but this has not become a source of party leadership over the private sector. Lardy bases his study on a wide range of official data compiled and published by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, and many other government agencies. In the spring of 2009, in the aftermath of the global economic crisis, and the resultant drop in Chinese exports, close to 30 million workers lost their jobs. State v. Market Capitalism. Chapter. In 1978 SOEs accounted for about 25% of all firms, but the balance of the firms were collectively owned, usually by provincial or local governments. All the same, SOEs accounted for 80% of industrial output and 70% of industrial employment. Agriculture was organized in collective units called communes, which were required to deliver a large portion of their output to state-owned procurement agencies at prices set by the State Price Commission. Central planning introduced during the first 5-year plan, 1953-57, this was the best period of sustained development in China. As economic reform got underway, price controls gradually eroded. Rural markets were gradually reopened. Once the state quotas were delivered, the farmers were permitted to sell their surplus on these rural free markets. In the early 1980s retail prices were liberalized for an increasing range of consumer goods. 119. 132-1983 saw the biggest breakthrough as the state established a 2-tier structure for pricing and distribution of coal, steel, machinery and equipment, and other producer goods. Though still required to deliver planned levels of output to state agencies at state fixed prices, the enterprises could sell their above-plan output in parallel markets where prices were determined by supply and demand. In 1982 the State Price Commission was downgraded to become the State Price Bureau within the State Planning Commission. The latter itself became in 1998 the State Development and Planning Commission and, later still, in 2003, the National Development and Reform Commission. In 1993 the Material Allocation Plan was formally abolished. Planning no longer exercises sufficient controlling power over the great majority of economic activities. Instead of the planning, as of old, the government gives macroeconomic guidance, under which the government helps to direct investment patterns and corrects the worst abuses of the market system, but 132 This followed the conclusion of the 12th Party Congress of the CPC in February 1982. The spokesman of this Congress attributed to it a historical watershed comparable to the 20th Congress of the CPSU. The 12th Congress was obviously marked off from the 9th and 10th Congresses, both of which were held in the decade of the Cultural Revolution, which were characterized as erroneous ideologically, politically, and organizationally. Renmin Ribeo, August 30, 1982. As to the 11th Congress, though it officially terminated the Cultural Revolution and purged the followers of the Gang of Four from its ranks, it mistakenly endorsed the general line which had provided an ideological rationale for the Cultural Revolution, thereby hindering the radical policy agenda. Not until the third plenum of the 11th CC had the party restored its correct policies in the economic, political, cultural, and other fields of work and adopted a series of new and correct policies after studying the new situation and new experience. Historical Transition, Historic Meeting, Renmin Ribeo Editorial, August 31, 1982. The 12th Congress made structural changes in the central political organs, set a new policy agenda, and made changes in personnel. While giving nominal precedence to central planning over market forces, it euphemistically declared that the rigidity of planning was to be eliminated, stating we must strive to conform to objective reality, constantly studying changes in market supply and demand, consciously making use of the law of value and such economic levers as pricing, taxation and credits to guide enterprises in fulfilling state plans, and giving varying degrees of powers to managers, to make decisions as they see fit. Hu Yaobang's report to the 12th Congress. Throughout it has been the endeavor of the reformists to reduce the power of central planners and increase the role of the market, hand in hand with increasing privatization of enterprises. The decisions of the 12th Congress clearly set the party firmly on that, even if at the time the reformers had to act with great caution, see Linda Ua. 120. Without intervening in the management of enterprises. As a result, individual enterprises are free from control by central planners and the economy is shaped by public investments and the directing of foreign funds into areas most in need of capital. By 2002-3, market prices prevailed in about 95% of all transactions in the areas of both retail commodities and agricultural products, and 87% of all transactions for producer goods. By 2007 the number of products subject to price fixing was quite small, 13 commodities, 9 services, and 5 types of public utilities, not very dissimilar to government control or regulation of prices of some of these commodities and services which are to be found in other market economies. Labor and capital markets. Prior to 1978 there was no market for labor in China. Consequent upon reforms, the number of migrant workers expanded, with ever-increasing numbers migrating over long distances. In 1982, 7 million were employed outside their native county. By 1990 the number was 22 million, by 2000 79 million and by 2012 163 million. Including 99 million who migrated within their native county, the number of migrant workers for 2012 was 263 million, a fifth of China's entire population. Of these, 99 million were employed in urban areas within their native county, 87 million outside their native county but within their provincial level administration unit, and 76 million found employment outside their native province. These migrants were predominantly, but not entirely, of rural origin. Beginning with the mid-80s, the state phased out the system of permanent employment in SOs, giving enterprises the right to hire and fire. But the real end of the permanent employment system in SOs occurred in 1995 under the slogan "Seizing the large and letting go of the small," and the resultant massive downsizing of SOs. 30 million state workers, 2/5 of the total number, lost their jobs as the small and medium-sized SOEs were closed or privatized. 133. By 1990, in urban and rural China combined, there were 72.75 million self-employed and private sector workers, 8% of the total labor force. By 2010, private sector employment, where wages were regulated by the market, reached 281.5 million, 40% of total employment. In addition, there were an estimated 136 million workers in urban limited liability companies, shareholding limited companies and foreign-funded enterprises where the majority or dominant owner was private and wages were regulated by the market. Thus by 2010, a total of 415 million non-agricultural workers, 55% of China's total labor force, were employed in units where wages were regulated by the market. By 2012 the urban population was 712 million, 52.6% of the total population. Of these, only 480 million, 35.3% of China's population, had urban residence status. The remainder had no access to the full range of social benefits. By and large there is no lifetime employment. Wages are determined by the market. By 2011, SOs accounted for only 26% of industrial output, the remainder being produced by private firms, including privately owned foreign firms. In manufacturing, the share of state firms' output is only 20%. In finance, however, the state remains dominant. Whereas in 1990 only one Chinese company was included in the Fortune Global 500, by 2012 70 Chinese companies were on that list. All but 4 of these were state companies. The downsizing of state enterprises began under Premier Zhu Rongji in the second half of the 1990s. Lardy's figures concerning China's export and import trade and FDI in 2012 are as follows: China's imports, $1.8 tn, 22% of GDP. China's exports, $2.05 tn, 25% of GDP. The cumulative value of FDI in China, $2.2 tn. Foreign firms now account for 25% of China's manufacturing sector. Let it be stated that according to Lardy, during the first 5-year plan, China's economy grew by 8.9% per annum. Reform of state-owned enterprises, SOs, from the late 1970s to the mid-1980s, reforms focused on agriculture. Also from the mid-1980s, the government launched several experiments to reform SOs, through greater autonomy to enterprises with regard to production, marketing, investment decisions, and allowing them to retain a portion of their earnings rather than, as hitherto, handing them over in their entirety to the Ministry of Finance. 122. The 3 stages of reform. 1. First, relaxation, the government's monopoly over wide sectors of industry, which led to large numbers of start-ups, mostly private firms, entering profitable areas of the industrial sector, with the result that, whereas in 1978 the share of industrial output of SOs was 80%, by 1992 it had come down to 50%. All this as a result of privatizing large numbers of small and medium SOs with the slogan "grasping the large, releasing the small." 2. The second stage of reform following the third plenum of the 14th CC in November 1993 was a major turning point on China's path to a market economy. It put into practice, a. separation of SOs from the government, and b. privatization of smaller SOs. As a result of these policies, the number of SOs generally, as well as in the industrial sector, was drastically reduced. 3. Next phase of reform, corporatization of SOs, with greater authority to manage and selling minority shares, sometimes through public listing. In 1996 there were 442,000 traditional SOs, 3/4 of them outside the industrial sector. By 2003 their number had declined to 370,000, and by 2012 to only 160,000 according to the National Bureau of Statistics of China. Following these reforms and opening up to foreign competition during China's negotiations with the WTO, these enterprises became more profitable. Emergence of SASIC. Even after the reform, SOs remain dominant, or have a near monopoly position in basic, telecommunications, financial services, oil and gas extraction, tobacco, public utilities, water and electricity. While the number of SOs has declined, those which remain are much larger and have increased their market power dramatically. For instance, in 2009 the total profits of two large state enterprises, China Mobile and China Petroleum, Sinopec, exceeded the combined profits of China's 500 largest private enterprises. 123. This prominence occurred during the decade of leadership of Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao. 134, 2003 to 2012. In March 2003, China created the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASIC, charged with transforming SOs into national champions. SASIC took charge of about 200 of the most important non-financial SOs owned and controlled at the central level. SASIC SOs include three national oil companies, CPNC, Sinopec, and NOC. It also included in this category, the large state telecommunications companies China Mobile, China Unicom and China Telecom. The state owns most of the large state power generating companies, such as China Huadian Corporation and China Huadian Corporation and Zhenhua Group, China's largest state-owned coal producer, the major state power distribution companies, the State Grid Corporation and China Southern Power Grid Company, as well as major state airlines, Air China, China Southern, and China Eastern. Three SASIC-controlled state corporations are ranked in the top 10 in the Fortune Global 500 list of the largest corporations ranked by revenue. Only two American corporations made the top 10. The original number of 200 entities controlled by SASIC had fallen to only 113 by early 2014, through mergers aimed at building even larger, more powerful companies. And these companies exert a large influence on China's economy because most SASIC entities have many subsidiaries, each with multiple factories. As a result, the universe of central SASIC entities in 2010 included 23,738 firms, or 1/5 of the number of SOs, of all types. Further, many of the group of SASIC companies have expanded their activities beyond their core businesses. The CPC plays an important role in many SASIC entities. The organization department of the party appoints the top 3 executives, party secretary, CEO, and chairman of the board. The red phones on the desks of these companies' CEOs provide a direct, encrypted line between the companies and Zhongnanhai, the HQ of the party in Beijing. The state regulations are widely interpreted as providing SASIC-managed companies with substantial economic benefits. Dividends of SASIC companies do not go directly to the state budget administered by the Ministry of Finance but into a separate capital management budget and are reinvested in the firms controlled by SASIC. Loans on favorable terms from state-owned banks are made available to SASIC companies. In sharp contrast to the preceding period of Jiang Zemin/Zhu Rongji, when China instituted a far-reaching restructuring of SOs and took China into the WTO, in the Hu/Wen decade fundamental economic reform slowed to a crawl. Instead, the Hu/Wen regime energetically promoted a series of policies, many of which were designed to promote SOs at the expense of both foreign and indigenous private enterprises. 135. According to Kroeber, the SO reform was aimed at a. refocusing SOs in a smaller number of strategic sectors and making them more efficient, and b. cleaning up a huge debt problem. These aims, says Kroeber, were achieved, and the SO reform had 3 impacts. 1. The number of SOs was slashed through consolidation, privatization, and bankruptcy. 2. employment in SOs fell drastically, and 3. The financial performance of SOs improved, from a combination of reduced obligations to finance employees' social welfare costs, increased competitive pressure from SASIC to hit financial targets, and subsidized access to land and capital. The gains, he says, were impressive. Kroeber says that according to researchers at the OECD, who analyzed the data on all SOs appearing in the Forbes Global 2000 list of the world's biggest companies, China's major SOs had assets equivalent to 145% of GDP and revenues equivalent to 26% of GDP. The biggest Chinese SOs, he says, are very big indeed, and the vast majority of really large companies in China are state-owned. In 2014, 92 mainland Chinese companies appeared in the Fortune Global 500 list, which ranks the world's biggest companies by revenue. Only 10 of these 92 were private firms. 3 of the 10 biggest companies in the entire world are Chinese: Sinopec, CNPC, and State Grid. However, in terms of employment and contribution to GDP, the picture is somewhat different. The SOs employed 65 workers in 2005. Their share of urban employment has continued to fall, and in 2013 it stood at an all-time low of 17%. The state's share of industrial production is 25%. Agriculture is mostly in private hands. State farms do exist for large-scale production, especially in meat and dairy production, and account for 10% of agricultural production according to reliable estimates. The output of the service sector is about evenly divided between the state and private sectors. The SOs are coordinated by SASIC, and by the CPC, which directly controls the appointments of top managers of the most strategic SOs. He adds ominously that the SOs are becoming powerful fiefdoms, and some believe that the power flows not from the government to the SOs but the other way round. As a result, the state is at the risk of regulatory capture by its biggest enterprises. Again, Lardy is contradicting his earlier assertions. 135. 125. In 2006, the State Council promulgated a guiding opinion calling for the maintenance of state ownership as the main element of the economy. But it also called for state encouragement and support of individual and private businesses and the full development of the market as a tool for allocating resources. 2 weeks after the State Council acted, Li Rongrong, the chairman of SASIC, in an interview went far beyond the document approved by the State Council, saying that to carry out the guiding opinion it would be necessary for the state to guarantee absolute controlling power over enterprises in 7 strategic sectors, being I. Military industry, 2. Power generation and distribution, 3. Petroleum and chemicals, 4. Telecommunications, v. Coal, 6. Civil aviation, and 7. Shipping. He also identified 9 pillar industries, i.e., manufacture of equipment, automobiles, information technology, construction, iron and steel, non-ferrous metals, chemical industry, prospecting and design, and technology, in all of which the state was to maintain comparatively strong control. In 2007, the Ministry of Finance promulgated a series of documents that required all government procurements to give priority to products embodying indigenous innovation. Did the who/when reforms succeed? Lardy is of the view that these reforms did not succeed, for, while the enterprises managed by SASIC have grown enormously in size through internal growth and mergers, their profits have fallen steadily since 2006 to a level below the cost of capital. He says that a higher share of national investment is undertaken by private firms, and the increasing efficiency of these firms were a major source of economic growth in the who/when years. Lardy comes to this conclusion because for him there is no other yardstick than that of profitability for judging the success of an economic policy. Changing structure of ownership. Agriculture. Before reform, agricultural production was totally dominated by collective units called people's communes. The collectives were obliged to deliver a large share of their product to state-owned procurement agencies at prices fixed by the State Price Commission, the balance being for distribution in kind to commune members on the basis of individual lebu. 1. 126. Contributions, as measured through a system of work points. Private marketing activity was severely restricted. According to Lardy, and every bourgeois economist, these arrangements adversely affected agriculture. Socialist agriculture led to stagnation in productivity and incomes as there were no incentives. Transformation from 1978 through the decentralization of production, he argues, through contracting out to households led to a boost in production. By October 1981, over 50% of rural production teams had adopted some form of household contracts, and by 1982 this share rose to 98%. Thus in the early 1980s collective production arrangements were effectively disbanded throughout rural China, replaced by the household responsibility system in which farmland was assigned to individual families. Initially these assignments to households were for short periods of 1 to 3 years, but by the mid-1980s the government extended the length of land leases to 15 years in order to encourage private investment and land improvement. In 1993 the contract period was extended to 30 years. The 2007 property law declared that a farmer's 30-year land use rights were private property rights and subleasing within the 30-year lease became increasingly common. Subleasing has led to the emergence of private companies that are able to lease large amounts of contiguous land to operate larger-scale agricultural production units. After all, only large-scale farming offers a solution. The only question is that of ownership. Also the state, post-reform, relied increasingly on price incentives rather than compulsory delivery quotas to acquire grain and other agricultural products. Free markets began to reopen in large numbers in rural areas, and by the early 1980s such markets were cropping up in urban areas as well. These market-oriented arrangements initially led to a surge in agricultural production, food consumption, and farm income. Between 1978 to 85, rural per capita income grew by an average of almost 15% a year in real terms. Only the state farms remained untouched by these developments, and their numbers are as below. Number of state farms in the mid-1960s. Number of state farms in the early 2000s, 2000. Number of state farms in 2011, 1,800. But state farms are a very small portion of Chinese agriculture, accounting for about 1% of the agricultural labor force and 3% of the value of farm output. The number of workers on state farms declined from 5.1 million in 1978 to 3.3 million in 2011. Although the ultimate ownership of rural land still lies in the village communities rather than the individual farm families, land use rights have been improved dramatically since 1978. Given these developments. 127. Agriculture, outside of state farms, should be regarded as private within the sphere of the marketed portion of China's economy. 136. Industry, construction, and services. Official statistical data reveal that the number of registered private enterprises expanded from 443,000 in 1996, 20% of all enterprises, to 5,918,000 in 2012, 70% of all enterprises. In the industrial sector, the number of registered private firms went up from 14,600 in 1999 to 273,000 by 2010, and the share of output produced by these firms rose from 4.4% to 30.5% over the same period. The numbers employed in registered private firms soared, exceeding 94 million by 2010, of whom 33 million were employed in industry. Through the mid-1980s virtually all FDI in China was in the form of joint ventures, which were dominated by arrangements in which INSO was the domestic partner of a foreign firm and frequently the majority shareholder. However, in 1986 the Chinese National People's Congress passed a law governing FDI in the form of wholly foreign-owned companies. Subsequently an increasing share of FDI in China took the form of wholly foreign-owned firms. As early as 1989, 30% of all incoming FDI was in this form, up from 1% in 1985. A decade later, the share had risen to 40% and by 2010 just over 75% of $106 billion in FDI entered China in the form of wholly foreign-owned companies, while less than 25% was in the form of joint ventures. As their owners are private, these businesses should be regarded as private. While FDI forms a very small share of capital formation in China, in some sectors foreign-funded firms make a very large contribution to output. In the manufacturing sector, for example, these firms accounted for over 25% of the value of output in 2010, with about 15% of this produced by wholly foreign-owned companies. Since manufacturing accounts for 40% of China's GDP, the contribution of wholly foreign-owned firms to the private sector should be emphasized. By 2012, individual businesses, sometimes classified as self-employed, employed 200 million people, 2.5 times the level of 2002. And they are concentrated in the service sector and, within services, wholesale and retail activity predominates. Chapter 6. Reform and Opening Up. Industry and Construction. The share of industrial output produced by state firms, both SOEs and other registration categories where the state is the majority or dominant shareholder, fell from 78% in 1978 to 26% by 2011 according to the National Bureau of Statistics, i.e., it fell from 3/4 to 1/4. In the coal industry, the state's share of output slipped from 66% in 2006 to barely over 50% by 2011. In steel, another pillar industry, the share of output by SOEs slid from 43% in 2006 to 37% in 2011. Further, the state also retreated in some of the downstream areas of the oil industry, example natural gas, where SOEs by 2011 controlled less than half of gas distribution. The same goes for refining, so that by 2011 the SOEs accounted for less than 70% of refined petroleum. Construction, which in 2011 accounted for 7% 137 of GDP, in 1980 SOEs employed 75% of all workers in the industry and were responsible for 75% of the value of construction. There was no private construction industry then. By 2010 the share of output of SOEs had shrunk to less than a third, 33%. Privately controlled domestic firms now dominate the industry. In 2010 they accounted for 75% of employment and 66% of value output. Services. State-owned and state-controlled enterprises completely dominate key components of the sector, finance, which includes banking, insurance, securities, and asset management. Basic telecommunications, 2, 3, transport, airlines, rail, and ocean shipping, 4, other services education, health, social security, and social welfare. In other words, not much ownership transformation in large swathes of China's service sector. Wholesale and retail trade is the single biggest component of the service sector, accounting in 2011 for just over 20% of value-added services, or 5% of GDP. In 1978 there were hardly any private retail units. By 2008, 80% of all retailers were privately controlled and they accounted for 50% of retail sales and a little over 50% of profits in the retail sector. In 2008, state retailers accounted for 3.5% of retail units, 22% of employment, and it is a much larger percentage now. 22% of sales of retail units, in other words, they are huge. In 3 decades, the share of retail sales by the state has fallen from 90% to just over 20%. In the catering industry the transformation of ownership is similar to that in retailing. As per the 2008 economic census, 80% of employment and 66% of revenue is generated by private catering businesses. In some, where there are low barriers to entry, privately registered and privately controlled companies have largely displaced state companies in example manufacturing, mining, construction, retailing, wholesaling and catering. But where there are barriers because of capital requirements or government regulations, the dominant position enjoyed by the state companies in 1978 has eroded only very slightly, example tobacco manufacturing, state share 99%, electric power, 93%, oil and gas extraction, 92%. Role of private firms in generating employment and exports. Employment in state firms now accounts for only 18% of urban employment. 2012, a whopping 56 million. 1978, employment in individual businesses in urban areas, a mere 150,000, down from 1.71 million in 1965, just before the Cultural Revolution. 1985, it grew to 4.50 million. Plus registered private businesses, 76 million, bringing the total for 2012 to 132 million employed by individual businesses and registered private firms. 132 million is an understatement of employment in urban private businesses, excluding as it does registration categories other than the state, private, and individual. If we count employment in firms of other types, it will add an extra 51 million to the 132 million, thus bringing the total to 183 million. It would appear that almost all the growth of urban employment in China since 1978 is accounted for by the expansion of private firms, including privately owned foreign firms. The total urban labor force increased by 264 million from 95.14 million in 1978 to 359.14 million in 2011. The increase in urban employment is almost entirely the result of formation of new privately owned or privately controlled businesses, which account for 95% of the growth of the urban labor force since 1978. As a result, the absolute numbers of employees in state and collective firms in urban areas is slightly less than in 1978. Given the large expansion of the urban labor force, the employment share of the state and collective firms fell from 99.8% in 1978 to about 18% in 2011. In rural China, the employment growth is entirely attributable to the private sector. Agricultural activities were essentially privatized in the early 1980s. Primary industry includes forestry, animal husbandry, fisheries, and agriculture. As late as 2010, China's 27.4 million TVEs, township and village enterprises, still employed 160 million workers classified as rural. However, from the mid-1980s onward, a growing share of employment in TVEs was in firms that were either individual businesses or registered private firms. By 2010, 95% of these 27.4 million rural production units were registered as either private enterprises or individual business, which together employed 120 million workers, about 75% of the total number of workers in TVEs. Including those employed in TVEs that are registered as individual or private businesses, and an estimated 25 million employed by firms in other registration categories that are privately owned, the total private sector employment in TVEs came to 145 million in 2010. Thus farm employment appears to have shrunk, and private non-agricultural firms account for virtually all the growth of employment in rural China since 1978. Growing role of private sector in generating China's exports. 1995, SOEs accounted for 66% of China's exports. 2012, SOEs accounted for only 11% of China's, much larger volume of, exports. Initially, as the role of SOEs in exporting receded, foreign firms expanded their share of China's exports. But the foreign firms' share of total exports peaked in 2005, and China has since then become increasingly dependent on private domestic firms to sustain its role as a major exporting economy. Since 2009, the expansion of the value of private firms' exports has exceeded that of foreign firms. Since 95% of China's exports are manufactured goods, The rise of private firms as important exporters reflects the displacement of state firms in most branches of manufacturing. The share of processed exports, assembly of imported parts and components, largely carried out by foreign firms, is declining, resulting in an increase in the value-added component of China's exports. China is moving up the value scale in both industrial production and exports. China's private firms are also becoming a factor in China's outbound FDI, for example. 131. Lenovo's acquisition of the personal computer business of IBM in 2005. Wanda's acquisition for $2.6 billion in 2012 of AMC Entertainment, which operates the second largest movie theater chain in the U.S. The 2013 acquisition by Shuanghui International of Smithfield Foods for $7.1 billion, the largest acquisition in the U.S. From 2000 to the second quarter of 2012, private Chinese companies accounted for 40% of cumulative Chinese direct investment in the U.S. These companies are also investing in Europe. However, in aggregate, state firms still dominate China's global outward FDI. Explaining the growth of the private sector according to Lardy, two factors explain the growth of the private sector: A, the evolution of state policy toward the private sector, B, the greater efficiency of private enterprise. As reflected in higher return on assets, i.e., a higher level of retained earnings relative to assets as compared to SO's policy. The National People's Congress, NPC, in March 1978 adopted a constitutional amendment allowing individual laborers to operate within the limits permitted by law. These limits provided that family businesses could not employ more than 7 non-family members. In the 1980s and early 1990s, the environment for private business was inhospitable. Not surprising in a country where for decades the CPC had stressed that private business people were exploiters of the working class. In March 1999, the Ninth People's Congress legitimized the private sector by approving a constitutional amendment identifying the non-state economy as an essential component of a mixed economy. An improvement from its previous characterization as an important component. 2 years later, 2001, Jiang Zemin, General Secretary of the CPC, in a speech marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the CPC, invited private entrepreneurs to join the party. A year later, 2002, the party clarified that it would no longer discriminate against private entrepreneurs but would embrace them because of their contributions to China's economic development. In 2005, with a directive known as the 36 Articles, the state encouraged private investment in areas hitherto reserved exclusively for state firms, including electric power, telecommunications, railroads, civil aviation, and petroleum. Further, it encouraged financial institutions to increase the share of loans to non-state enterprises and to provide a broader range of financial products to private businesses. In 2011, the government lifted the restriction on the maximum number of non-family members who can be employed in individual businesses. In recent years, the government has used tax policy to promote the growth of more than 6 million small and micro enterprises. 132. Chapter 6: Reform and Opening Up, which predominantly registered as private companies and individual businesses. Financing the private sector. A. The Economist, The New York Times, 2012, Rubini Global Economics. Several academics and financial journalists charged that state giants soak up capital and talent that might have been better used by private companies, that China's largest banks served as ATMs for the SOEs. Deutsche Bank Securities in a November 2013 report argued that the discrepancy between private enterprises that account for nearly 70% of GDP but get only 20% of the credit is the greatest constraint on growth. It is important to stress that it is retained earnings that have financed the vast majority of investment in China since 1978 and not borrowing from banks. From 1992 to 1999, retained earnings financed 40 to 50% of the investment of all non-financial corporations. But from 2000 to 2008, this ratio rose to 71%. The relative financial performance of state versus private firms explains the differential growth performance. Greater productivity 138 in private firms translates into stronger financial performance. By 2009, private firms' returns on equity stood at 20%, running 9.9% ahead of the state firms. Exceptions: NUC enjoyed profit margins in 2004-12 averaging 44% and generated an average return on assets of 24.5%. China Mobile from 2004-14 enjoyed profit margins of 33%, translating into an average 19% return on assets. This higher profitability of private firms helps to explain their relatively rapid growth and also their ability to overcome the handicap of limited access to bank credit and other external sources of finance. Lardy says that private firms' access to credit has improved. Making a detailed analysis of the flow of credit to the SOEs and private business, he shows that the judgment of the above critics is flawed. According to him, new lending flowing to private firms accounted for an average 52% of new loans between 2010-12. During the same period, the share of state firms averaged only 32%. Lardy also shows that the higher rates of interest charged on private business loans is a function of the credit risk rather than discrimination based on ownership. 138 The greater productivity, read profitability, is the result of horrible conditions, lax safety standards, miserable wages, and absence of health and other facilities inflicted on workers in the private sector. 133. Bond and equity financing. State firms appear to dominate bond issuance. But, be it noted, bond financing constituted a mere 10% of total social finance in 2013. Shanghai stock market opened in late 1990. Shenzhen stock market opened in early 1991. The state dominates investment in infrastructure and public services. The role of the party in the private sector. In the very Carly years, state firms dominated IPOs. But following regulatory changes, the share of SOEs in the universe of listed companies declined steadily in the 2000s. By 2010 state firms accounted for just under 50% of all listed companies on the two exchanges. Investment A summary: the share of investment undertaken throughout the economy by state firms fell from just under 50% in 2006 and 34% in 2012, while the share of private firms rose from 35% to almost 50% in the same period. In 1980, SOEs accounted for 82% of all investment. The combined increase in investment in manufacturing and real estate accounted for 2/5 of the increase in fixed asset investment in 2009. Both these sectors are dominated by private activity. SOE's share of fixed investment in China's industrial sector was slightly below that of the private sector in 2006, but by 2012 SOEs accounted for only 20% of fixed investment in industry. If in 1980 SOEs accounted for 82% of all investment, by 2012 their share of fixed asset investment had fallen by more than half. State firms dominate investment in utilities, electricity, gas, water, and mining. Their share in 2012 was 70% and 40% respectively. However, says Lardy, state-owned utilities are not uncommon in market economies, so the relatively high state share of investment in utilities is not strong evidence that China is pursuing a model of state capitalism. But by 2012 the share of SOEs investment in manufacturing, which accounts for 80% of value added in industry, had fallen to only 11%, while that of private firms stood at 73%. Recruitment of entrepreneurs into the party began in the mid-1980s but was banned in August 1989 following the Tiananmen Square incidents of June 4, 1989. In part this was because the entrepreneurs were prominently supporters of the predominantly student demonstrations. Although new members were not recruited from this section for several years, the massive downsizing and privatization of the SOEs in the second half of the 1990s led to an increase in the so-called red companies, since managers of the Chapter 6 *reform and opening up Newly privatized firms were typically their former managers, most of whom were already party members. The three represents. But in July 2001, General Secretary Jiang Zemin, in a speech, called for the party to represent advanced social productive forces and advanced culture, and the greatest majority of the people. The speech paved the way for a renewed recruitment of entrepreneurs into the party. As a result, about a third of private entrepreneurs were members of the party by 2006, a substantial increase from 20% in 2000, the year before Jiang's speech. The motives behind the capitalists' seeking membership of the party are, a. to gain economic benefits, and b. political power. About 33% of entrepreneurs who have become so successful as to be listed on Rupert Hugwirl's annual compilation of China's wealthiest people, the Huron Rich List, are party members. Many are, or aspire to become, delegates to the NPC or the CPPCC, in part for reasons of prestige and part because delegates have regular and recurring access to decision makers and the opportunity to influence laws and regulations. 139 The party's motivation for recruiting these capitalists, a. legitimacy of the party, according to Lardy, is increasingly dependent on growth and higher living standards. As the private sector has become a primary source of economic growth, the party wants the private sector to become a partner to modernizing the economy. b. The parties fear that the capitalists will organize outside of the party, perhaps by aligning with pro-democracy political activists, as in 1989 the party's desire to co-opt capitalists. Summary of Lardy. Private firms have increasingly displaced SOEs as the dominant source of output in most of manufacturing, mining, construction, wholesale and retailing, and catering. Private firms have consistently had much higher returns on assets. 199 Bruce Dixon, Wealth into Power, pages 171-72. Private firms are responsible for virtually all of the growth of employment in urban China since 1978. Private firms are now the most important contributors to China's exports. China's economic risk since 1978 is largely the story of the ending role of markets and private enterprise, or at least Lardy thinks so. The transformation from collective to private production was most rapid in agriculture. In construction and manufacturing it was gradual but more profound, since the latter accounted for a much larger share of GDP than agriculture, and THCY were more inextricably linked to the system of economic planning that China adopted from the Soviet Union in the 1950s. But by 2011 the share of manufacturing and construction output originating in state-owned and state-controlled firms had declined to a mere 20% and 33% respectively. 140. Implementing the reform agenda, state firms, Lardy asserts, have increasingly been a drag on China's growth. Therefore he proposes economic reform should now focus on opening up the portions of the economy that remain off limits to private firms, including foreign firms. The third plenum of the 18th CC and its decision of November 15, 2013, decision on major issues concerning comprehensively deepening reforms, addresses these questions. First, it declares that the market should be the decisive force in the allocation of resources. Second, it elevates the role of the non-state sector to parity with the state sector. Third, it repeatedly calls for a level playing field, competitive markets, and restriction of state monopoly ownership to natural monopolies. Such has been the penetration of the market into the Chinese economy. Lu Qiaoguang, director of the Institute of Economics at the CAS in the early 1980s, who served as president of the Academy, in 2006 after retirement. 140 Then there is the question of the underground economy. According to Ye Jianfu, a Chinese scholar, the size of the underground economy could be as much as one-third of the size of the official economy, cited by James Kinge in his book, p.156. Kinge adds that Li Ruiguo, deputy governor of the People's Bank of China, the central bank, told him in late 2004 that nearly one-third of the growth in money supply could be attributed to the informal economy, with scores of underground banks providing finance for companies unable to get loans from state-owned lenders. 2. 1. 136. Chapter 6. Reform and Opening Up. Wrote that the excessive reliance on the market was promoting inequality and that the CPC would lose power if it did not rein in market reforms. These criticisms received added support in the light of the 2007-8 capitalist crisis. The state advances while the private sector retreats. While the debate in Qing over the appropriate role of the market is likely to continue, I anticipate that it will influence only the pace of reform, not its direction. In the coming decade, the role of the market is likely further to expand, in line with the vision laid out in the Third Plenum decision, for several reasons. 41. Lardy bases this assertion on the fact that the rationale for a large and continuing role of SOEs is less compelling than a decade ago. This rationale was that the SOEs provided employment, were sources of government revenue, were an important source of innovation. 2. 3. State companies once provided highly subsidized housing to more than 90% of their employees, including retirees, comprising 50% of all urban residents, and an array of free social services. In the mid-1990s, SOEs operated more than 18,000 schools with an enrollment of 6.1 million students, requiring 600,000 teachers and staff. Hospitals built, run, and paid for by SOEs accounted for 33% of all hospital beds in China. The cost of providing these services amounted to about 40% of the wage bill of a typical SOE. The traditional dual role of SOEs as production units and providers of housing and social services was once an argument for maintaining a large role for SOEs. But when the government began its campaign to downsize SOEs in the second half of the 1990s, it also unfolded a program for accelerated sale of enterprise housing units to their employees and curtailed SOE-provided social services. The sale of public housing, begun in 1982, picked up speed in 1988. Privatization accelerated significantly after mid-1998 when the state announced the termination of the administratively planned housing distribution system, which led SOEs to sell off virtually all their housing units to their employees, typically at relatively low prices. Through these reforms, housing has by and large become a commodity allocated through the market. Lardy, Markets to Mao, p.148. 141. 137. And then Lardy makes the most mindlessly stupid assertion which runs like this. Another reason for the likely expansion of the market is the growing recognition by the CPC that the role of the state must evolve in order to respond to increasingly urgent popular demands for cleaner air and water, safe food supplies, a stronger social safety net, and more inclusive growth. To meet these demands, the state will need to cede a greater role for the market, in resource allocation and to concentrate its own limited resources on providing services that the market cannot supply. Nationalise the national debt. This is contrary to historical truth, for every thinking person knows that capitalism is a destroyer of climate. 142. For the only concern it has is with the maximization of profit. If that means unclean water, toxic air, unsafe food supplies, weaker social safety nets, and the least inclusive growth, so be it. But then, Lardy is an eminent bourgeois economist from the Peterson Institute, a right-wing American think tank, whose mission is to promote the marketization of the entire world economy. That is why he is so enthusiastic about the marketization of large parts of the Chinese economy and is constantly hoping the rest of it will go the same way. 142. In fact, pollution has wreaked havoc in China consequent upon the marketization of large parts of the Chinese economy. More on this elsewhere. 1.38. Chapter 7. More on marketization of the economy. 143. The above description of the marketization of the Chinese economy would be incomplete without making reference to the book China Emerging by Wu Xiaobo, which delineates with candor, and without any sense of shame, the journey from a planned economy to the market. The utter hatred of the worshippers of reform and opening up for planning oozes out of its pages with monotonous regularity. Whereas the architects of reform and opening up speak cautiously and in guarded, almost Aesopian, terms, at once hypocritical and dishonest, the unashamed propagandists of these reforms a la Mr. Wu, blurt out the truth in its lurid unvarnished form. The author damns the entire pre-reform Chinese economy thus. 144. 10 years of the spasms of the Cultural Revolution and more than 20 years of a planned economy had put the country on the verge of collapse. Then appears a savior. In 1978 a tiny giant of a man, Deng Xiaoping, stepped onto the stage of history for a second time and steered the country in the direction of wholesale change. He had astonishing determination, extreme political acuteness, and absolute decisiveness. With malicious glee he writes that on July 3, 1978, the Chinese government stopped its aid to Vietnam. 13 days later China announced that it was cancelling all economic and technical assistance to Albania. On October 23, 1978, he says, the Sino-Japanese peace accords formally went into operation, while on December 1, 1978 the Sino-American communique was signed establishing normal diplomatic relations. Many more subtle changes in foreign policy, he says, indicated that China had begun to disengage from ideological considerations and put its national policy focus on economic development. 145. He goes on to relate the myth about the village of Xiaogang forcing the government to decollectivize agriculture through the Household Responsibility System, HRS, before passing on to the third plenary session of the 11cc of the CPC, December 18 to 22, 1978, that launched the Reform and Opening Up program and at which the party agreed to jettison slogans such as take class struggle as the guiding principle and * carry on revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. China, he says, had instead returned to the world stage and to an arena of peaceful competition. At the end of December 1978, he proudly writes, Deng was put on the cover of Time magazine, which devoted 48 pages to him, characterizing him as the man of the year. Unlike Mao, who mobilized people for economic construction, Deng intended to mobilize a capital. 146. The first step of the reformers was to expand the autonomy of enterprises in decision-making and replacing state allocations with credit loans. These measures paved the way for the long journey of shaking up the state-owned enterprises. Only in 1998, when the issue of ownership was grappled with, did the reform get a real boost. Wenzhou in Zhejiang province, he says, led the way with its 100,000 small business industries. Increasing privatizations led to a situation whereby it became more rewarding to wield a barber's scissors than a surgeon's knife, to sell eggs rather than work on guided missiles. The three most desirable jobs in 1984, according to China Daily, were taxi driver, private trader, and chef. With Deng's seal of approval, says Mr. Wu, the first generation of China's entrepreneurs set out on the road to business success in 1984. This year was later to be recognized as the founding year of many of China's major modern i.e., capitalist enterprises. He then goes on to name some of these businessmen. While this was going on, the sows remained inside the cage. He describes how on March 24, 1984, a group of 55 heads of sows in Fujian province struggled to be freed from the cage, demanding the right to hire and fire, for the factory chief to appoint his deputies, the right to decide on 141 budgeting and finance, the right to distribute bonuses, and the right to sell their produce with a certain degree of latitude. In their demands, these enterprise heads were fully backed by the local government. Once the ground had been prepared by these propaganda stunts, on May 10, 1984 the State Council issued provisional regulations which stipulated that the factory manager was the head of the factory, that he was the legal representative of the enterprise, that he held all responsibility with regard to the enterprise, that he was in a central position and played a central role. Continues Mr. Wu. The little island of Hainan became as sacred to the money makers as the revolutionary Yan'an. 2 months after Deng's trip to Guangdong in early 1984, the CC of the CPC made the historic decision to open 14 coastal cities to foreign investment as well as the ending of Hainan Island, which had no industry in the pre-reform era because of its strategic military importance. Once market forces were unleashed, they gave rise to rampant speculation and smuggling. Mr. Wu, with barely disguised glee, gives the following description of the mad fever to turn a quick buck and the rush to make money at any cost by reference to Hainan and, by extension, to the rest of China. So the local officials figured out how to turn Hainan's special status into pure gold. As the State Council had relaxed the rules governing the import of production materials for industry and agriculture, as well as consumer goods in short supply, the smugglers and speculators used them as a shortcut to wealth, by engaging in private interest deals. All anyone had to do was to secure an import license to make instant money, example by selling a document allowing the holder to import a car. Such a person could make RMB 10,000, like having an oil well by one's front door. This started the mad rush to secure import permits and make a fast buck. Senior government officials were later to admit, ruefully, that even kindergartens were dealing authorizations to import cars. These authorizations could be turned into money. You could take them to other provinces and sell them. They didn't have authorizations. Hainan did. Just by turning a piece of paper around, selling it to someone else, you'd make money. In the first half of 1984, Hainan imported just 2,000 cars. But in July 1984 the local government suddenly authorized the import of 13,000 cars, 36 times the monthly average of the first half of the year. The black market for foreign currency became an openly traded market. With a dramatic rise in the price of foreign exchange, the exchange rate of the dollar to the RMB went to $1 equals 4.4 from $1 equals 1.5 at which it had stood before July 1984. People turned up with buckets of RMB in the Pearl River Delta to exchange them for HK dollars. At a time when all manner of goods were in short supply, and with Hainan being granted the special right to import, any fool could gauge the profit margins in this situation. Hainan became irresistible. Following the Hainan fever in the mid-1980s, all of China was in an economic fever as well. Credit increased exponentially, with the central bank printing money 24/7, and the entire country engulfed in a wave of foreign imported equipment. The two-track pricing system led, as it was bound to do, to a crazy arbitrage business in the margin between the two prices, to buy and sell. A ton of steel might change hands several times before reaching a final buyer, and double in price as a consequence. This had the effect of all the prices of government-mandated allocated goods and materials becoming market-driven. Materials shipped out of allocated factories and units, and through several intermediaries, found their price level in the marketplace. The planned economy lost all vigor and control. As a result, during the years of the two-track pricing system, state-allocated goods and materials were not able to complete a single contract for the supply to the state. Those sows that abided honorably by the state plan became immediate roadkill. They did not benefit from this policy. Only the speculators, whose ranks were swelled by government officials, did. Actions of these officials were the last straw in leading to the collapse of China's planned economy. He adds that some people date corruption to the system. Never mind all these phenomena. The fortunate thing, and the thing to remember, is that China has not and will not turn around and go back in the other direction, i.e., to the planned economy. 14. And still this author moans about the explosive appearance of psychological imbalances among the general populace. Everyone is thinking exclusively about how to make money, and a fundamental shift in values is underway. 148. 147 pages 61-2. 148 page 62. 142. Noting that friction and conflict between different interest groups are inevitable, he adds. This is not an easy thing to hear at this particular time, since most people are still immersed in a kind of prostration before or homage to reform. They have not yet become fully conscious of the repercussions of reform, specifically the changes it is inflicting on China's social system. They are not thinking about an overturn in fundamental concepts and a lasting segmentation of social status, a euphemism, and an understatement, for the deepening class differentiation and the looming inevitable class conflict. Mr. Wu goes on to talk about the warm welcome accorded by China's leaders to the monetarist Milton Friedman in 1988, before referring to Friedrich von Hayek, the equally reactionary Austrian economist, in the following approving terms: Friedrich von Hayek, 1899 to 1992, the Austrian economist, in his book The Fatal Conceit, said that striving for a highly planned economy was a kind of fatal conceit and laid out the failings of such an economy, advocating instead the principle of spontaneous organization. Hayek's book provided timely theoretical ammunition for capitalist countries in the West. In China it was held in some circles to be a veritable indicative of degeneracy and a complete departure from Marxist-Leninist political economy of the reformist leaders. A. Treasure 149. An advocate of economic freedom and free markets, and a specialist in price and market theory, Friedman advised the Chinese reformers that the government should get rid of price controls. He found in China willing recipients of this advice, and the recommendations of the great guru that prices be determined by the market provided theoretical underpinning for their views. His advice was accepted by the government. The result, as was to be expected, was that the price of daily necessities went through the roof. The liberalization of prices was followed by inflation and panic buying nationwide. Warehouses were emptied even of products of which China was the world's leading producer, example fans. People got into fights in the street over buying woolen yarn. Professors in some universities were forced to resort to selling wonton soup and groceries to make a living, which they could not do with their salaries. Prices in 1988 rose faster than in any year since 1950, rising by over 95%. 149 page 64. 143. Among the 383 commodity price indicators by which the state calculated commodity prices, the inflation and the consequent buying frenzy also created unprecedented shortages in raw material inputs for production. The authorities were forced to backtrack and freeze prices. In October 1988, the policy of price liberalization was declared a total failure and judged to have inflicted the greatest economic loss since the start of reforms in 1978. It destroyed people's faith in Reform 150, bringing in its wake a growing hatred for those officials who had abused their position, as well as a growing realization that some people were getting rich while the common people had to face hardship, and that the reform was creating a radically unequal society. Price liberalization brought in its train not only a setback for economic reform but also a groundswell of social unrest. 151. The government took measures to rectify situation which had made 5 million migrant laborers redundant, caused the number of private businesses to decrease by 3 million and China's growth rate to fall in 1989 to its lowest level since 1978. Sources of finance had dried up, consumer spending had dropped, factories had closed down and unemployment had increased. 152. It was a real crisis of a market-driven economy. The sudden social upheaval brought to a shuddering halt the changes that had been building up during the previous 12 years, as the Deng leadership was obliged to put social stability above all other considerations. By taking measures such as the suppression of the counter-revolutionary wave, which his reform policies had evoked, resulting in the Shenzhen incident, and freezing economic reform, Deng prevented China collapsing in the way that the USSR had done. However, it was only a tactical retreat on Deng's part, as he was determined to push through his reform agenda, to which he returned during his famous Southern tour, January 18 to February 21, 1992. In the course of this tour, he delivered a series of viewpoints as a guide to China's future direction, which could be summed up as follows: the basic route of the party will not change for 100 years. A. Like all his pronouncements, which are characterized by eclecticism, he declared during his trip that the basic quality of socialism is to release productivity, eliminate exploitation, eliminate extremism. Its aim is finally to arrive at a common prosperity. The fundamental distinction between socialism and capitalism does not lie in whether you have a little more plan or a little more market. He did not bother to explain how exploitation was to be eliminated at the same time as giving free rein to the market. The year 1992 was to be a watershed in China's reform and opening up process. It dispelled all doubts about the future of reforms, and the process amazed foreign observers. MNCs began moving to China in droves. Various indicators made it clear in 1993 that China was no longer a planned economy in the traditional sense, and would not be again. The old term speculation and profiteering was no longer heard. What used to be a heinous crime was now part of normal daily life. Networks of local business economies were spreading like wildfire and, as a necessary part of any modern market economy, capital markets were starting up as well. 154. In October 1992 the 14th Congress of the party convened and clearly spelled out goals of establishing a socialist market economy system. The theoretical approach of building socialism with Chinese characteristics was written into the party bylaws. Zhu Rongji arrived in Beijing to become vice premier. Recommended by Deng, he was specifically put in charge of the economy. For the next 12 years he was in charge of guiding China's economic reforms. November 14, 1993 saw the third plenum of the 14th Central Committee passing a resolution, decision regarding questions to do with establishing a socialist market economy system. Following this, economic competition spread to all economic spheres in China. There was a remarkable increase in foreign investment and an explosion of foreign trade. The authority to make economic decisions was increasingly pushed down to lower levels, leading to rivalry among provinces that made the situation look amazingly like the reality of the federal system in the US. 155. After Deng's southern tour and his pronouncements, the economy picked up. The construction industry registered a dramatic increase. Zhu Rongji took several steps to stamp out the differential between official low interest rates and high unofficial people's financing rates, which were a source of huge corruption through arbitrage by well-connected officials, who borrowed money from official sources, lent it out, and made an instant 20%-30% profit. He also devalued the RMB by 33%, making China's goods instantly cheaper in the world market, while making China an attractive place for foreign investors. It meant that the four little dragons of Southeast and East Asia lost their advantage of cheap labor and made China a global manufacturing center. After this, Zhu turned his attention to the SOEs. Whereas all previous reforms had focused on increasing the autonomy of enterprises, with meager results, Zhu now decided to accept the advice of reformist economists who argued that ownership systems should not be thought of merely in ideological terms, but rather as a means of developing productive capacity. They argued that China needed to hold on to those most important, perhaps 500 to 1,000, of the large groups while the rest should be let go. The state could hold on to those with the potential to grow, that had resource advantages, were in strongly profitable industries, and were large. After 2003, the results of this reform became quite apparent. In 1993 KFC opened its first outlet in the city of Xi'an. Procter & Gamble set up 4 companies and 5 factories in the same year. The world's largest beer company, Anheuser, spent RMB 1.64 billion to purchase 5% of China's biggest beer company, Qingdao Beer. Kodak sponsored the first Asian Games in Shanghai. Nokia began to supply GSM mobile telephones to China. Citibank transferred its regional headquarters from Hong Kong to Shanghai. Boeing signed a lucrative contract to sell 120 planes, valued at $9 billion, to China. Japanese investments in China grew rapidly in 1993, with a total of 3,414 licenses granted to Japanese companies to invest in Chinese products, 3 times the figure in 1991. Most of the $346.2 billion investment that China attracted to her shores between 1979 and 2000 came after the year 1992. The amount from 1992 to 2000 represented 93% of the total. Attracted by the prospect of a vast lucrative market, the executives of MNCs came rushing into China. Foreign investment put heavy pressure on local Chinese companies, so defensive measures to protect Chinese industries on their home turf were brought into action. Chinese manufacturers fought back with products that were cheaper than their foreign equivalents, while maintaining the same quality and functions. In the mid-1980s, everything looked promising. China's gradual reforms appeared to be successful, in contrast to the rest of the world. The shock therapy promoted in Russia since 1992 had dreadful consequences, with its rapid privatization. To many, the approaching steps of a China century could already be heard. Influenced by this optimism, the stock market index in Shanghai went from 537 at the beginning of 1996 to 1,200 in November of that year. The recovery of the Chinese economy was the result of the collective ascent of newly established enterprises and was nothing to do with old-style sows, pronounced Mr. Wu in the fashion of all capitalist roaders. 156 In order to deal with several hundreds of thousands of sows, after a series of other measures, the government finally adopted the strategy of keep hold of the big ones and let the little ones go. Keeping hold of the big ones meant vigorous support for those sows that were charging into the market, with the intention of turning them into Fortune 500 companies at the fastest possible speed. The basis for the ranking in this list was the sales turnover and market capitalization. In 1989 the Bank of China became the first company to appear in the Fortune 500. Getting into the Fortune 500 became the dream of every Chinese entrepreneur. While announcing technological breakthroughs, the Chinese companies were basically engaged in copying. Rather than creating new technology, they, the SOs, were emptied of technology. China became the world's largest manufacturing base for electronics, but even today it is unable to make a product that is 100% made in China. The high-tech components for color television, refrigerators, and air conditioning units, for example, come from elsewhere. 157. The dream of joining the Fortune 500 was soon to be thoroughly doused by the Asian financial crisis that began in Thailand with its currency, the baht, dropping sharply against the US dollar. Within days the crisis spread to Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and South Korea. In mid-1997 China was engulfed in a crisis of overproduction. According to a report by the State Statistical Bureau, in the middle of 1997 the value of goods in inventory all over China exceeded RMB 300 tr. In 95% of all categories of industrial goods there appeared the phenomenon of structural overlapping. But the reformists were not to be put off their agenda. On September 12, 1997, at the 15th National Congress of the CPC, Jiang Zemin, the General Secretary, outlined a major revision in the theoretical underpinning of the traditional system of public ownership. He raised the concept of a mixed ownership system, indicating that the non-publicly owned part of the economy was already not just supplementary but in fact an important component part. Asserting that the decline of the state-owned portion of the economy would not overly influence the nature of socialism, he went on to declare an end to the debate on whether or not SOs would or would not carry out asset ownership reform. Jiang's statement and the proceedings of the 15th Congress are regarded by the reformists as yet another important step in thought liberation, euphemism for jettisoning Marxism-Leninism in the field of political economy, philosophy, and class struggle by the CPC. The opening of the 15th Congress, declares Mr. Wu, indicated that China had entered the era of an epochal period of thought liberation. With this thought liberation, the government began to wield a sharp knife and started the process of holding on to the big and letting the little ones go. In view of the Asian crisis, the Chinese government adopted a new strategy, i.e., state out, people in, the basic idea being that state-owned capital should get out of completely competitive industries. At the same time, the government should stay in strategic resource-type industries by adopting a strongly monopolistic posture. These included steel, automobiles, airlines, telecommunications, electronics, banks, insurance, media, large-scale equipment, and munitions, from which the government would exclude all people-operated and internationally funded competition. With the economy once again in recession and exports declining, the only course of action available to the reformist leadership was to stimulate domestic demand. So Zhu made the momentous decision of promoting the buying and selling of real estate. In 1998 the system of housing as a social benefit was abolished. In July 1998, the State Council put an end to the system and promoted monetarization of housing allotments. People were allowed to get mortgage loans to purchase their homes. This was followed by a housing boom which became the engine behind China's economic growth in the following decade. Housing construction has also been the industry with the most explosive profits in the country. There was suddenly a vast market for housing in China. From then on, the housing supply system would take economic use housing as its core, a euphemism for purchased housing. These policies stimulated demand and initiated a real estate boom which lasted for more than a decade, generating vast fortunes for some. The boom in the housing sector stimulated in turn the steel, cement, and other sectors. Consumer loans stimulated demand for housing. Large-scale infrastructure projects stimulated demand in the financial markets. This in turn provided an excellent market for those connected with the production of raw materials and energy. The 1998 watershed. Furthermore, an agreement in 1998 allowed Kodak to buy up the entire Chinese film industry. Required Kodak to bring three things: 1. Technology, 2. World-class management, 3. At least $1 billion in investment. Kodak demanded exclusivity and got it, an unprecedented deal for which Zhu was called a traitor. Before 1998, the focus was on changing operating mechanisms. After 1998 it was on restructuring and clarifying ownership. The government policy was deliberately vague, expressed in the slogan reform, reorganization, renewal. After this the movement stayed out, people in 149 was enthusiastically promoted, followed by a tremendous restructuring within a few years. One result was that a group of large shows that had been failing were turned into a kind of invincible fleet. In this process, people who had been in charge of these enterprises were allowed to assume control over vast wealth. The process was known as the last banquet, lacking in precise legal boundaries and regulatory oversight. In the course of changing ownership, certain individuals assumed control over a huge quantity of assets. Some of the names that later began to appear on the list of China's richest were doubtless recipients of benefits of this latest edition of reform. From 1998 onward, China's reform generated violent conflict. People began to perceive a desire to resist what was happening in their own lives, hand in hand with a sense of helplessness about the direction in which the country was moving. On November 10, 2001, China joined the WTO. While multinational capital kept its penetration of all corners of China, and state-owned capital made a strong comeback through reorganization, a third force, namely, people-operated capital, a euphemism for private business, was vigorously contending for a place in the sun. The first major industry to be allowed to operate as a private enterprise was the manufacture of cars, with a license granted to an enterprise called Geely. Cheap labor attracted multinational corporations from imperialist countries, especially the US, to set up production facilities in China. On the back of commodities produced by cheap labor, China's export trade surged ahead. In 2008, Thomas Friedman wrote in the New York Times that if Walmart were a country, it would be China's largest trading partner and the sixth largest in terms of taking in China's exports. 158. In 2002, China's factories produced 12 million microwaves, in excess of a third of world output. Its most important component is the pressure-changing device, which Japan produced at a cost of $20, while the US and European companies made it for $30. Gallons, based in Guangdong, offered to supply it to US companies for $8, so the US sent its production lines to China. Owing to cheap labor costs, China became the world's factory for microwaves. This process was repeated elsewhere. Made in China, according to the US consultancy at Kearney, dominated more than 100 fields worldwide. These included containers, electronics, and electronic. Chapter 7. More on marketization of the economy. Toys. China produced 90% of the world's containers, 80% of DVD players, 75% of toys, 65% of athletic equipment, 60% of bicycles, 50% of microwave ovens, 30% of color TVs and refrigerators. An explosive real estate market kept pace with foreign trade, giving rise to rampant speculation, just as in Japan, Hong Kong, and Taiwan in the 1970s. According to Forbes magazine, in 2003, 40 out of the 100 wealthiest in China's mainland were in real estate. 6 of the top 10 were in real estate. Made in China and the real estate craze created an economic structure that was irrational, not the product of organic growth, as if things could be any different in capitalist production. All this led to a ferocious rise in prices of all raw materials and resources in 2003, and severe shortages of electricity. In response, China's large state-owned utility companies began to scour the world for commodities, looking for oil, metals, and natural gas. From March to May 2004 the government tightened finance and land use controls, which led to a swift contraction in building market deals. The stock market fell. China's trade policies kept business and political leaders in America, Europe, and Japan awake at night. When China's bubble bursts, they reasoned, all kinds of bubbles all over the world would go with it. All the same, the Chinese economy grew 10.1% in 2004, the fastest growth rate in any year since 1996. China's success in the export trade led to trade frictions. The EU began, and lost, an anti-dumping case against the Wenzhou region in regard to cigarette lighters, 90% of global production being from there. Their price was 1/10 of that of lighters produced in Japan. The income of the Wenzhou workers was 1/20 of that of European workers. Chinese enterprises do not engage in loss-making business. On September 16, 2004 a demonstration took place against Wenzhou shoes in Elche, Spain. Several hundred Spanish shoemakers came to the docks where Chinese goods were being offloaded and they destroyed 16 containers full of shoes worth $1 million. To drive home the message of the marketization of the Chinese economy, and in a way most humiliating to every working-class Chinese, Time magazine published an issue in 2006 with Mao Zedong on the cover, something it had done 6 times before, but this time he was shown. 151. 152. SOES. Wearing clothes displaying a Louis Vuitton logo and the caption Quiet Revolution. The privileged position of large SOEs became apparent. Their monopoly position in the realm of resources became unprecedentedly consolidated, as was their competitiveness as they became part of a market system. In the 3 years since SASIC was established, the income of the primary enterprises directly under the central government grew 78.8%. Profits grew 140%, an annual increase of 33.8%. The government tax take grew by 96.5%, an annual increase of 25.2%. Net return on investment was 10%. The SOEs became invincible. China's 3 large monopoly oil companies enjoyed an explosive growth in profits between 2004 to 6. Sinopec, CNPC, PetroChina, the trading arm of the CNPC, and NOC. Says Mr. Wu that in the 20 years to 2008, around 400 million people have been taken out of extreme poverty as a result of fast urbanization and environmental damage. This enemy of a planned economy and enthusiastic supporter of marketization is obliged to admit that environmental degradation is a heavy price to pay for economic advancement. 159. In the coming 20 years, from 2008, another 400 million are expected to move into cities. All of China is a massive construction site. The area under construction every day in China equals roughly half of the total new construction underway on any given day around the world.